had been planning the trip for months. Life in the city was wearing me down. The traffic, the noise, the endless small talk at work. I needed a break from all of it. I found an old cabin for rent deep in the woods of northern Maine. It wasn't much. One room, wood stove, a small porch facing the trees. The ad said no running water, no electricity, and no cell service. That's exactly what I wanted. Just me, the trees, and quiet. I drove up early one Saturday morning. The paved roads narrowed to dirt after a few hours, and my car rattled over potholes and loose rocks. By the time I reached the cabin, my tires were covered in dust. It sat at the end of a long, thin trail surrounded by thick forest. The trees grew so close to the cabin that their branches scratched the sides of the roof when the wind blew. There were no other houses nearby, at least not within sight. Just trees and shadows. I parked beside the cabin and stepped out. It was late afternoon, and the air smelled like pine and damp earth. The sun filtered through the trees, throwing long, skinny shadows across the clearing. The cabin looked even smaller in person. A few windows were boarded up. The wooden steps to the porch sagged under my weight. When I opened the front door, it groaned loud enough to make a crow fly off a nearby branch. Inside, the place was simple. A small table, a rocking chair, a narrow bed against the far wall, a wood stove in the corner. I dropped my backpack onto the bed and looked around. Dust floated in the sunlight coming through the cracks in the window boards. The only decorations were a few old nails hammered into the walls, probably for coats or lanterns. A heavy axe leaned against the wall next to a stack of firewood. I unpacked my things: a sleeping bag, some canned food, a few bottles of water, a flashlight, a hunting knife. I didn't plan on hiking too far out, but I had brought a compass and map just in case. I wanted to unplug completely for a few days. No distractions, no people. That first evening was peaceful. I made a small fire in the stove, heated up a can of soup, and sat on the porch listening to the forest. I heard owls calling out from the darkness, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. It was the kind of silence you forgot existed living in the city. Real silence, deep and wide, with only the sounds of nature. I went to bed early. The mattress was old and thin, and every time I moved, the metal springs creaked. I lay there for a long time, listening. I thought I heard something bigger moving out there once or twice, maybe a deer, maybe just the wind. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up with the sun pouring through the window cracks. My back was stiff from the mattress. I made a quick breakfast of granola and water, then decided to explore a little. I put on my boots, grabbed the compass and map, and started walking north into the woods. The forest was thick. Some places were almost too tangled to walk through, so I had to pick my way around fallen trees and dense brush. I marked a few trees with a small pocket knife as I went, just in case. After a couple hours, I found a narrow stream and sat down beside it to rest. The water was crystal clear, running cold and fast over smooth stones. That's when I noticed something strange. Across the stream, half hidden in the trees, was a piece of blue fabric. It looked like a shirt sleeve snagged on a branch. I stood up and crossed the stream carefully, my boots slipping on the wet rocks. Up close, I could see it better. It was a torn jacket, maybe denim, caught high up on a branch like someone had ripped it running past. The fabric was dirty and faded, but it hadn't been there long. It hadn't been soaked by rain or chewed by animals yet. I looked around but didn't see anything else. No footprints, no other clothes, just the jacket sleeve hanging like a flag. I felt a little uneasy but told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had gotten lost or just dropped it. It didn't mean anything bad. I turned back toward the cabin, following the marks I had left on the trees. As I walked, I kept thinking about that jacket. Why would someone be running out here? There weren't supposed to be any other cabins or trails nearby. The woods were too thick for casual hikers. You wouldn't stumble out here by accident. Back at the cabin, I chopped some firewood and tried to shake off the feeling. I spent the afternoon reading a battered old paperback I had brought. By evening, I was feeling better. The sun dipped low, painting the trees in deep golds and reds. I sat on the porch with a blanket over my shoulders, sipping instant coffee. That night was different. I had just gotten into bed when I heard it. A sharp crack from the trees. Not an animal sound, something heavier. A footstep, then another. Slow, deliberate. I froze, listening. It was moving around the cabin, staying just beyond the tree line. I could hear branches snapping, the soft thud of feet on the ground. I lay there, my heart hammering. I remembered the axe leaning against the wall. Without getting up, I slowly reached out and pulled it onto the bed with me. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then faded away into the woods. I lay awake until sunrise, the axe clutched to my chest, too scared to move. The next morning, I found boot prints in the dirt. Not animal tracks, human footprints. Big ones, heavier than mine, spaced wide like someone moving carefully. They led around the cabin in a slow, wide circle, just like I had heard. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave immediately. But I told myself maybe it was just a hunter or another camper. Maybe they hadn't even seen the cabin. Maybe they were lost. Still, I spent the day on edge. Every sound made me jump. I didn't wander far from the cabin. I kept the axe within arm's reach at all times. I even blocked the door with a chair when I went to bed. That night, it was worse. I had just started to doze off when I heard it again. Footsteps, slower this time, closer. Then something touched the front door. It wasn't a knock, not really. Just a slow, heavy press like someone leaning against it, testing it. The door creaked under the pressure, and my whole body tensed. I grabbed the axe and held my breath. The pressure stopped. Silence. Then more footsteps moving around the side of the cabin. I lay there in the dark, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped again, right beneath one of the windows, the one without boards. I squeezed the axe handle so hard my knuckles ached. Then, ever so faintly, I heard breathing. Heavy, slow breathing, just outside the window. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Minutes passed. The breathing stayed steady. I pictured someone standing there, inches from the glass, staring in. Finally, after what felt like forever, the breathing stopped. The footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I stayed frozen until the sky outside started to lighten. Only then did I move, creeping to the window to look out. Nothing, just trees and mist. I needed to get out. It wasn't safe here. I threw my stuff into my backpack and didn't even bother with breakfast. I ran to the car, axe still in hand. As I jammed the key into the ignition, I caught a glimpse of something nailed to the tree at the edge of the clearing. I drove forward slowly and leaned out the window. It was the denim jacket, the same one I had seen in the woods, but now it was nailed to the tree with a rusty railroad spike. And written across the back in what looked like charcoal or maybe something worse were the words, "You're next." I slammed the car into drive and tore down the dirt trail. The branches slapped the sides of the car as I flew past. Every second I expected to see someone step out in front of me, but the road stayed clear. It took almost an hour to reach the main road. When I finally saw pavement, I nearly cried. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 20 miles away. I sat there in the car, shaking, watching the trees. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't even call the rental company to explain. I figured they wouldn't believe me anyway. For weeks afterward, I kept checking my locks at night, looking out the windows, jumping at every creak. I didn't tell many people what happened. It sounded too crazy, but it was real. Every second of it was real. Now, whenever I drive past a thick stretch of woods, I can't help but wonder, is he still out there, waiting for the next idiot who thinks the woods are empty, waiting for someone else to find that jacket? The cabin stood alone at the edge of a dense forest, far enough from the nearest town that it almost felt isolated from the rest of the world. I had rented it for a weekend, a quiet retreat to get away from everything. The weather had been unpredictable, but that didn't bother me. I'd been camping and hiking enough to know that the weather could change quickly in the mountains. I wasn't afraid of being alone in the woods. If anything, I welcomed the solitude. When I arrived, the place looked exactly like I had expected. A small, rustic cabin made of timber logs, sitting on a slight rise surrounded by tall pines. It had a small porch, a single door, and 2 windows. The air was fresh, filled with the earthy scent of pine needles, and the forest stretched out around me as far as I could see. It was exactly what I wanted. Quiet, secluded, and far from civilization. Inside, the cabin was simple but comfortable. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a set of old wooden chairs arranged in front of it. A small kitchen nook sat in one corner, and a wooden dining table with mismatched chairs was positioned against another wall. The bedroom was small, with a simple bed and a dresser, and a single window looked out toward the trees. The cabin had a certain charm to it, but there was something about it that felt off. The silence was deep, almost unnatural, as though the forest around it had swallowed up all the usual sounds of the world. I unloaded my things and set up for the weekend. There was a stack of firewood by the door, which I moved closer to the fireplace. I intended to have a fire that night. It would be nice to sit by the warmth and let the world fade away. As evening approached, I ventured outside to gather some firewood. The air had grown cooler, and the sky was beginning to take on a pale orange hue as the sun dipped below the horizon. The woods were quiet, eerily so. There were no birds singing, no rustling in the underbrush, just silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind of quiet I was used to when I went hiking. Felt wrong. Still, I told myself it was probably just the weather, that the animals were retreating to their nests before the night set in. I gathered a decent pile of wood and brought it back to the cabin. By the time I started the fire, the sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the forest. The cabin was dimly lit by the flickering orange glow of the flames. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long across the room. I settled into one of the chairs in front of the fire, trying to relax. My eyes kept drifting to the window, even though nothing was visible beyond it but the darkness of the forest. The silence outside was absolute. I found myself jumping at every crackling sound from the fire, my nerves on edge for no apparent reason. I blamed it on being alone in the woods, away from anything familiar. Hours passed, and the fire slowly died down, leaving only a few embers glowing in the hearth. The chill in the air grew stronger, and I decided it was time to sleep. I banked the fire and climbed into bed, pulling the thick blankets around me. But sleep didn't come easily. The silence was overwhelming, and my mind kept racing, playing tricks on me. I heard every little creak and groan of the cabin settling into the night. At times, I swore I could hear something moving outside, a twig snapping, a rustle of leaves, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing there. Finally, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. I woke up with a start, heart pounding in my chest. The cabin was pitch dark, and the fire was nothing but a pile of cold ashes. I sat up, listening to the silence around me, my breath coming fast and shallow. There was something different now, a strange pressure in the air. At first, I thought I had just woken up from a bad dream, but as I sat in the dark, my senses slowly sharpening, I realized that something was off. I heard the faintest sound, a footstep, the softest crunch of leaves, as though someone was walking around the cabin. I froze, holding my breath. The noise was too distant to pinpoint, but it was there. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was an animal, a deer, perhaps, or a small creature moving through the underbrush. But the sound didn't fit. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. The footsteps were pacing, moving back and forth. I slowly reached for the flashlight beside my bed, my fingers trembling as I flicked it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping over the cabin's interior. I checked the windows, the door, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. No shadows moving outside, no sign of anyone or anything nearby. I stood up, my feet heavy against the wooden floor. I moved toward the window, cautiously peering through the small gap in the curtain. The night was still and cold, the trees outside swaying gently in the wind. There was nothing out there, no movement, no sounds except for the wind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I backed away from the window and sat back down on the bed, my mind racing. Was I just being paranoid? The forest could be an unsettling place at night, especially when you were alone. But the feeling lingered, gnawing at me. The air was too still, too quiet. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was nothing. But sleep didn't come again. The next morning, I awoke to a crisp, gray light filtering through the trees outside. I felt drained, like I hadn't rested at all. The unease from the night before still lingered in the pit of my stomach, and I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself I was being foolish. Maybe it was just the isolation getting to me. I got dressed and went outside to clear my head. The air was cold, and the sky was overcast, with thick clouds hanging low. The forest felt different in the daylight. The trees loomed taller, more imposing. The silence was still there, but now it was the kind of silence you couldn't ignore. The kind that made you feel like you were being watched. I decided to take a short hike, hoping the exercise would clear my head. The path leading deeper into the forest was faint but noticeable, winding through the trees and over small streams. The farther I went, the quieter it became. The normal sounds of the forest, the calls of birds, the rustling of animals were absent. I moved cautiously, keeping my eyes on the path ahead, but my mind kept drifting back to the cabin. Something was wrong, something I couldn't explain. I walked for a couple of hours, trying to shake off the tension, but when I returned to the cabin, the feeling didn't go away. It was worse now. I stepped inside and immediately noticed that something was off. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing down on the space. I moved around the cabin, checking everything, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints outside the door, no signs of anything unusual. But then, I noticed the small detail that sent a chill through my spine. The front door was slightly ajar. I was certain I had locked it when I left. I stepped closer, and a cold breeze swept through the opening, carrying with it the faint smell of something wrong. It wasn't decay, but something else, something sharp and metallic. I closed the door and locked it again, but the sense of unease was too strong now. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. It started as a last-minute decision. I'd been working non-stop for weeks, barely catching a breath. So, when my buddy suggested we take a weekend trip to a remote cabin in the woods, it sounded like the perfect escape. No signal, no distractions, just a few days of peace, away from the chaos of everyday life. I packed quickly, just the basics. A few changes of clothes, some food, and a couple of beers. I wasn't planning on doing anything too extravagant. The cabin was supposed to be simple, no running water, no electricity, just the basics. My friend told me it was up near the edge of a forest, a few hours away from the nearest town. He'd been there a couple of times before and promised it would be the kind of quiet I needed. I met him at the gas station. His truck was already packed, and he seemed excited as usual. He had this way of making everything seem easy, and his excitement was contagious. We loaded up the last of my gear and hit the road. The drive took longer than expected. We passed through small towns, then into farmland, then eventually into dense forest. The road grew narrower the further we went, the trees closing in, their towering presence almost making the road disappear beneath their canopy. There was no sign of life out here, just the occasional deer darting into the woods or a bird flying overhead. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, the scent of a place that hadn't been touched by many people. By the time we turned onto the gravel path leading to the cabin, it was starting to get dark. The clouds had rolled in, and the temperature had dropped significantly. It was only late afternoon, but the sky had that heavy, overcast look that made it feel like dusk. The cabin came into view after about half an hour of bumpy, dust-filled driving. It was exactly as described, small, wooden, and surrounded by trees. The structure looked like it hadn't been touched in years, but that was part of the charm. It was nestled against a steep slope, the trees surrounding it on all sides, almost like it was meant to be hidden. The place looked quiet, too quiet. We unloaded our bags and settled in. The inside of the cabin was as basic as I expected. Wooden floors, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen area, and two creaky old beds in the corners. The windows were small, framed by thick wooden beams. The place didn't have running water, so we had to use a well out back for drinking water and a small outhouse for the bathroom. That first night, we didn't do much, just ate a simple dinner of canned food and beer. We sat by the fire, talking about old times and how things had changed since we last hung out like this. It was good to be away from everything. No work emails, no phone calls, just quiet, natural peace. But as the night wore on, I started to notice something strange. The silence wasn't normal. It wasn't the kind of peace that makes you relax. It was the kind of silence that presses in on you, making you feel like you're not alone. The wind had picked up outside, howling through the trees, but inside, there was a stillness that felt almost too heavy. I tried to shake it off. I've always been one for adventure, and being in the woods, away from everything, was supposed to feel freeing. But as I sat there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The fire crackled, sending bursts of heat into the room, but the shadows on the walls felt too big, too menacing. Later that night, after we'd gone to bed, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises from outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind or maybe some animals, raccoons, squirrels, something like that. But the noises were too deliberate. I could hear footsteps crunching in the leaves. Slow, deliberate steps, like someone was walking just outside the cabin, staying just out of sight. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind was making the trees move in strange ways, or maybe the cabin itself was settling. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there. At some point, I must have drifted off to sleep, but it wasn't a peaceful sleep. I kept waking up, listening. Every time I thought the noise had stopped, I'd hear it again. Footsteps, just outside the window. The next morning, I didn't say anything to my friend. He was already up, making coffee, and he didn't seem bothered by anything. I tried to go about my day like usual, chopping some firewood and gathering water from the well. But the strange feeling from last night lingered. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been out there, watching us. That evening, we sat around the fire again. I decided to bring it up, but when I mentioned the noises I'd heard, he just laughed it off. "It's probably just some deer or something," he said. "This place has a way of making your mind play tricks on you." I didn't feel reassured. Something about the silence around us, especially as the night grew deeper, felt unnatural. There was no wildlife moving, no animals calling out, nothing. The world felt still, as if it was holding its breath. As the hours went by, I started to hear it again. The footsteps. At first, it was faint, just a rustling in the leaves, but soon it became unmistakable, slow, measured steps, right outside the cabin. I glanced over at my friend, but he didn't seem to notice. His attention was on the fire, the flames dancing in his tired eyes. This time, I couldn't ignore it. I stood up, grabbed a flashlight from my bag, and made my way to the door. My friend called after me, but I didn't answer. I opened the door cautiously and stepped out onto the porch. The air was cold against my skin, and the hairs on my neck stood up. There was no one there, but the crunching of the leaves underfoot was unmistakable. It was too deliberate, too controlled. I shone the flashlight around, but the beam didn't reach far enough. The forest was dense, the trees like towering sentinels in the dark. I stepped off the porch, moving cautiously into the yard. My feet crunched on the gravel as I made my way toward the tree line, my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something wasn't right. The further I walked, the more intense the feeling became. It was as if I was being watched, though I couldn't see anyone. The air grew colder, the wind picking up, and the trees seemed to close in on me. Then I heard something, a rustle from behind me. I whipped around, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. Nothing. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The steps had stopped, but the silence that replaced it was worse. It was too quiet, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I turned and hurried back to the cabin. My friend was still sitting by the fire, as if nothing had happened. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to calm my racing heart. The night dragged on. I stayed up, watching the darkness beyond the cabin, unable to relax. Every noise, every creak of the wood, felt amplified in the stillness. By morning, I was exhausted, but I still didn't mention anything to my friend. It seemed pointless. He would just brush it off again. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. The next few days followed the same pattern. I would hear the footsteps at night. My friend didn't hear them, of course. He never did. But the noises were becoming harder to ignore. I started to feel like we weren't alone out there, that maybe someone or something was waiting, watching. Then, on the third night, it happened. I woke up to a loud bang. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up, staring into the darkness. My friend was still asleep, oblivious to whatever had just happened. But the sound, it was unmistakable, came from outside. I grabbed the flashlight and moved quickly to the door. This time, I wasn't going to stand by and pretend it was nothing. I opened the door and stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold air. The crunch of the leaves underfoot was louder now, more aggressive. Something was moving in the trees. Couldn't see it, but I could feel it. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I took a step forward, the beam of my flashlight slicing through the darkness. And then I saw it, a figure standing between the trees. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, watching me. I froze, unable to move. My heart thudded in my chest as I stared at the figure. It was tall, cloaked in shadow, its features hidden. The only thing I could make out was its outline, a dark shape against the night. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know if it was a person or something else. But in that moment, I knew I had to get back inside. I turned, running back to the cabin, my mind racing. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. I woke up my friend, shaking him awake. But when I looked back outside, there was nothing there. The figure was gone. The forest was as still as it had been before. That morning, we packed up and left. I don't know if we were being paranoid or if there was someone else out there, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't stay there anymore. The cabin, once a retreat, had become a place of unease, where the silence was too heavy and the darkness. I never thought I'd end up in a place like this. I had always enjoyed camping and hiking, being outdoors, far from the noise of the city. But when I found myself booking this cabin, I was unsure whether it was a good idea or not. The cabin was in a remote part of the woods, and the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like it might be too quiet, too lonely. But I needed the break, needed some time to think, away from the distractions of life. And so I went. I arrived at the cabin just as the sun was dipping below the trees, casting long shadows across the dirt path that led to the front door. The place was smaller than I had expected, a simple wooden structure with a stone chimney. A few hundred yards away, a stream gurgled through the trees, but otherwise, everything felt dead quiet. No wildlife, no sound of distant traffic, just the faint rustle of leaves as the wind passed by. Perfect place for peace, or so I thought. The cabin was equipped with the basics: a small kitchen, a couple of rooms, a wood-burning stove, and a single bed. The kind of place you'd go to get away from everything. Felt isolated. I don't know why I had this feeling, but it was like I was being drawn into the wilderness in a way that made me uneasy. I brushed it off as nerves and unpacked my things. As the night wore on, the only light came from the dim glow of the wood stove. I had planned to spend the evening reading a book, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The cabin seemed to hum with an eerie stillness, and the longer I sat there, the more I became aware of how quiet everything was outside. It wasn't just the silence. It was the lack of any animals or birds. There was nothing, not even a cricket. I tried to ignore it. I figured maybe the animals were just hiding out for the night, but deep down, I knew it wasn't right. I found myself staring out the window, watching the darkness stretch across the yard. It wasn't until the first sound reached me, a sharp crack of a branch breaking, that I realized I wasn't alone. I stiffened, heart racing, and waited. It was followed by another crack, closer this time. Whoever or whatever it was moving closer to the cabin. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and tried to peer into the night, but there was nothing. The beam of light barely cut through the thick darkness, and I began to feel a strange knot form in my stomach. I didn't know what to do. The rational part of my brain told me it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the sudden and persistent feeling that something wasn't right weighed heavily on me. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, and I heard another noise. This time it was different, more like the rustling of something large, a slow, methodical movement. I stood up and walked to the door, opening it just a crack, enough to get a glimpse of the outside. The chill of the night air hit my face, and I scanned the surroundings. No movement, nothing out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there. A cold sweat had started to bead on my forehead, and despite myself, I felt a sense of dread settle over me. I closed the door and locked it, though I wasn't sure why I bothered. It was just me here, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid, that it was just the unfamiliarity of the place playing tricks on my mind. But it didn't help. I couldn't relax, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. For hours, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, listening to the silence. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind through the trees, felt like a reminder that I wasn't as alone as I thought. Around midnight, I finally drifted off to sleep, only to wake in a cold sweat a few hours later. The noise again. This time it was closer, unmistakable. I heard heavy breathing outside the cabin, slow, deliberate, and far too close. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay there, motionless, trying to gather my thoughts. The sound stopped. The silence returned. I got up slowly, too afraid to make a sound, and moved to the window. I dared not turn on the flashlight. If someone was out there, I didn't want them to know I was awake. I peered through the glass, squinting into the darkness. The beam of light from the cabin barely touched the edges of the woods. I could see nothing, no movement, no signs of life, but I knew something was out there. I could feel it. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to get in the car and drive away, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I couldn't explain why, but the thought of leaving this place, leaving the cabin, felt wrong, like I'd be walking into something worse. As the night dragged on, I kept my eyes on the dark perimeter of the cabin. The quiet was suffocating. I was starting to feel like I couldn't trust my senses. What if I was imagining things? What if my mind was just playing tricks on me? The next morning came slowly, as if the world itself had decided to drag its feet. The sun was up, but it didn't make me feel any better. The woods around the cabin seemed almost too still in the daylight, too empty. I went outside to stretch my legs, hoping that a bit of fresh air would clear my head. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they were just animal tracks, but as I followed them, I realized they were too large, too human. The prints were fresh, imprinted in the damp earth, leading from the edge of the woods right up to the side of the cabin. I felt a chill run through me. There was no way they could be mine. I hadn't gone outside during the night, and I had definitely not made these prints. I followed the tracks as far as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail led to the back of the cabin and then stopped. There was nothing beyond that. No sign of where the person had gone. The tracks simply ended. I stood frozen for a long time, trying to piece together what had happened. Who had been out there, and why? The questions buzzed in my mind, but I couldn't answer them. I wanted to think it was just a strange coincidence, that it was all part of my growing paranoia, but deep down I knew better. Something had happened during the night. Someone had been watching me. I had to figure out who and why. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but I felt the weight of the experience on me. Every crack, every rustle in the trees had my heart in my throat. I couldn't escape the thought that someone or something was still out there, lurking just beyond the edge of the woods. The silence felt heavier than before, oppressive, as though the air itself was closing in on me. By nightfall, I was ready to leave. I packed my things quickly, slamming my bag shut and rushing around the cabin to gather my belongings. My hands were shaking. My mind was spinning with fear and confusion. I just needed to get out of here. But as I reached the door, I stopped. Something was different. The atmosphere was thicker. The quiet was more pronounced. And then I heard it. A low, guttural sound that made my skin crawl. It was coming from the woods. Too close. Closer than before. I froze, my blood running cold. The sound came again, followed by more noises. More movement in the underbrush. Something was coming, and it was coming for me. I slammed the door shut and bolted it, heart racing. The cabin felt smaller now, suffocating. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the windows. My hands were trembling as I tried to steady the beam, but there was nothing to see. Nothing but the oppressive darkness outside. The noises grew louder, closer, until it sounded like something was circling the cabin. I moved quickly to the back window and looked out. There, in the distance, I saw something move. It was big, too big to be an animal. I watched, horrified, as the figure stepped out from behind a tree. It was a man. Or at least I thought it was. He was tall, wearing dark clothes that blended into the night, his face obscured by shadows. My breath caught in my throat. I had no idea what to do. I didn't even know if I could run. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. I was trapped. But then I heard something that almost made me lose control. The sound of a vehicle, a car. It was distant at first, but it was getting closer. Relief surged through me, and I ran for the door. I fumbled for the keys, my fingers numb with fear. When I finally got it open, I burst outside, my eyes locked on the road. The car was close now, headlights cutting through the darkness. I didn't know who it was, but I didn't care. I ran toward it, waving my arms, shouting, anything to get their attention. When the car stopped, I didn't hesitate. I jumped in, slamming the door shut behind me. I turned to the driver, out of breath. He was a man, older, with a rough, weathered face. "What are you doing here?" he asked, clearly confused. I need help. Someone's out there, in the woods. I don't know who, but they've been watching me." He didn't hesitate. Without saying another word, he put the car in gear and drove off. As we drove away from the cabin, I looked back at the dark shape of the woods, my stomach still churning. The figure had disappeared by then, but I knew deep down that whoever had been out there wasn't finished. Not yet. We didn't speak much during the drive, but I didn't care. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, a chance to get away from the chaos of daily life. I needed solitude, a break from the endless demands that seemed to come from every direction. The plan was simple. Spend a weekend at a remote cabin in the woods, far from the city, far from people. No distractions, no obligations, just me and the wilderness. The cabin had been rented through a small, local agency that specialized in offering secluded retreats, and from the photos I saw online, it looked perfect. Just a small, weathered wooden cabin sitting at the edge of a dense forest. No neighbors for miles. Seclusion at its finest. The drive there had been long and exhausting. The roads winding through thick forests, the occasional clearing revealing glimpses of distant mountain peaks. I had been on this type of trip before, and I knew that once I got there, the sense of peace would be almost overwhelming. I wasn't expecting anything dramatic, just solitude and the sound of wind rustling through the trees. A perfect opportunity to disconnect. By the time I finally arrived at the cabin, it was already late afternoon. The sky was overcast, with thick clouds hanging low in the sky, casting everything in a dull, gray light. The last few miles had been on a gravel road, which had made my car bounce and jostle with every turn. The cabin itself sat in a small clearing, just off the road, surrounded by towering trees. It was exactly as described, old, rustic, with a front porch that creaked underfoot as I stepped onto it. The door was slightly ajar, as promised in the instructions I had received. The cabin smelled of wood and the damp earth that had settled around it. Inside, it was basic, furnishings from another time, old wooden floors, a stone fireplace on one wall, and large windows that framed the forest outside. There was a small kitchen area to the side, and a single bedroom tucked at the back of the house. I took a deep breath, glad to be out of the car. The peace and quiet were already beginning to settle in. I unpacked my bags, placed my things on the old wooden table, and started a fire in the hearth. As the flames crackled, I took a seat in the armchair by the fire, letting the warmth from the fire wash over me. For a few minutes, I just sat there, listening to the firewood snap and crackle, and watching the light dance on the cabin's walls. It didn't take long for the sounds of the forest to fill the air outside. Birds calling, the rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig breaking. This was exactly what I had come for. Isolation, the kind that makes everything else fade away. There was no cell phone service here, no internet, nothing. Just me, the cabin, and the wilderness. Night began to fall and the temperature dropped quickly. I stoked the fire and grabbed a blanket from the bed, wrapping it around me as I settled in for the evening. It was around 8:30 when I heard the first odd noise. A soft sound, almost like a tapping, coming from somewhere outside the cabin. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a raccoon or something else rummaging around. But then I heard it again, closer this time. A light tapping on the front door. I froze. The tapping continued for a few moments, then stopped abruptly. I waited, listening intently, but nothing happened after that. My heart was racing, though I couldn't exactly explain why. I had rented this cabin through a reputable agency, and there had been no mention of any strange happenings. It was most likely just an animal, I convinced myself. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The silence in the cabin felt heavier now, more oppressive. The fire crackled loudly, but even its warmth couldn't dispel the chill that had settled over me. I tried to focus on something else, perhaps on the books I had brought, but the tapping sound lingered in my mind. I could still hear the wind rustling the trees outside, but it wasn't comforting anymore. The world outside seemed bigger now, more daunting, as if the wilderness had suddenly become a thing to fear rather than something peaceful. I spent the next hour alternating between reading and just staring into the fire, trying to shake the feeling of unease. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination. That tapping sound could have been anything. A branch, the wind, maybe even an animal that had knocked into the door while searching for food. But then the tapping came again. This time it was louder, more distinct. A solid knock on the door, followed by a pause, then another knock. Couldn't breathe. My thoughts raced, trying to reason with myself, but there was only one conclusion. Someone was outside. Someone was standing at the door, knocking. I stood up slowly, my legs trembling. The cabin was silent again, but I didn't dare approach the door. I glanced out the window, but the thick darkness outside made it impossible to see anything. My heart pounded in my chest. Should I open the door? Who could it be? Could be anyone. Someone in trouble, needing help, but the thought didn't make me feel safer. If anything, it made me more cautious. There was no reason why someone would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, especially after dark. The knocking came again. 3 solid knocks, one after the other. I took a deep breath, grabbing the flashlight from my bag, and moved quietly toward the door. I had no plan in mind, no idea what I would do if I opened it and found someone standing there, but I couldn't stay in the cabin forever. I peered through the peephole. The yard was empty. No sign of anyone, no movement. Just the darkness of the forest stretching out before me. I waited, still holding my breath, but nothing came. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. Not yet. I backed away, heart still racing. Something wasn't right. The tapping had been too deliberate, too loud to ignore. The night dragged on. I spent hours sitting by the fire, occasionally glancing at the door, unable to shake the feeling that something was waiting for me outside. It wasn't until well after midnight that I finally felt the exhaustion creeping in. My mind was numb from the tension, and my eyes were heavy, but I didn't want to sleep. I was afraid to sleep, afraid of what might happen if I closed my eyes. By the time I finally did fall asleep, I was on edge. Every sound outside, every snap of a branch, every whisper of wind felt amplified in my ears. I woke up several times throughout the night, heart pounding, convinced that I had heard footsteps or something else. But each time, nothing was there. The cabin was still. The darkness outside was endless. Morning came slowly, the gray light of dawn creeping through the windows. I felt disoriented and exhausted, but the tension in my chest was gone, replaced by a nagging unease that I couldn't shake. I decided to leave the cabin that morning, to get out and take a walk in the woods to clear my head. As I packed my things, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints leading away from the door, visible in the fresh layer of snow that had fallen during the night. The tracks were deep, deliberate, and they led toward the woods. I grabbed my jacket, heart pounding once again, and stepped outside. The forest was quiet, too quiet, as if the world was holding its breath. I followed the tracks for a while, unsure of what I was hoping to find, but they just led deeper into the woods, toward the unknown. The further I walked, the more uneasy I became. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches reaching down like dark fingers. The silence was oppressive. After a while, I stopped and turned back, the weight of the forest closing in around me. The tracks continued, but I didn't want to go any further. I turned and hurried back toward the cabin. I didn't stay much longer after that. I packed my things, locked the door behind me, and left the cabin. The drive back was long and tense, but I couldn't bring myself to look back. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands tight on the wheel, and never once turned around. It wasn't until much later, when I was safely back at home, that I found out about a recent incident in the area. A man had been found near the woods, reported missing a few days before my stay. The authorities had been looking for him, but they never found him. His body was found later, deeper in the woods, not far from the very cabin I had stayed in. He had been lost, wandering, alone in the wilderness. I never returned to that cabin. Some things are better left in the past, buried in the quiet dark where they belong. I had rented the cabin in the middle of nowhere because I needed to get away. Life had been crowding me in every direction, and I thought a week alone with just the trees and the cold autumn air would be good for my mind. I picked the place online. It was cheap and remote, which was all I cared about. No neighbors for miles. I packed a week's worth of food, water, some camping gear just in case, and a rifle because the listing mentioned bears sometimes wandered through the woods. The drive there was longer than I expected. The paved road turned into gravel, then dirt. It was already getting dark when I finally pulled up to the cabin. It was small, weathered, the wood gray and the roof sagging a little. It looked like it hadn't been taken care of in a long time. The porch creaked when I walked on it, and the front door stuck when I pushed it open. Inside smelled like damp wood and dust. There was a little kitchen, a single bedroom, and a tiny bathroom. No TV, no radio, no cell service. The only electricity came from a couple of old solar panels on the roof. There were lights, but they were dim. The cabin had a heavy, cold silence to it that sat in my chest the moment I stepped inside. I unloaded my gear, putting my food in the old fridge, which was just barely colder than the air. I set my sleeping bag on the creaky bed just in case the mattress was full of bugs. By the time I was done, it was fully dark outside. The trees pressed against the windows, tall and black, the forest around the cabin swallowing up every sound. I didn't stay up late that first night. I had no way to kill time, and my body was heavy with the stress of the long drive. I climbed into the sleeping bag wearing all my clothes. The cabin was freezing. I stared up at the ceiling, listening to the soft groans and pops of the old wood shifting. Every now and then, a branch would scrape against the siding. At some point, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound. It wasn't the wind or the creaking cabin this time. It was a solid, deliberate sound, like footsteps, slow and careful right outside. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears rang. The footsteps circled the cabin. I could hear them moving from one side to the other, pausing sometimes, then continuing. They were heavy, too, like a man's boots pressing into the dirt. I reached slowly for the rifle I'd left next to the bed. My hand found it, and I wrapped my fingers around it, feeling the cold metal against my skin. I lay there, staring at the bedroom door, waiting for something to happen. Minutes passed. The footsteps moved away, deeper into the woods, until I couldn't hear them anymore. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I kept the rifle across my chest and stared at the ceiling until pale gray light started to leak in through the windows. When it was finally morning, I got up and went outside. I was shaking from being so tired, but I forced myself to look around the cabin. I expected to find boot prints or some sign of who or what had been there, but the ground was hard with cold, and the leaves were dry. I couldn't see anything clear. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it had been a deer or a bear. Still, I didn't feel safe. I thought about leaving, packing up and heading back to town, but I was stubborn. I told myself I wasn't going to ruin my whole trip over some noise. I spent the day chopping firewood from a pile out back. I stacked it by the door. I hiked a little into the woods, staying close enough that I could see the cabin between the trees. I didn't want to get lost. Every snap of a twig made me whip my head around. The forest was dense and dark, even during the day. The trees were so tall and close together that it felt like walking through a tunnel. No undergrowth, just bare dirt and dead leaves. No birdsong either, which made it even eerier. I went back inside before it got dark. That night, I double-checked the door lock 3 times. It was just an old deadbolt, and I didn't trust it. I dragged a heavy chair in front of the door too. I loaded the rifle and kept it within arm's reach again. I lay in the sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling. First, it was quiet. Then, around midnight, I heard it again. Slow, careful footsteps. This time, they didn't circle the cabin. They came straight to the front door. I could hear the porch boards groaning under the weight. Then the doorknob rattled. I sat up fast, heart hammering so hard it felt like my whole body was shaking. I pointed the rifle at the door even though I couldn't see anything in the darkness. The rattling stopped. Whoever was out there stayed on the porch. I didn't move. I just kept the gun aimed and waited. Then, finally, after what felt like forever, the footsteps moved away again, fading back into the woods. I didn't sleep after that either. When morning came, I walked around the cabin again. I found something this time. On the porch, right next to the door, was a single boot print in the dirt. It was clear as day, way too big to be a child's or a woman's. It was a man's boot. I decided right then I was leaving. I didn't care if it meant cutting the trip short. I stuffed everything back into the truck. I went as fast as I could, my hands fumbling with the gear. When I turned the key in the ignition, the truck didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Just a weak click. I popped the hood and looked. The battery cables had been cut. My stomach dropped. That wasn't an accident. Someone had done it on purpose. I stood there by the open hood, the cold air biting through my clothes, realizing I was stuck. The nearest town was about 20 miles away. No cell service. No neighbors. Nothing. I spent the whole morning trying to figure out what to do. I had enough supplies to last a while. Maybe if I stayed locked inside, whoever was out there would lose interest and leave me alone. I didn't have much of a choice. I couldn't walk 20 miles through dense forest without getting lost. And even if I stuck to the road, it would take all day, maybe more, and I didn't know if whoever was messing with me was still out there watching. I decided to stay in the cabin for now, at least until I could figure out a better plan. I boarded up the windows with whatever scrap wood I could find around the property. I pushed the bed and the heavy dresser against the bedroom window. I reinforced the door with more chairs, the table, anything heavy. It wasn't much, but it was all I could do. Then I waited. Day turned to night. I sat there in the dark, the rifle across my lap, my whole body tense. Every sound outside made me flinch. The wind moving through the trees, a branch snapping, an owl hooting somewhere deep in the woods. And then the footsteps came back. Slow, steady, circling the cabin. They tested the windows this time. I could hear the faint tapping on the boards. Then they tried the front door again. I held my breath, the rifle tight in my hands, ready to shoot if anything came through. The footsteps moved around the cabin again, slow and patient, like they had all the time in the world. Hours passed. Finally, near dawn, the footsteps went away. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I sat outside by the truck with the rifle in my lap, trying to think. I couldn't stay here. If I waited, things would only get worse. I didn't know how determined whoever was out there really was, but it felt like they were getting bolder each night. I decided I would walk. I packed a backpack with food, water, a flashlight, the map from the glove compartment, and extra ammo. I took the rifle too. I locked the cabin behind me even though I knew it wouldn't stop anyone. Then I started down the dirt road. It was slow going. My boots crunched over gravel and fallen leaves. Every few minutes I stopped and listened. Sometimes I thought I heard something moving through the trees beside me, but when I looked, there was nothing. Hours passed. The sun started to dip lower in the sky. And then, ahead of me, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Another truck, parked sideways across the road, blocking it completely. It wasn't abandoned. There were fresh tire tracks. Someone had parked it there on purpose. I turned around fast, heart slamming against my ribs. Behind me, about 50 yards back, standing right in the middle of the road, was a man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing heavy boots and a dirty jacket. His face was hidden under a hood, but I could see the shape of it. He was holding something in his hand. I couldn't tell what it was at first. I raised the rifle without thinking. He didn't move. I didn't wait. I darted into the woods, pushing through the trees, moving as fast as I could without tripping. Branches tore at my clothes and skin. My heart pounded so hard it drowned out everything else. I ran for what felt like forever. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I listened. Silence. Then, faintly, the crunch of boots behind me. I didn't know where I was anymore. The road was gone. I was deep in the forest. The trees pressed in from all sides. Everything looked the same. Panic started to claw at me, but I forced it down. I picked a direction and started moving, trying to put as much distance between me and whoever was following me as possible. Night fell while I was still moving. I had no choice but to stop. I was exhausted, shivering from cold and fear. I found a little hollow under some. I had been needing a break for a long time. Work was grinding me down, and the constant noise of city life was starting to get under my skin. I figured a week alone in the woods would fix me up. No people, no phones, no deadlines. Just me, some trails to hike, a few rivers to fish, and a small cabin to sleep in. I booked a remote place way up in northern Montana, deep in the mountains where even paved roads stopped after a while. The pictures showed a rough wooden cabin surrounded by nothing but pine trees, dirt roads, and big open sky. It was exactly what I wanted. The drive up took most of a day. I left before sunrise and didn't reach the last bit of dirt road until almost sunset. The last 20 miles were rough. I had rented a four-wheel drive, but even then, the truck jostled and bumped over deep ruts and washed out patches. It was quiet out there, too quiet. After a while, even the birds seemed to go silent. I kept driving until finally, I saw the cabin sitting in a clearing, just like the listing had shown. It was small, maybe one room and a loft above. Weathered wood, metal roof, a front porch with a single chair. There were tall trees all around, and behind it, the slope of a big mountain rose up like a wall. There were no neighbors in sight. I parked the truck beside the cabin and grabbed my bags. The key had been left in a box by the door, just like the owner said it would be. I opened up and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and dust. The place was basic but fine. A small kitchen area with a propane stove, a couple of cabinets, a wooden table, a fireplace with a stack of logs next to it. A steep ladder led up to a sleeping loft with a simple mattress on the floor. No electricity, no running water except from a hand pump outside. A battery-powered lantern hung from a hook on the wall. I liked it immediately. I unpacked, made myself a sandwich, and sat on the porch as the sun went down. It got cold fast once the sun dipped behind the trees. I sat there a while, just listening to the quiet. Felt good, but also strange. I wasn't used to being this alone. In the city, even late at night, there's always background noise, cars, sirens, people shouting. Here, it was just the creak of trees swaying in the wind and the occasional call of an owl. When it got too cold to sit outside, I went back in, lit a fire, and stretched out on the mattress. I fell asleep fast. The first few days went by like I had hoped. I spent the mornings hiking, the afternoons fishing at a little river about 2 miles away. It was perfect. The woods were dense, the trails were rough but manageable. Sometimes I saw deer tracks or heard the crash of something big moving off in the brush, but I never saw another person. It felt like I had the whole mountain to myself. On the third morning, though, I noticed something that gave me a weird feeling. I had left a few things out on the table before heading out to fish. My water bottle, a folded-up trail map, and a small pocket knife. When I came back that afternoon, the water bottle was lying on its side on the floor. The map was open, unfolded. The knife was still there, but it had been moved just a few inches to the left. I stood there for a long minute, staring at the table. Had I left it that way? Had the breeze knocked the bottle over? I walked around the cabin, checking the windows and doors. Everything was shut and locked just like I had left it. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I had been in a rush that morning. Maybe I had knocked the bottle over without realizing it. Still, I felt unsettled. I double-checked the locks before going to bed that night. The next day, I decided to stay closer to the cabin. I figured maybe I needed a slow day anyway. I spent the morning chopping some firewood and exploring the woods nearby. I didn't go far. By noon, I was back on the porch, reading a book I had brought. After a while, I got up to grab a snack inside. The moment I stepped through the door, I knew something was wrong. The air inside felt different somehow. Colder, staler. I looked around slowly. Everything looked the same at first glance. Then I noticed that the cabinet under the sink was open a crack. I knew I had closed it that morning after getting out a pan. I walked over and pulled it open. Inside, nothing was missing, but things had been moved around. The soap bottle was tipped over, and the box of matches was sitting on top of a pot instead of on the shelf where I had left it. Someone had been inside. My heart started hammering in my chest. I backed out of the cabin and scanned the clearing. Trees, shadows, nothing else. No footprints in the dirt that I could see. No broken branches. I walked around the cabin, looking for signs. Marks on the door, scratches on the window frames, but there was nothing. Whoever it was had gotten in clean and quiet. I checked the locks again. All fine. No broken latches, no signs of forced entry. That meant they either had a key or they were good at getting in without leaving a trace. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but it was a long drive back to the nearest town, and it would be getting dark soon. Besides, I hadn't seen anyone. Maybe it was some local kid messing around. Maybe it was harmless. I tried to calm myself down, but the feeling of being watched hung heavy in the air. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fire going low and sat up in bed with the lantern beside me. Every creak of the cabin made my skin crawl. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside, footsteps crunching softly in the leaves. They were slow, careful, almost deliberate. I held my breath and listened hard. The steps circled the cabin once, then faded away into the trees. I stayed awake until sunrise. The next morning, I decided I had to figure out what was going on. I wasn't about to sit around waiting for whoever it was to come back. I set a trap. Not anything fancy, just simple stuff. I wedged a few thin sticks in the door frame and balanced them so that if the door opened, they'd fall. I placed a couple of small pebbles on the windowsills, little things that would move if someone tampered with them. Then I packed a day bag and set off hiking, just like normal. I didn't go far this time, only about a half-mile up the slope where I could find a spot overlooking the cabin but stay hidden among the trees. I sat there for hours watching. First, nothing happened. The sun climbed high. The forest stayed quiet except for birds and squirrels. I started thinking maybe I was wrong. Maybe it had all been in my head. I was just about to pack it in when movement caught my eye. Someone was coming down the trail. He wasn't dressed like a hiker. No bright clothes, no gear. Just jeans, a dark jacket, and a baseball cap pulled low. He moved fast and quiet, like he knew exactly where he was going. He came right up to the cabin, paused at the porch, and tried the door. It didn't open, of course. I had locked it tight. He knelt down and fiddled with something at the base of the doorframe. After a minute, he stood up again and looked around carefully. He seemed tense, like he was worried about being seen. Then he pulled something from his jacket, a key, and unlocked the door. My blood ran cold. He stepped inside. I waited, heart pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I wanted to run back to the truck and get the hell out of there, but I stayed put. After about 10 minutes, he came out again, carrying something small. Maybe one of the books I had brought or some other little thing. He tucked it into his jacket, locked the door again, and disappeared back into the woods. I waited another hour before moving. I made my way carefully down to the cabin, checking all around for any signs he might still be nearby. It was empty. I went inside and checked my traps. The sticks by the door had fallen, and the pebbles on the windowsills were gone. I grabbed my stuff and threw it into the truck as fast as I could. I didn't bother packing neatly. I just stuffed everything into the back seat, started the engine, and tore down that dirt road like a bat out of hell. I drove until I hit the nearest town, almost 2 hours away. There, I found the local sheriff's office and reported what had happened. I didn't expect much. The guy hadn't hurt me, hadn't stolen anything big, but I figured it was better to let them know. The deputy I talked to seemed concerned but not surprised. He said there had been a few reports lately of cabins getting broken into out there. Locals figured it was someone living rough in the woods, maybe a squatter, maybe a drifter, someone who knew the area well enough to avoid getting caught. They sent a car up to check it out, but later they told me they didn't find anything. No sign of the guy, no fingerprints, nothing left behind. I didn't go back to the cabin. I booked a cheap motel for the night and caught a flight home the next day. For weeks after, I kept thinking about that man, about how easily he had gotten into the cabin, about how he had a key. Maybe he had found an old spare hidden somewhere outside. Maybe he had copied one from a lockbox, or maybe he was connected to the owner somehow. I didn't know, and I didn't really want to find out. I learned something important during that trip. Out in the wild, when you're truly alone, you're vulnerable in a way you don't feel in the city. There's no one to call for help, no one to hear you if something goes wrong. You can lock your doors, you can build your fires, but if someone wants to get to you badly enough, they can. Next time I need to get away. It started as just another weekend escape. I needed the break from the grind of work, the constant hum of city life, the constant notifications, the endless emails, the never-ending to-do list. I needed peace, a place to breathe. So I found a cabin, tucked away deep in the woods. No neighbors, no distractions, just trees and the quiet hum of nature. Or so I thought. The place was about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. It wasn't some luxury retreat. No, this was a real cabin. The kind you see in old movies. A wooden structure, a sloped roof, and the smell of aged pine when you walked inside. The floors creaked underfoot. The furniture looked as if it hadn't been replaced in decades, worn but still standing. It wasn't a glamorous getaway, but it was perfect for what I needed. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was setting, and the colors in the sky were breathtaking. As I unloaded my bags from the car, I felt a little excitement bubbling up inside me. This would be a chance to reset, to reconnect with nature, to escape the constant buzz of the modern world. I took a deep breath, inhaling the cool, fresh air. The cabin was surrounded by dense trees, pine, oak, and birch. The woods stretched out for miles in every direction. It was the perfect place to get lost in, and I couldn't wait to explore. As night fell, I lit a fire in the cabin's old wood stove, the flames crackling and warming the space. The glow cast flickering shadows across the room. I made some tea and settled into a worn armchair by the window, watching the darkness outside slowly consume the last bits of daylight. Everything felt calm, too calm almost, the kind of stillness that you don't realize you notice until it's gone. But I didn't mind. I was here to embrace the quiet, after all. The only sound was the occasional pop of the firewood. I took it as a sign to rest and enjoy the solitude. That night, as I lay in the bed, wrapped in the warm blanket, I listened to the sounds of the forest. Crickets chirping, the wind rustling through the leaves, the occasional distant hoot of an owl. Felt peaceful, secure. But that was the last peaceful night I would have there. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of birds singing outside. The light filtering through the cabin's small windows painted the room in soft, golden hues. I got up and stretched, feeling the coolness of the wood underfoot. The air outside was crisp, and I could smell the fresh scent of pine as I opened the door to step out. I decided to go for a hike. The area around the cabin looked like it had trails, some worn paths through the woods, some obvious and others barely visible. I grabbed my jacket and a water bottle and set off into the trees. For the first hour, everything seemed perfect. I walked along the trails, occasionally stopping to admire the wildlife or snap a few photos. The sun was higher in the sky now, and the woods were alive with movement. Deer grazing, squirrels darting from tree to tree, birds flitting overhead. It was just as I imagined it, serene and untouched by the chaos of civilization. But after a while, I realized the path I had been following was no longer obvious. The markers on the trees seemed to fade, the trail thinning out, the ground softer, more uneven. I stopped, looked around, and noticed that the woods looked different. The trees felt closer, the underbrush thicker. The silence of the forest had shifted too. The birds were quieter, and the usual hum of nature seemed to have faded away. It was odd, but I shrugged it off. I hadn't gone too far yet. Surely the path would open up again. I decided to push forward, figuring I could loop back around to the cabin after a bit. The quiet was almost oppressive now, and my instincts told me I needed to be careful. But the calm was too inviting. I kept moving deeper into the forest, my boots crunching on the dry leaves. Every so often, I would glance up, scanning the woods for something that didn't belong. I felt watched, but I dismissed the feeling, thinking it was just my imagination. Then, out of nowhere, the sound of something large moving nearby broke the stillness. A twig snapped, followed by a rustling in the brush. My heart rate quickened, and I instinctively stepped off the trail, ducking behind a thick tree. My breath caught as I scanned the area, trying to spot whatever had made the noise. Was it a deer or something larger? I stayed still, my mind racing. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started, and the woods returned to their eerie silence. After a few minutes, I decided to move on, though I was now more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. But the feeling of being watched was growing stronger, and every crack of a twig underfoot seemed amplified. Eventually, I came to a clearing. It was small, just enough space to turn around and head back, but something about it felt off. The trees around the edge of the clearing were arranged almost too perfectly, as if they had been spaced deliberately. I didn't know why, but I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the woods, but there was no one. The clearing was empty. I took a deep breath, trying to shake the feeling of unease. I was overreacting, I told myself. I decided to head back to the cabin. But as I retraced my steps, I couldn't help but notice how quiet the woods had become again. No birds, no rustling animals, no wind in the trees. It was almost oppressive. It took me far longer to find my way back than I expected. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already beginning to dip below the horizon. I was sweaty, my legs aching from the uneven ground. I was also unsettled. That feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. That evening, I decided to keep the fire going a little longer than usual. I didn't want to sit in complete silence. It was too unnerving. The forest felt like it was closing in, pressing against the windows. The shadows outside seemed deeper than normal, darker. I locked the door and windows as a precaution, though I didn't think I needed to. The woods were far too quiet. I decided to turn in early, hoping that the next day would bring the peace I was looking for. But that night, as I lay in bed, sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin seemed louder than normal, the wind outside too howling. It was around midnight when I heard the sound again. A twig snapping, a rustling in the brush outside. But this time it was much closer. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, straining to listen. Then there was a knock, a single, deliberate knock on the cabin door. My body froze. I stayed perfectly still, my breath caught in my chest. My mind scrambled to explain it away. Maybe it was an animal, or another camper, But there was no other cabin nearby, no one else in these woods. I stayed in bed for what felt like an eternity, too terrified to move, to check the door. The silence afterward was more deafening than the knock. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. Eventually, I forced myself to get up. I grabbed a flashlight from the bedside table and quietly crept to the window. I shone the light toward the door, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the pitch-black darkness of the woods stretching out in front of me. I checked the lock on the door, and everything seemed fine. I was being paranoid, I told myself. Just a random sound, maybe an animal brushing against the door. I convinced myself to go back to bed, but sleep didn't come, not for a long time. The next day, I didn't venture too far from the cabin. I walked around the small clearing near the cabin, keeping an eye on the woods, but the whole place felt different now. Felt like the woods were too still, too quiet. The unease didn't leave me, and it only grew stronger as I stayed there longer. It wasn't until I decided to leave that I finally felt a sense of relief. The drive back out of the woods, the road stretching ahead, felt like freedom. It was only after I reached the town that I realized just how much the place had gotten under my skin. I never went back to that cabin. The first time I decided to rent a cabin in the middle of nowhere, I didn't expect things to take the turn they did. It was supposed to be a simple getaway, just a weekend alone, to disconnect from everything. A break from the noise of the city, from my job, from all the pressure that had been building up over the past few months. I found a cabin tucked away in the woods on a rental website, far enough from civilization that I wouldn't have to worry about anyone bothering me. Just nature, fresh air, and silence. The cabin itself was a small, rustic place, no more than one room, with a tiny kitchen, a wood-burning stove, and a loft for sleeping. It was exactly what I wanted. The owner had described it as off the beaten path, and from the photos, it looked cozy, isolated, and peaceful. No neighbors for miles, no distractions, just me and the woods. The drive there was long, several hours through winding country roads that grew narrower the further I went. I started to wonder if I was on the right path, but the GPS was clear. Soon, the pavement gave way to gravel, then to dirt roads that had obviously seen better days. The trees around me grew taller, their branches stretching out like fingers, casting long shadows as the sun began to set. I had checked the forecast, but I still felt a slight unease, the kind that always creeps in when you're venturing out alone. When I arrived, the cabin looked just as it had in the pictures. A simple, weathered building with a front porch that faced a small clearing, surrounded by dense forest. The place was peaceful, still, and quiet. It felt like I was the only person in the world. I unloaded my things and went inside. The air smelled like pine, damp wood, and something else I couldn't quite place. It was a strange smell, but not unpleasant. The inside was exactly what I had expected. Rough-hewn furniture, a small kitchen with all the basics, a wood stove in the corner, and a loft above. There was a small bathroom, but it was so basic it almost didn't seem worth mentioning. Everything was functional but old, worn down by time. I spent the first night settling in, making myself comfortable. I started a fire in the wood stove and cooked a simple dinner. The warmth of the fire and the soft crackling sound helped to relax me. There was no TV, no internet, no phone signal. It was just me and the cabin. I was starting to enjoy the isolation. That night, I fell asleep easily. The quiet of the forest wrapped around me like a blanket. The bed was comfortable, and the sound of the wind outside swaying the trees made me feel at peace. But around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I'm not sure why. I just had a strange feeling that something was off. I lay in bed, wide awake, listening to the silence. Then I heard it, a faint sound in the distance, like something brushing against the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the sound grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't the branches of a tree scraping against the wood. This was something else. I held my breath, straining to hear. The noise came again, something moving along the side of the cabin. I grabbed my flashlight from the bedside table and slowly stood up, careful not to make a sound. I could hear the sound of something or someone scraping against the side of the cabin, moving around it. For a moment, I wondered if it was an animal, a bear maybe, or a raccoon, but the sound was too precise, too deliberate. My mind raced through all the possible explanations. I grabbed the flashlight and cautiously made my way to the door. I knew I shouldn't go outside, but something compelled me to look. I swung the door open slowly, the beam of light from my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The clearing in front of the cabin was empty. Nothing. I stood there, frozen, scanning the darkness, the beam of my flashlight sweeping across the trees, the ground, the cabin's porch. There was no sign of movement. My heart was pounding in my chest. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. I stood there for a few minutes, listening. The sound had stopped. The air outside had grown still again, but the feeling of unease didn't leave me. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little sound, every crack of wood, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept the flashlight within arm's reach, as though somehow that would make me feel safer. But as dawn broke and the sunlight filtered through the trees, the tension in my chest slowly eased. The next day, I told myself it was probably just an animal. Bears were common in the area, and raccoons had a habit of rummaging through things at night. I wasn't about to let one strange noise ruin my trip. I spent the day exploring the woods around the cabin. It was beautiful out there, quiet, untouched, with the only sounds being the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. By the time night fell again, I was feeling more relaxed. I cooked dinner, enjoyed the fire, and let the peacefulness of the cabin settle back in. But the second night was different. Around the same time as the night before, 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time, the air was heavy. It felt colder, even though the fire was still going strong. I sat up in bed and listened. The silence was almost oppressive. And then I heard it again. A noise. Not from the side of the cabin, but from the front porch. Soft, slow footsteps. My heart skipped a beat. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped. Then came a knock, a soft tap on the door. I froze. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I hadn't seen a single soul since I arrived. No one had come by the cabin. It was just me alone. So who the hell was outside at this time of night? I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Should I confront whoever was out there? My mind was racing. I didn't have a phone signal, and even if I did, how would I explain my situation? I'd rented this place as a last-minute getaway, and now it felt like everything was going wrong. The knock came again, louder this time. I slid out of bed, my feet cold against the wooden floor. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously moved toward the door, my hand trembling. The knock came again, followed by a dragging sound on the porch, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. My mind was spinning with possibilities, but none of them made sense. There was no one out here. There couldn't be. I reached for the door handle. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't want to open it, but I had to know. I had to see. I opened the door a crack, just wide enough to peer outside. The porch was empty, but the air had changed, felt colder, heavier. And then I saw it. A set of footprints in the dirt, fresh, deep impressions in the soil, leading away from the cabin. They were big, too big to be from an animal. They looked like they could belong to a man. I stepped back inside quickly, slamming the door shut behind me. My pulse was racing, my hands shaking. What the hell was going on? I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The following morning, I packed my things and left. I didn't care about the cost or the reservation. I just needed to get out of there. The drive back to civilization felt like the longest of my life. The further I got from the cabin, the more my chest began to loosen. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Who had been out there? What did they want? I called the owner of the cabin to let them know what had happened. The person who answered the phone sounded surprised. They hadn't received any complaints, and they assured me that the area was perfectly safe. But the unease I felt never left me. I never went back to that cabin. The truth is, I'll never know who was out there that night. Was it just someone passing through the woods? Or was it something more sinister? I'll never be able to shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something or someone was just waiting for the right moment. I had never been much of an outdoors person, but the idea of getting away from everything for a weekend in a secluded cabin seemed like a good idea at the time. The world felt overwhelming: work, the constant noise of the city, the endless stream of news. A break from it all seemed necessary. I found a cabin listed on a small vacation rental website, nestled deep in the woods. The reviews were decent, the photos showed a cozy interior, and the location was isolated enough to offer the peace I was craving. I had packed up and left, driving for hours before I even saw any signs of civilization. The journey itself had been beautiful in its own way, winding through thick forests, small winding roads, and past hidden streams that reflected the early morning sun. The road to the cabin was unpaved and barely wide enough for my car. I kept driving for what felt like an eternity, my excitement slowly turning into unease as the landscape became more barren and wild. It had been a while since I'd seen any other cars, and I wasn't sure if that was a good sign or a bad one. Eventually, I pulled up to the cabin. The structure itself was small but charming, built from weathered logs that blended perfectly into the surrounding forest. The air was crisp and smelled of pine and earth. It felt peaceful, serene, and distant from the rest of the world. The cabin had no neighbors for miles, and the nearest town was over an hour away, perfect for someone wanting to escape. I unloaded my things and went inside, immediately hit with the smell of wood and dust. The interior wasn't much: a few old pieces of furniture, a small kitchen, a wood-burning stove, and a modest bathroom. There was a loft above with a bed that I assumed would be where I'd sleep. The windows were large, offering stunning views of the forest around. I could already imagine the quiet evenings, the nights with no interruptions. This was the retreat I had been looking for. As I settled in, I took a deep breath and felt a sense of relief. Everything seemed perfect. I threw some logs into the stove and started a fire. The warmth radiated throughout the small space, and the crackling of the flames was oddly soothing. I looked around the cabin, making sure everything was in order, and checked the sliding door that led to a small deck outside. The view was breathtaking. The forest stretched for miles, with no sign of any other humans. It felt as though the world had been shut off, and I was all alone. The first evening was calm. I read a little, enjoyed the fire, and made a simple dinner with canned goods I had brought along. The silence was almost too much at times, but in a way it was a relief. I found myself falling asleep early, the sounds of the forest lulling me into a deep slumber. The next morning, I woke up early to the sound of birds outside and the wind rustling through the trees. I got out of bed and opened the sliding door. The cool morning air hit me immediately. I stepped outside onto the deck and looked around. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft golden glow over the trees. It was breathtaking, quiet, and serene. For a moment, I felt like I had stepped into another world, a world where nothing mattered, where nothing was expected of me. I decided to take a walk through the woods. There was a small trail near the cabin that I thought would be perfect. I grabbed my jacket, slipped on my boots, and set off. The woods were beautiful, the ground soft and damp beneath my feet. I could hear the crunch of leaves and twigs as I walked, and the occasional bird call broke the silence. It was a peaceful, calming walk, with only the sound of nature surrounding me. But as I ventured further, I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on. Maybe it was the sudden absence of bird songs or the way the trees began to grow closer together, making the path seem narrower. Or maybe it was the increasing feeling of isolation. I had seen no one since I arrived, no sign of any other hikers or wildlife, just the steady hum of the woods. But something felt off. I tried to shake off the feeling and continued on. The trail was getting harder to follow, as the ground grew more uneven and thick underbrush started to take over. Eventually, I realized I had wandered off the path. The trees were so dense now that I couldn't see much beyond a few feet. The further I went, the more disoriented I became. The woods around me felt claustrophobic, and I had a sinking feeling in my stomach. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps, but it seemed as though the forest had changed. The once familiar path now felt foreign. I was lost. I tried to stay calm, telling myself that I could just find my way back, that I wasn't far from the cabin, but my confidence was quickly fading. I had no idea which direction I was facing. The forest was eerily quiet. The wind had died down, and the usual sounds of birds had vanished. I stood still for a moment, listening for any sign of life, but all I could hear was the faint rustling of the trees in the distance. Panic started to set in. I walked in what I thought was the right direction, but the woods seemed to stretch endlessly. Every turn I made only led me deeper into the thick undergrowth. After what felt like hours, I finally realized that I was in trouble. I wasn't just lost, I was losing my bearings entirely. I didn't have a phone signal, and I hadn't thought to bring a map. The reality of the situation started to hit me. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, and no one knew where I was. I felt a sudden rush of fear, my heart pounding in my chest. Every crack in the woods, every snap of a twig made me jump. The isolation had taken on a sinister edge. I didn't know how long I had been walking, but I could feel the exhaustion creeping up on me. Just as I was about to give in to the panic, I spotted something in the distance, a break in the trees. I rushed toward it, desperate to find anything familiar. As I got closer, I saw the faint outline of the cabin in the distance. I had made it. I couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over me. When I finally reached the cabin, I slammed the door behind me and locked it, the feeling of safety rushing through me. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily. My heart was still racing, and I realized how close I had come to something much worse. The woods had a way of disorienting you, of making you feel like you were never truly in control. I decided to stay inside for the rest of the day. The sun was starting to set, and the woods outside seemed even more foreboding. I stoked the fire again and sat by it, staring into the flames. I was grateful to be back, but a part of me felt a lingering unease. I knew I couldn't stay cooped up forever, but for the moment, it felt safer to be inside, away from the wilderness. As the night wore on, the cabin grew darker, and the sounds of the forest outside seemed to grow louder. I felt the weight of the isolation, the feeling that I was still a long way from safety. The world outside the cabin was wild, untamed, and unpredictable, and I had learned that the hard way. But for now, I was safe, and that was enough. I needed to get away. That's how it started. Work had been beating me down for months. Long days, endless emails, fake smiles in meetings, and that growing feeling like my chest was getting tighter every day. I wasn't sleeping right. My head hurt more often than not. I'd wake up already tired, stomach twisted up before my feet even hit the floor. I needed out, not just a weekend at home or a night at a friend's. I needed somewhere far, somewhere I could be alone, clear my head, listen to the quiet. A buddy from work, who I didn't even talk to much, mentioned an old cabin his family owned out past Cooper's Ridge. I barely listened at first, but when he offered it, said it was empty, free to use, just needed to grab the keys from his desk, I jumped at it. I didn't ask questions. I didn't even wonder why he was offering something like that to someone he barely knew. I was desperate enough to pack a bag that night. The drive took longer than I thought. Cooper's Ridge wasn't even on most GPS apps anymore. I had to follow a printed map he left taped to the key. It was mostly highway, then smaller cracked roads, then rough gravel that kicked up dust so thick I had to slow down to a crawl. Trees swallowed the road on both sides. Pines packed tight together, branches scraping my car like fingers dragging across metal. By the time I found the turnoff, a dirt trail almost hidden by brush, it was getting dark. I pushed my little car as far as I could, tires slipping a little in the loose dirt. Eventually, the road narrowed too much. I left it parked off the side and walked the last stretch with my backpack slung over one shoulder and a flashlight in hand. The cabin was small. One floor, dark wood, sagging porch with a missing railing. It looked like no one had touched it in years. The windows were dusty, the roof sagged a little, and the whole thing seemed like it leaned slightly downhill. Still, it felt right, quiet, empty. safe. Inside was rough but livable. A wood stove in the corner. An old sagging couch that smelled faintly of mold. A kitchen with empty shelves and a dead mouse curled up in the sink. A narrow hallway leading to a single bedroom and a tiny bathroom with no mirror. I dropped my bag on the couch, opened the windows to air the place out, and made a small fire in the stove using the stack of wood left beside it. The first night passed slow. I cooked a can of soup over the fire, stared at the flames until my eyes hurt, and finally collapsed onto the lumpy mattress with my sleeping bag rolled out on top. The wind outside knocked softly at the walls, but otherwise it was silent. The silence was what I had come for. No cars, no people, no ringing phone. I slept like a stone. The first 2 days were peaceful. I chopped wood, explored a little around the cabin, scribbled thoughts into a notebook I brought, cooked canned food, and sat outside on the porch listening to nothing at all. I found an old shed about 50 yards into the trees. The door hung crooked on its hinges, and it was empty inside except for a rusted wheelbarrow and some broken tools. I didn't go too deep into the woods. I wasn't stupid. Getting lost out there would mean real trouble. There was no cell service, no internet, just me and the woods. But by the third night, things started to feel different. Started small. I woke up to a noise outside. Not wind, not an animal. It was a steady thumping, like something bumping into the porch post again and again. I sat up in the dark, heart hammering. The fire had burned down low. The cabin was freezing cold. I could see my breath in the air. I sat there holding my breath, listening. The thumping stopped after a few minutes. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a branch knocked loose by the wind. I even convinced myself enough to lie back down. But sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning, I found footprints on the porch. Bare feet, no shoes, no boots, just the marks of toes and heels pressed into the thin layer of frost that had formed overnight. They led up to the front door, circled the porch once, and vanished off into the woods. I stared at them for a long time. My brain didn't want to accept what I was seeing. No car had passed, no neighbors nearby. It would take hours to even walk to the nearest gas station. Who the hell was walking barefoot through the woods in the middle of the night? I decided it was nothing. Some drunk hunter, maybe. Someone got lost. I stayed another day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I stepped outside, I felt it. That prickly crawl up the back of my neck, like someone was just out of sight, staring at me from behind the trees. I started carrying the old axe I found propped against the shed whenever I left the cabin. It was rusty, the handle cracked, but it made me feel a little better. That night, the noises came back. Not just thumping this time, scratching. Long, dragging scratches along the outer walls. Slow, deliberate. I sat in the dark with the fire burning low, clutching the axe, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The scratches circled the cabin once, twice, 3 times. Then they stopped. Silence. When the sun came up, I found new footprints. More this time, maybe 2 or 3 sets, all barefoot, all circling the cabin. One set had stood right outside my bedroom window for a long time. The snow was melted slightly there, pressed down deep like someone stood still for hours just watching me. That was the moment I decided I needed to leave. I packed my bag fast, barely thinking. My hands shook. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just stuffed everything into the backpack, slung it over my shoulders, grabbed the axe, and stepped outside. The woods were dead silent, not even birds chirping. I started down the dirt trail toward where I left my car. My boots crunched over the frost. I kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, sure I would see someone step out from behind a tree. But there was no one, just endless woods, endless silence. I walked for what felt like hours. When I finally reached the spot where I left my car, my stomach dropped. It was gone. Not just moved, gone. No tire tracks, no broken glass, no sign it had ever been there. Just empty dirt and a few of my own footprints leading up to nothing. I stood there, axe in hand, breathing so hard my chest hurt. Someone had taken my car. I was stranded. I had 2 options. walk down the gravel road and hope I found help, or go back to the cabin and wait for someone to find me. But walking blind into the woods felt worse. If someone out here wanted me gone badly enough to steal my car, I didn't want to run into them alone on the road. I went back. Every step back to the cabin felt heavier. It was almost dark when I got there. I shoved furniture against the door. I nailed the window shutters shut with rusty nails I found in the shed. I built the fire up as big as I could, kept the axe close, and sat in the corner of the room watching the door. The noises came again that night, louder, banging this time, hands slapping against the walls, something heavy crashing against the door, scratching at the windows, whispers outside, or maybe it was just the wind slipping through the cracks, but it felt too deliberate. I didn't sleep. I sat there all night, gripping the axe until my hands cramped. Morning came, but the fear didn't leave. There were no new footprints this time. Nothing left behind except the memory of the noise. I knew I couldn't last much longer. My food was almost gone. My firewood was low. And sooner or later, whoever was out there would get tired of playing games. I decided to make a run for it. I packed light, just water, a few granola bars, the axe. I set off down the road at first light, jogging at a steady pace. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I followed the gravel path deeper into the woods, hoping it would eventually lead to a highway or a house or anything at all. Hours passed. The woods closed in tighter. The path twisted and forked. I chose directions at random, panic starting to climb higher every minute. Trees towered over me, blotting out the sky. My legs burned. My throat was dry. I kept moving, and then I heard it. Footsteps behind me, fast, heavy. I broke into a sprint. Branches tore at my clothes. Rocks twisted under my boots. I didn't care. I just ran, lungs burning, heart hammering so loud I could barely hear anything else. I don't know how long I ran. When I finally stumbled into a clearing, I collapsed onto my knees, gasping. Ahead of me, a dirt road. Not the same one, a bigger one. Maybe it led somewhere. I forced myself up, stumbled down the road. My vision blurred. I could hear the footsteps still, or maybe it was just my own pounding heart. But I didn't dare look back. After what felt like forever, I saw it. A fence, a mailbox, a house, a real house with lights on inside and a truck parked out front. I staggered to the porch, pounded on the door with the last strength I had. An older man opened it. Flannel shirt, jeans, cautious look on his face. I didn't say a word. I needed a break from everything. Work had been piling up for months, and I hadn't had a real day off in over a year. I was tired all the time, short-tempered, barely sleeping. A friend of mine had mentioned a cabin he rented out deep in the woods, about 4 hours north of where I lived. It was off a dirt road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and thick woods for miles. No cell service, no internet, no neighbors. Just a small old wooden cabin with a front porch and a view of a nearby lake. Sounded perfect. I booked it for a full week. The drive there was long and tiring. After about 2 hours on the highway, I took an exit onto smaller roads. The scenery changed quickly. Fast food restaurants and gas stations gave way to big open fields, then dense forests. The roads narrowed and twisted. Felt like I was leaving the real world behind, piece by piece. The last 30 minutes were on a dirt road filled with potholes. Trees crowded the sides, brushing against my car windows. There were no road signs, no street lights. I had to slow down to a crawl just to avoid blowing a tire. Finally, the cabin appeared ahead, tucked between two large oak trees. It was simple, a dark brown wooden structure with a tin roof. There was a tiny porch with an old rocking chair and a single dusty window facing the front yard. It looked like something built decades ago and only half kept up since. I parked my car just off the road, grabbed my backpack, and walked up to the porch. A metal key was hanging under the railing, just like the owner had said. Inside, it was basic. One main room with a small bed tucked into the corner, a little kitchen area with an ancient fridge and a propane stove, and a wood-burning heater. The floor was creaky old wood planks, stained in places. The walls were bare except for a couple of old black and white photographs of the lake. The only bathroom was a tiny closet-sized room with a toilet that drained into a tank outside and a small sink. No shower. If I wanted to clean up, I'd have to wash in the lake. It was exactly what I needed. Quiet, solitude, no emails, no deadlines. The first few days went by lazily. I slept late, made simple meals, sat on the porch for hours just watching the wind move through the trees. I read an old paperback novel I found on a shelf. I hiked along the lake a few times, careful not to wander too far. Without a map or a phone, I didn't want to get lost out there. It wasn't until the fourth night that things started to feel strange. That evening, it was colder than usual. The wind howled through the trees, and the sky was heavy with thick gray clouds. I stayed inside most of the night, reading near the heater. Around 10 p.m., as I was about to get ready for bed, I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind knocking a branch against the cabin. But the noise was too regular. It wasn't random like tree branches. It was a steady, soft thump. I froze, listening. Came again, slow and deliberate. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like footsteps, heavy ones moving across the front porch. My heart started pounding. I hadn't seen another person in days. The dirt road was rough enough that I would have heard a car if someone drove up. I sat perfectly still, ears straining. The footsteps stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Then came a new sound, something brushing lightly against the window. The window was to my left, maybe 10 feet away. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed at me to stay still. The brushing continued, slow, back and forth across the glass, like fingers, testing. I forced myself to glance sideways. The window was dusty and old, but in the moonlight I could just barely make out a shape. A tall figure, standing still, right at the window. My body locked up with fear. I couldn't make out any details, no face, no features, just the outline of a man. I sat there for what felt like an hour, barely breathing. Eventually, the figure moved away. I heard the heavy steps cross the porch again, then descend onto the dirt. I didn't move. I stayed sitting there, frozen, until the first gray light of dawn started to leak through the trees. When it was finally light enough, I rushed outside. The porch was empty. No footprints, though the ground was so hard-packed it wouldn't have left any. I checked around the cabin. Nothing. Maybe it was a hunter who got lost? Maybe someone thought the cabin was empty? I told myself that over and over, but it didn't sit right. Why would someone just stand there? Why would they brush the window like that? I almost packed up and left right then, but I convinced myself to stay. I didn't want to let fear ruin my break. I was being stupid, I told myself. I needed the rest. I needed the silence. That night, I made sure to lock the door and close the shutters tight. I propped a chair under the door handle too, just in case. The night passed without any noise. I didn't sleep much, but nothing happened. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I kept glancing into the woods, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching. But the trees were empty. The woods were dead silent except for the occasional crow overhead. By late afternoon, I started to relax a little again. Maybe it really had just been a hunter. Maybe they had wandered back to wherever they came from. That night, I built a small fire in the stone ring out back. The owner had left a pile of dry firewood, and I thought sitting by the fire might help me feel normal again. I pulled a chair out and sat there, watching the flames crackle. The woods beyond the firelight were pitch black. The trees formed walls of darkness on all sides. I could barely see past the edge of the fire's glow. As I sat there, I thought I heard something, a soft crunching in the woods. Footsteps again. I stood up, heart racing, peering into the trees. The noise stopped. I strained my ears, but the crackling of the fire made it hard to hear. Then I saw it, a figure, just at the edge of the trees, half hidden behind a trunk. Watching me, I stared, frozen. The figure didn't move. It just stood there perfectly still. I couldn't see any details, just the outline of a man. I backed up slowly toward the cabin, never taking my eyes off the figure. I didn't dare turn my back. Once I reached the door, I fumbled with the lock, slammed it shut, and shoved the chair back under the handle. I turned off all the lights, sat in the dark, listening. Hours passed. Every creak of the old cabin made me flinch. Eventually, sometime deep into the night, I must have dozed off sitting up in the chair. When I woke up, it was morning. The fire outside was dead. The woods looked normal again. But there, in the dirt just outside the porch, I saw it. A single footprint, deep and clear in the soft patch of earth near the step. It was a boot print, big, definitely not mine. I knew then I couldn't stay another night. I grabbed my stuff, tossed it in the car, and took off down the dirt road, tires skidding on the loose gravel. But the nightmare wasn't over. About 20 minutes down the dirt road, I came around a sharp bend and had to slam on the brakes. A tree had fallen across the road. A big one, freshly downed, completely blocked the path. There was no way my little car could drive over or around it. I jumped out to check it. The cut looked weird, too clean, like someone had used a saw, not a storm. I got a sick feeling in my stomach. This wasn't an accident. Someone had cut the tree down to trap me in. I ran back to the car and locked the doors. My mind was spinning. I didn't know what to do. No cell service. No way to call for help. I thought about trying to hike back to the cabin, but the idea of being trapped out in the woods with whoever was out there made my skin crawl. I sat there, sweating, trying to think. Then I saw movement in the trees. A figure, stepping quietly through the woods, parallel to the road. Following me, I threw the car in reverse, backing up wildly down the dirt road. Rocks and branches scraped the sides of the car, but I didn't care. I backed all the way to a tiny clearing I had passed earlier, spun the car around, and started flying back the way I came. I didn't stop, not for anything. I drove for what felt like forever until I finally hit pavement again. I didn't even slow down. I kept driving until I was back in town, back among gas stations and grocery stores and people. Only when I was safely parked in a crowded gas station lot did I let myself breathe. I looked at the car. Deep scratches ran along the sides from the woods. The undercarriage was packed with mud and twigs, but I didn't care. I was alive. I never reported it. What would I even say? That someone had stalked me in the woods? That someone had tried to trap me? I didn't even know who it was. Maybe a crazy local. Maybe a drifter. Maybe just some sick person who got off on scaring people. I didn't go back to the cabin. I didn't tell the owner. I just went home. And for weeks after, I barely slept. Every sound outside my apartment window made me jump. Every creak in the hallway made my heart race. The hike up the mountain had taken longer than I expected. I had planned to make it to the cabin before nightfall, but the sun was already dipping behind the trees when I finally reached the clearing. Sweat stuck my shirt to my back, and my legs ached with the effort of the steep climb. The solitude of the trail had been nice, though, and the fresh air felt good. Still, the thought of being alone in that cabin for a few days was something I had mixed feelings about. It was an old cabin, one I'd rented from a guy I'd found on a cabin rental website. The price was cheap, but there was something off about the listing. The photos seemed a little too staged, too perfect. But I had shrugged it off. Who wouldn't want a cheap, quiet cabin in the woods? When I finally stood in front of the cabin, I wasn't sure what I was expecting. It wasn't the pristine little house I had imagined in my mind, but it wasn't falling apart either. It was rustic, weathered by time and the elements, yet solid enough. A small porch extended out the front, with a couple of chairs that had seen better days. The windows were dark, reflecting the surrounding trees and the gray sky above. The place seemed oddly quiet, too quiet. There were no birds singing, no rustling of leaves in the breeze, just silence. I fumbled with the old wooden door for a minute before it creaked open, revealing the dim interior. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a weak yellow glow across the room. The furniture was sparse. A couch that looked like it hadn't been sat on in years, a wooden coffee table, and a stone fireplace. The air inside smelled of dust and age, like the kind of place that had been forgotten for a long time. After I stepped inside, I locked the door behind me. I didn't know why I did it. There wasn't anyone else around. Still, something about the place made me uneasy. It wasn't that it looked dangerous or anything. It was just that feeling, you know? Like you're being watched, even when you're alone. I set my pack down by the couch and began to explore the cabin. It wasn't very big, just a small living area. A tiny kitchen with an old stove, a bedroom in the back with a single bed, and a bathroom that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The cabin was simple, almost too simple, as if someone had stopped caring about it a long time ago. I figured I would just settle in for the night, cook myself something simple, and enjoy the quiet. After all, that was the whole point of coming here, away from the noise and chaos of daily life. But as I went to the small fridge in the corner, I noticed something strange. It was empty. I hadn't expected it to be stocked with food, but it was completely bare, not even a bottle of water. I tried to shrug it off. No big deal. I could just go back down the mountain tomorrow to pick up some supplies. But then I noticed something else. In the corner of the room, near the fireplace, was a stack of firewood that looked like it had been recently arranged. And next to it, an old chair. It wasn't the kind of chair that would normally be in a cabin like this. It was more like a rocking chair, but it was small, almost child-sized. I walked over to it, my curiosity getting the better of me. The chair was covered in dust, but it didn't look like it had been sitting there for years. It looked recent. Someone had been here. Maybe they were the ones who'd arranged the firewood. The thought made my stomach twist a little. Why would someone else be here? Was I really the only one renting the cabin? I sat down on the couch, trying to shake off the unease that had started to creep in. The quiet was almost deafening. The silence seemed to press in from all sides. I tried to distract myself by unpacking my things and setting up for the night, but every now and then, my eyes would drift back to that rocking chair in the corner. Something about it felt wrong, like it didn't belong there. That night, I tried to sleep, but the sound of the wind outside kept me awake. It howled through the trees, causing the cabin to creak and groan with every gust. I lay in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. I knew it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, someone watching. Around midnight, I finally drifted off to sleep, but I was restless. The dreams came quickly, dark, blurry images of things I couldn't quite make out. Faces, shadows, the sound of footsteps behind me. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, heart pounding. But each time, I'd fall back into a restless sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of a thud. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, closer. I jumped out of bed, my heart racing. The cabin was still silent except for the noise. My mind raced through all the possibilities. A tree branch hitting the side of the cabin, a deer wandering too close to the house, a person, but no, there couldn't be anyone here. I was alone. I had to be. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the window, peering outside. At first, I couldn't see anything, just the dark woods stretching out in all directions. But then I noticed movement, just a flicker, something darting between the trees. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't move from the window for what felt like an eternity. I was waiting for something, waiting to see if whatever it was would come closer. But after a few minutes, the movement stopped. The woods were still again. I tried to shake off the feeling that was gnawing at me. I went into the kitchen to make some breakfast, but my hands shook as I poured water into the kettle. My thoughts kept drifting back to that strange noise and the shadow I'd seen in the trees. There was something wrong with this place, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. As the day wore on, I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. But when nightfall came again, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every little sound sent me on edge. I checked the locks on the door more than once, and I made sure the fire was going strong in the fireplace. I even grabbed a heavy flashlight and kept it beside me on the couch, just in case. I don't know what time it was when I first heard it. The knocking. It was faint at first, almost like it was coming from a distance. But then it grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the front door. I froze, unable to move. Who would be knocking at this hour, out here in the middle of nowhere? I hadn't seen another soul since I'd arrived. The knocking continued, louder now. 3 knocks, then a pause. 3 knocks again, and then silence. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but there was no more sound. I grabbed the flashlight and moved cautiously toward the door. My breath was shallow, my mind racing. I didn't know what to expect. My hand shook as I reached for the door handle. That's when I heard it again. Footsteps. But this time they weren't from outside. They were coming from the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps, as if someone were walking toward me. I didn't know what to do. Should I open the door? Should I run? My heart thudded in my chest as the footsteps grew closer. They were right outside the room now. Suddenly, the door burst open. I didn't even have time to react. There was no one standing there, but I felt the cold air rush in like something had passed through. The feeling of being watched intensified, but there was no one there. Just the empty cabin, the dim light, and the eerie silence. I slammed the door shut and locked it again, but I knew it wouldn't stop whatever was out there. It was clear now, I wasn't alone in this cabin. I stayed up all night, sitting in the corner with my flashlight, listening, waiting, and when the morning finally came, I didn't feel any better. But I packed up my things and left, not looking back. I didn't care about the rental anymore. I just wanted to be away from that place. Whatever was there, it had been waiting for me, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what else it had in store. As I hiked back down the mountain, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But there was nothing, just the sound of the wind in the trees and the crunch of my boots on the trail. By the time I reached the bottom of the mountain, I was exhausted, but I felt safer. The cabin, the strange noises, the feeling of being watched. It all faded into the distance. I would never go back there, but something inside me wondered, if I had stayed longer, would I have ever left? I'd always thought of myself as someone who loved solitude. The hustle and bustle of city life had worn me down over the years. I was a guy who craved peace, quiet, and the calming embrace of nature. So when the opportunity arose for a week-long getaway in a remote cabin, I jumped at it without hesitation. It seemed like the perfect escape. The cabin was situated deep in the woods, far from any roads or towns. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd run into other people unless they were in the exact same situation as I was. The owner had been clear in the instructions. No other guests, no distractions, just pure isolation. I wanted that. I needed that. I had spent hours planning my trip, mapping the area, picking up supplies, and even purchasing a satellite phone, just in case. The roads leading to the cabin were narrow, winding, and poorly maintained, but after a long and bumpy drive, I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was beginning to dip low, casting long shadows over the dense forest. The cabin stood there in the clearing, a simple 2-story structure made of old timber, its weathered exterior blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Inside, the cabin was rustic but cozy. A large stone fireplace took up one entire wall, and the floors were covered in old, but well-maintained wooden planks. It was exactly what I had hoped for: remote, self-sufficient, and peaceful. The perfect place to unwind. I set down my bags, started a fire in the hearth, and spent the evening getting settled in. The first couple of days passed uneventfully. I spent my time hiking the nearby trails, fishing in the lake, and simply enjoying the silence that surrounded me. At night, I would sit by the fire, reading a book or just staring into the flames, lost in thought. The only sounds I ever heard were the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an owl. It was perfect, but on the third night, things began to feel different. It started with a strange noise in the woods. I had been sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, when I heard it. A soft, crunching sound, like something heavy was walking through the underbrush. I sat up, straining my ears, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. It wasn't the usual noises I had heard before. The forest was usually so peaceful at night, and this didn't fit. The noise seemed deliberate, like someone was moving through the woods, carefully avoiding detection. I told myself it was just an animal, Maybe a deer, maybe a bear, but something about it felt wrong. The sound was too steady, too purposeful. It didn't feel like the random movement of wildlife. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I went inside the cabin, locked the door, and pulled the curtains shut. I tried to push the feeling out of my mind, but the noise continued, occasionally pausing and then resuming. My heart began to race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I decided to investigate. I grabbed my hiking boots, a backpack, and my rifle just in case. The forest around the cabin was dense, but the path I had taken earlier in the week was clear. I walked along the trail, scanning the area for any signs of the previous night's disturbances. The deeper I went, the more I noticed subtle changes. Broken branches, footprints in the dirt. The trail wasn't as untraveled as I had originally thought. I came to a small clearing where I had once seen a family of deer. It was here that I found something strange. A set of footprints, fresh in the dirt. But they weren't animal prints. They were human. The tracks were large, deep, and deliberate. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Someone had been walking through these woods, and they had been here recently. Panic crept in, but I tried to push it back. I was alone out here. There was no one else, right? I turned around and made my way back to the cabin, quickening my pace as the weight of the situation began to settle in. That night, the sounds returned. It started just after sundown, a faint crunching from the trees. But this time it was closer, much closer. The firelight flickered as I stood up, heart hammering in my chest. I could hear the steady rhythm of footsteps, unmistakably human. I reached for my rifle, my hands trembling. The sounds stopped, and the silence that followed was suffocating. I stayed up late that night, not daring to sleep. The noise persisted, creeping closer and closer until I could almost hear someone breathing just outside the cabin. My mind raced. Should I call for help? No, I didn't have service out here. I was on my own. I didn't dare go outside to investigate. The night dragged on, and eventually, the sounds ceased, leaving me with nothing but the unsettling feeling that I was no longer alone in the woods. The next morning, I checked the perimeter of the cabin. There were no visible tracks around the door or windows, but something felt off. The air was thick with tension, and every snap of a twig in the distance made me jump. I spent the rest of the day inside, peering out the window every now and then, waiting for any sign of movement. By nightfall, I had convinced myself that I had imagined it all, but the unease never fully left. The following days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and tense days. I was hyper-aware of every sound in the forest, every creak of the wood, every rustling of the leaves. It all felt like a warning. I started noticing more signs of someone else being in the area. Discarded items like a water bottle, a torn piece of fabric caught on a branch. But still, I saw no one. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me, that they were always just out of sight. By the end of the week, I had had enough. I was packed and ready to leave the cabin, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over me. I stepped outside for the final time, my heart pounding in my chest. But as I loaded my bags into the car, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A voice. It was faint, coming from deeper in the woods, but it was unmistakable. It was a man's voice, low and rumbling, like a whisper carried on the wind. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't my imagination. I dropped my bag and ran to the car, slamming the door shut behind me. My hands shook as I fumbled for the keys. I turned the ignition and peeled out of the driveway, my tires kicking up gravel as I raced down the narrow road. I didn't look back. By the time I reached the nearest town, my mind was reeling. I checked into a motel, shaking with the aftereffects of the fear that had gripped me. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't shake the image of that man's voice, of the presence I had felt in the woods. I never went back to that cabin. Years have passed since then, but the memory still haunts me. I don't know who or what was out there, lurking in the woods watching me. All I know is that I was never truly alone, and that knowledge stays with me like a dark shadow, following me wherever I go. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. I had been feeling burned out for months, stuck at my desk every day, barely seeing the sunlight. A friend of mine told me about a small, cheap cabin you could rent way out in the mountains. Nothing fancy, just a place to unplug and relax. I booked it without thinking twice, packed my truck with supplies, and hit the road early on a Friday morning. The drive took longer than I thought it would. Once I got off the main highway, the roads turned narrow and cracked, twisting through thick forests that looked like they hadn't seen a maintenance crew in years. Every so often, I passed a beat-up mailbox leaning sideways, but there weren't many houses, just endless trees and long stretches of nothing. I had printed out directions because the signal on my phone dropped to 0 an hour before I even got close. The last turnoff was easy to miss, just a little dirt road that dipped down into the woods. The truck bounced and jolted over potholes, dry leaves swirling around the tires. After a few miles, the trees opened up a little, and I saw the cabin. It wasn't much. A one-story wooden box with a rusted metal roof, a sagging porch, and a chimney made of uneven stones. The windows were dusty, and the whole place looked like it had been dropped there years ago and forgotten. But I wasn't picky. I just wanted to be alone, to breathe some fresh air, and maybe hike a little. I parked close, grabbed my duffel bag and a couple grocery bags, and went up the 3 creaking steps to the front door. The key was supposed to be hidden under a flower pot, but when I bent down, I found a cracked plastic cup instead. Inside was the key, rusted and cold. I shoved it into the lock, twisted, and after some fighting, the door scraped open. Inside smelled like damp wood and old dust. The floor was uneven. The walls were bare except for a few crooked picture frames. A little couch sagged in the middle, a tiny kitchen sat off to one side, and a wood stove squatted in the corner. There was a bedroom with a narrow bed and a bathroom that smelled faintly of mildew. It wasn't cozy, but it would do. I spent the first hour unpacking, sweeping dead bugs out of the corners, and opening the windows to air the place out. Then I stacked some wood by the stove and cracked open a can of soup for dinner. By the time the sun dipped behind the trees, I was exhausted. I set up my sleeping bag on top of the lumpy mattress and crawled in. I thought it would be hard to fall asleep with all the unfamiliar creaks and groans of the old place, but the tiredness pulled me under fast. The first night passed without anything weird happening. I woke up once or twice, hearing the wind rattle the loose window frames, but nothing more. In the morning, I made coffee on the old propane stove, laced up my boots, and set off for a hike. There was a trail behind the cabin, barely marked, just a trampled path through the woods. I followed it for hours, breathing in the smell of pine and wet earth. Out there, alone with the sound of my boots crunching leaves and the far-off cry of birds, I started to relax. It felt good to be away from everything. No emails, no meetings, no noise. When I got back to the cabin that afternoon, though, something felt different. At first, I thought maybe it was just me being jumpy, worn out from the hike. But when I stepped onto the porch, I noticed the front door wasn't closed all the way. It hung open an inch or two, swaying a little in the breeze. I was sure I had shut it. I remembered wrestling with the stiff door, even leaning into it to make sure it latched. I stood there for a long moment, heart thudding. The woods behind me were dead quiet. Maybe it had blown open, maybe the latch didn't catch right. I told myself it was nothing, stepped inside, and quickly checked around. Nothing seemed out of place. My bag was still on the couch. The little tin of coffee sat on the counter. The windows were still open from the morning, curtains fluttering. Still, a cold feeling settled in my stomach. I made sure to slam the door hard when I closed it this time, jamming a chair under the handle just in case. I told myself I was being stupid, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night, I barely slept. Every time a branch scraped the roof or the floorboards popped, I jerked awake, heart pounding. The next morning was gray and damp. I stayed inside, reading an old paperback I found on a shelf, drinking bad instant coffee, and listening to the rain drip off the trees. Around midday, I decided to try hiking again, just to get out of the cabin. I packed a little bag with a bottle of water, a granola bar, and a flashlight just in case. I set off down the trail, following the muddy path deeper into the woods. I walked for maybe an hour before I realized the path was starting to fade. The trees pressed in closer, and the underbrush got thicker. I should have turned back, but I was stubborn. I pushed forward, thinking maybe the trail would open up again. That's when I found it. In a little clearing, half hidden by fallen branches, there was another cabin. This one was in worse shape than mine. The roof had partially caved in, and the windows were shattered. Moss covered the walls, and a big tree had fallen across one corner. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years. Still, something about it made me uneasy. I edged closer, peering inside. The place was empty except for a few broken chairs and what looked like an old wood stove, rusted through. I didn't go in. I didn't even step onto the porch. I just stood there for a minute, staring, before turning around and heading back. The trail seemed different on the way back, twisting the wrong way, crossing itself. I started to feel like I was going in circles. The trees all looked the same, and the rain had washed away any footprints. Panic started to creep in. My heart hammered against my ribs. I forced myself to slow down, to think. I knew the general direction I had come from. If I kept moving that way, I'd hit the road or the cabin eventually. After what felt like hours, I stumbled out of the trees into the clearing where my cabin stood. Relief flooded me, but it didn't last long. The front door was wide open again, and there were footprints in the mud. Not mine. They were bigger, heavier, and they led straight into the cabin. I froze, every muscle in my body screaming at me to run. But where would I go? I didn't even have cell service. The nearest town was probably an hour's drive down a road that barely qualified as a road. I crept closer, heart hammering. The interior of the cabin looked the same, at least from the doorway. My stuff was still there, but the footprints went straight inside. I backed away, scanning the woods around me. Every shadow looked suspicious. Every branch looked like it was hiding someone. Finally, I forced myself to go in, grabbing the biggest knife I had brought from the little kitchen drawer. I checked the bedroom. Empty. I checked the bathroom. Empty. But when I looked closer, I saw it. A smear of mud on the floor, leading toward the bedroom closet. I hadn't even opened that closet since arriving. Holding my breath, I yanked the door open. Empty. Just a few old coats hanging from a rod. The smell of damp was strong enough to make my eyes water. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I decided right then, I was leaving. I didn't care if it meant driving through the night. I grabbed my bag, shoved everything I could into it, and ran for the truck. The keys were in the ignition where I had left them. I jumped in, slammed the door, and twisted the key. Nothing. The engine clicked, then died. I tried again, frantic. Nothing. The battery was dead. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, feeling pure panic flood me. I couldn't stay here, not with someone or something lurking around. I locked the doors and thought fast. Maybe I could hike out to the main road, flag down a car. It would be a long walk, but I could do it. I stuffed a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a granola bar into my jacket pockets and set off. The woods closed around me fast. The trail barely existed now, just wet leaves and slippery mud. Every crack of a branch, every snap of twigs, made me spin around, heart hammering. Several times, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a tree, the flash of a figure in the underbrush. I pushed forward, walking faster. The rain started again, a cold, steady drizzle that soaked through my jacket. My boots squelched in the mud. After what felt like hours, the light started to fade. The woods grew darker, more twisted. I hadn't reached the road yet, and I realized I was lost. I sat down on a rock, head between my knees, trying not to panic. I still had the flashlight. I still had water. I would make it. I stood up, picked a direction, and started walking again. Night fell fast under the thick trees. I clicked on the flashlight, the beam barely cutting through the dark. Every sound was amplified, the drip of rain, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of some animal. I stumbled and fell more times than I could count. My hands were scraped, my knees bruised, but I kept moving. Hours later, I've always enjoyed the quiet, the peace that comes with being alone in nature. A cabin in the woods, miles away from civilization, had seemed like the perfect way to escape the noise and stress of daily life. It was just supposed to be a weekend trip, a way to disconnect, clear my head, and relax. But looking back, I realize now that the cabin was the beginning of something that would haunt me long after I left. The cabin itself wasn't much. It was small, made of rough-hewn logs with a weathered roof that looked like it had seen its fair share of storms. The windows were old, a little warped, and the porch creaked underfoot when I stepped onto it. But it was exactly what I was looking for, a place to retreat into solitude, to disconnect from everything. I arrived in the late afternoon, with the sun hanging low in the sky, casting a soft orange glow over the trees. The drive had been long, the road leading up to the cabin winding and barely wide enough for my car. The trees on either side of the road were thick, their branches so dense that little light filtered through. It felt like the world had closed in around me, and for a moment, I hesitated. But then I remembered why I was here. I unloaded my gear, locked my car, and made my way inside. The air in the cabin was musty, filled with the scent of wood and earth. It was the kind of smell that reminded you how far you were from everything else, like you had stepped into another world. The place was rustic, with old furniture that creaked and groaned as I sat on it, but it was comfortable enough. I lit a fire in the small stone fireplace and settled in, the crackling of the wood a comforting background sound. That night, as the darkness settled around me, I realized just how quiet it was, the kind of quiet that's almost unnatural. I'd heard about how isolated the cabin was when I made the reservation, but I hadn't really understood until now. No traffic, no people, not even the sound of animals. Just the wind moving through the trees, distant and soft. I spent the evening reading and enjoying the solitude. But as the hours passed, I started to feel something uneasy. It was like I was being watched, but every time I turned around, there was nothing there. Just the empty cabin, the flickering firelight, and the shadows dancing on the walls. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. But the feeling wouldn't go away. And as the night deepened, I noticed something else. The silence wasn't complete. There was a faint, rhythmic tapping sound coming from somewhere outside. It wasn't loud, but it was there, just enough to catch my attention. I stood up from the chair and walked over to the window, pushing aside the heavy curtains. At first, I didn't see anything. The yard was dark, the trees looming like dark sentinels. But then, for a brief moment, I saw it. A shadow moving between the trees, just on the edge of the cabin's light. I froze. My heart rate spiked. It was the kind of moment where you want to believe your eyes are deceiving you, but deep down, you know they're not. The shadow didn't seem to have a definite shape, just something moving, blending into the darkness of the woods. It was too far for me to make out any details, but it was moving steadily, methodically. I pulled back from the window and sat back down, my nerves getting the best of me. Maybe it was just an animal, a deer or some other creature, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. There was something deliberate about the way it moved, something human about it. I decided to get some sleep, but sleep didn't come easy. The tapping sound outside continued, and I found myself straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. It wasn't until well past midnight that the tapping finally stopped. I had drifted into a light sleep by then, the fire burning low in the hearth, but I didn't feel safe. I kept waking up, checking the windows, making sure nothing had changed. Around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud bang. It sounded like something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. I shot up in bed, heart racing. I waited, listening, but there was no follow-up sound, just silence. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and made my way to the door. My hand was shaking as I turned the knob. The porch was dark, the light from the cabin barely reaching the steps. I stepped outside, shining the beam of the flashlight around the yard. Nothing. I circled the cabin, checking every corner, my pulse racing. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but there was nothing. No signs of anyone, no animal tracks, just the dark, empty woods surrounding me. The silence pressed in again, but now it felt different, heavier, more suffocating. I locked the door behind me and went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of the cabin, every groan of the wood felt like something was wrong. I was alone, isolated in the middle of nowhere, and for the first time, I realized just how vulnerable I was. The next morning, the sun came up slowly, filtering through the trees and spilling light into the cabin. The tapping sound from the night before was gone, and the woods outside seemed peaceful again. But the sense of unease lingered. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I wasn't alone. It was the feeling that someone or something was out there, just beyond the edge of my vision, watching me. I spent the day walking around the area, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I hiked along a nearby trail, hoping that getting some distance from the cabin would clear my head. But the more I walked, the more I felt that strange sensation of eyes on my back. When I returned to the cabin that afternoon, I noticed something. The back door was ajar. I was certain I had locked it before I left. I cautiously stepped inside, my heart racing. The place seemed off. The air was thick, charged with something I couldn't place. I walked through the cabin, checking every room, but everything seemed in order. Still, the sense of unease was growing. Something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. I spent the rest of the day indoors, trying to keep myself busy. I read, I made some tea, and I tried to ignore the ever-present feeling that I was being watched. As the sun began to set, I heard the tapping sound again. Faint at first, then growing louder. This time, it was coming from the back of the cabin, from the direction of the woods. I went to the window and peered out. There was no movement, nothing unusual, but the tapping continued, now accompanied by a faint rustling sound, like someone or something was moving through the brush just beyond the cabin. I decided to call the authorities just to be safe. It wasn't something I would normally do, but I felt like I had no other option. But when I tried to make the call, I realized that my phone had no signal. Of course, there wouldn't be any reception out here, but in that moment, it felt like the last bit of contact with the outside world had been cut off. I was completely alone. I sat in the cabin, the sound of the tapping growing louder, more insistent. It was as if whatever was out there was trying to get my attention, trying to lure me outside. The wind howled through the trees, and I thought I saw movement just beyond the window, a shadow darting between the trunks. I took a deep breath and grabbed the flashlight. I wasn't going to sit here, trapped in this cabin, wondering if someone or something was out there. I stepped outside, the cold air hitting me hard. My breath came out in a cloud, but I didn't let it distract me. The tapping was louder now, almost like it was coming from directly behind the cabin. I slowly made my way around the back, shining the flashlight into the darkness. The beam danced over the trees, but there was nothing, just the usual quiet of the woods. But then I saw it, a glint of metal reflecting in the light, a small, rusty knife lying on the ground, just a few feet away from the cabin. My stomach dropped. There was no way it had been there before. I had checked this area earlier, and it hadn't been there then. I crouched down, my hand trembling as I reached for the knife. It was old, but still sharp. Someone had been here, and they had left it behind on purpose. I stood up quickly, my mind racing. There was no more denying it. Someone had been watching me. Someone was out here, and I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. The tapping started again, but this time, it was coming from the woods in front of me. A steady, rhythmic sound, like footsteps in the leaves. I backed up slowly toward the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. I needed to get inside, lock the door, and figure out what to do next. But the tapping grew louder, closer. It was like the person, or whatever it was closing in on me. I didn't wait any longer. I ran for the door, flinging it open and slamming it shut behind me. I locked it quickly and pressed my back against it, trying to calm my breathing. The tapping stopped. The silence returned, but it was different now. It felt heavier, more oppressive, like something was waiting, watching, just beyond the walls of the cabin. I needed to get away for a while. Life back home had gotten too noisy, too complicated. Bills were piling up, my phone wouldn't stop buzzing, and the walls of my small apartment felt like they were closing in. A friend of mine mentioned an old family cabin deep in the woods near Arrowhead Lake that I could use. It was empty most of the year, and nobody would bother me. That sounded perfect. I packed up my old SUV with the basics: cans of soup, bottled water, a couple of old blankets, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and my hunting knife. I wasn't planning on doing anything crazy. I just wanted a few days of peace, maybe some reading, some hiking, sitting outside by the trees. The drive out there was long. Once I got past the main highway, I had to follow a twisting dirt road for almost an hour. My tires kicked up dust clouds that hung behind me in the late afternoon sun. There weren't any houses out there. No signs, just endless trees, hills, and rocky ground. I had the windows down, and the air smelled like pine and earth. Felt good. I found the cabin tucked away in a small clearing. It was old but solid. The walls were dark from years of rain and sun. The roof sagged a little on one side, and there was a stack of firewood next to the front door. A wooden porch wrapped around the front, and there was a single rocking chair sitting there, like somebody had left it behind. Inside, it was simple. One main room with a bed, a table, a couple of chairs, and a small wood stove in the corner. There was a separate little kitchen area with a rusty sink and a beat-up old fridge. No TV, no radio, no Wi-Fi. That was fine. I wanted quiet. The first night was peaceful. I built a small fire in the stove, cooked some soup, and sat on the porch watching the stars come out. It was so quiet out there I could hear my own breathing. Around midnight, I climbed into bed and slept better than I had in months. The second day, I hiked around the woods. The trees were thick and close together. Moss hung from the branches, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. I found a little stream about half a mile from the cabin, with water so clear I could see the stones on the bottom. There weren't any trails, just wild, untouched forest. I loved it. That night, though, something felt different. I was sitting on the porch again, staring up at the stars, when I heard a noise off in the trees. It was faint at first, just a rustling, like an animal moving through the underbrush. I didn't think much of it. There were probably deer, raccoons, or maybe even a bear around. Still, I found myself sitting up straighter, listening. The sound didn't go away. It got closer. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees, a shadow against the darker background. It was too far to see clearly. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. It was probably nothing. I went back inside and locked the door. The door was solid wood with a simple metal latch. I checked the windows too, making sure they were shut tight. After that, I sat by the stove for a while, poking at the fire and trying to read one of the paperbacks I brought. But I couldn't focus. The sound outside continued. Sometimes it was faint. Other times, it sounded like something brushing up against the walls of the cabin. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined footsteps outside. I kept thinking about the shadow I saw. I gripped my knife under the blankets, heart pounding, until morning finally came. The next day, I told myself I was being stupid. Maybe I wasn't used to how loud the forest could be at night. I went down to the stream again, filled my water bottles, and sat by the water for a while trying to clear my head. I stayed out until the sun started to go down, even though a part of me didn't want to go back to the cabin. When I got back, the door was open. I froze. I was sure I had locked it. I remembered checking the latch before I left. I even tested it by pulling on the handle. It had been secure. I stood there for a long time, staring at the open door. My stomach twisted. It didn't make sense. I scanned the clearing. No tracks in the dirt. No sign of anyone around. I called out, even though I knew nobody would answer. After a while, I forced myself to step inside. I held the knife in one hand, heart hammering. The cabin looked the same, mostly, but something was off. The blankets on the bed were rumpled like somebody had been lying there. One of the kitchen drawers was open. A can of soup was sitting on the table, even though I knew I hadn't taken it out. I checked the whole cabin. under the bed, inside the little bathroom, even inside the closet where the old cleaning supplies were kept. Nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that somebody had been, or still was, inside with me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the door with the knife in my lap, listening. I kept thinking about what could have happened if I had come back a little earlier, or a little later. What if whoever had been inside was still close by, hiding in the trees, watching me? At around 2 in the morning, I heard something. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy. They creaked the old wood under their weight. I didn't move. I held my breath, heart slamming against my ribs. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I thought about running, but where would I go? It was miles to the main road. I didn't even know exactly which direction the road was in the dark. For what felt like hours, nothing happened. I stayed frozen, gripping the knife so tightly my hand ached. Eventually, light started to creep in through the windows. Morning. When I finally got the nerve to move, I opened the door a crack and looked outside. The clearing was empty, but there, in the dirt, were footprints. Bare footprints. They led from the woods to the porch, and back into the woods. I decided right then I wasn't staying another night. I packed up fast, stuffing everything into the SUV without caring if it got organized. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just wanted to get out. The dirt road was rough, but I drove as fast as I could without crashing. Every time the trees shifted in the breeze, I flinched. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, chasing me down the road. It took me almost an hour to reach the main highway. When I did, I didn't stop. I drove straight through to the next town and checked into the first motel I found. I sat on the motel bed for a long time, just breathing, trying to make sense of everything. I kept replaying the last night in my head. The noises, the open door, the footprints. It all felt too real to be some kind of prank. I thought about calling the police, but what could I tell them? Somebody walked around my cabin in the woods? There was no real proof. Nobody hurt me. Nothing was stolen. For the next few days, I couldn't sleep properly. Every little noise made me jump. I kept checking the locks on the motel door, pulling back the curtains to check the parking lot. After a week, I went back home. Life slowly returned to normal, but I never really felt the same after that. I realized how vulnerable I had been out there, how quickly things could have gone wrong. Later, when I told my friend about what happened, he just laughed it off. Probably some drifter, he said. They pass through the woods sometimes. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was just some homeless guy looking for shelter or food. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The way whoever it was moved, how quiet they were, how they seemed to know exactly when to come and go. It didn't feel random. I never went back to Arrowhead Cabin. Sometimes, late at night, when the world gets quiet and still, I think about those bare footprints leading back into the trees. About how whoever it was didn't seem scared of me at all. I still don't know if they were watching me from the woods that morning when I drove away. I just know they're still out there. I had been looking forward to that weekend for months. I had finally booked a few days off work, packed my gear, and rented a small, remote cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. It was meant to be a simple escape from everything. No phones, no work emails, no people. Just me, a stack of paperbacks, a fishing rod, and quiet. The cabin itself was about an hour's drive off the main highway, way down a dirt road that wasn't much more than 2 ruts through the trees. When I first pulled up, it didn't look like much. Small, 1-story, weathered gray wood, a rusted metal roof, and a little porch sagging toward the ground. But it was exactly what I wanted. Quiet. I got there around 3 in the afternoon. The sun was still up, but it was dipping lower behind the trees, and long shadows were starting to creep across the clearing where the cabin sat. I unlocked the front door with the key the owner had mailed me and stepped inside. It smelled old, dusty wood, stale air but not rotten. Inside was basic but clean. One small living room with a couch and a wood stove, a kitchenette with an old gas range and a battered refrigerator, and a tiny bedroom with a metal frame bed covered by a scratchy-looking quilt. The bathroom was little more than a closet with a sink, a toilet, and a shower stall that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. But the water ran clear, and the lights worked when I flipped the switch. I spent the first hour unloading my stuff: food, books, a flashlight, a first aid kit, fishing gear, and a couple knives just in case. I wasn't expecting trouble, but you never know. I stacked my firewood on the porch and double-checked that the propane tank behind the cabin was full. By the time I finished, the sun was almost down. The woods were getting darker fast. I made myself a quick dinner, canned chili heated up on the stove, then sat out on the porch to eat it, listening to the woods settle into nighttime. There were no neighbors, no cars, no sounds except for crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl somewhere deep in the trees. It was the kind of silence that gets under your skin after a while, so complete it almost feels like pressure in your ears. I loved it. That first night passed without anything strange happening. I slept lightly, like I always do in unfamiliar places, but I didn't hear anything except the wind moving through the trees. The next morning, I got up early, made coffee on the stove, and headed down to the river about half a mile through the woods to try some fishing. It was a good day, sunny but cool, the river moving slow and clear. I caught a few trout and brought them back to the cabin for dinner. That second evening, as the light started fading, I noticed something a little odd. While I was cleaning the fish on a tree stump out back, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, way out near the edge of the woods. I looked up, expecting maybe a deer, but there was nothing there, just trees and long shadows. I figured it was just my mind playing tricks. Shadows shifting, a branch moving in the breeze, normal forest stuff. Still, the feeling stuck with me longer than it should have. Even after I went back inside and started frying the fish, I kept glancing out the kitchen window. Part of me knew I was being stupid. Part of me didn't care. That night, after dinner, I decided to build a small fire in the fire pit out front and sit by it for a while. I brought a flashlight and my hunting knife, because the last thing I wanted was to surprise a raccoon or something in the dark. The fire burned low and crackled, sending little sparks up into the black sky. I sat on a stump by the fire, drinking a beer, staring into the flames. The woods beyond the circle of firelight were pitch black. I couldn't see anything past maybe 10 feet. I could hear things, though, the normal sounds of the forest at night. Crickets, frogs, the wind. Maybe an hour in, I heard something different. It was soft, almost too soft to notice, but it was there. A faint crunch like footsteps on dry leaves. I froze. I strained my ears, trying to separate the sound from the background noise. At first, I thought maybe it was just an animal, a raccoon, a possum. But the longer I sat there, the more it started to sound deliberate. Not the random, scuffling movement of an animal, but the careful, slow steps of something trying not to be heard. I pointed the flashlight toward the trees and clicked it on. A beam of white light cut into the darkness, lighting up the trees in a narrow cone. I didn't see anything. I swept it slowly back and forth, feeling like an idiot, but also feeling my skin crawl. Nothing. Eventually, I turned the flashlight off and threw another log on the fire. I told myself that whatever it was gone now. Maybe a fox that ran off when it saw the light. Still, I didn't stay out much longer. I went inside, locked the door, checked the windows, and pulled the curtains shut. That night, I had a harder time sleeping. Every little sound outside made me sit up and listen. At one point, I thought I heard something brush against the side of the cabin. Maybe a branch, maybe something else. I got up, looked outside, didn't see anything, and went back to bed. I told myself I was just being paranoid. The next morning, I found footprints. Not animal tracks, boot prints. Human. They were faint, but they were there, in the soft dirt around the back of the cabin, near the tree stump where I'd cleaned the fish. I hadn't noticed them yesterday, and the rain from 2 days ago would have washed out anything older than that. These were fresh, probably from last night. They weren't mine. My boots had a different tread pattern. For the first time, I felt real fear tighten in my gut. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, looking for more signs. I found a few broken twigs and some scuffed spots in the leaves, like someone had been circling the clearing, watching. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but I didn't. I told myself it was probably just a hunter who got turned around, or some local kids messing around. Nothing serious. I had come out here for solitude, and I wasn't about to scare myself into leaving over some footprints. Still, I changed a few things. I started keeping my hunting knife on me at all times, even inside. I blocked the front door with a heavy chair. I kept the flashlight and my keys on the nightstand next to the bed, just in case. The day passed quietly. I fished again, read a little, made some food. Every so often, I'd stop what I was doing and just listen, feeling like someone was watching me from the trees. That night, I didn't bother with a fire. I stayed inside, kept the lights low, and made sure all the curtains were shut tight. I sat on the couch with my knife and flashlight, trying to read but not really absorbing the words. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps outside. Soft, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. My heart started pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I turned off the one lamp I had on and sat there in the dark, listening. The footsteps moved from the front porch to the side of the cabin. I heard a creak, like someone putting weight on one of the porch boards, then a soft scrape, like a hand sliding across the siding. I thought about calling for help, but there was no cell service this far out. I was on my own. The footsteps circled around to the back. I moved as quietly as I could to the bedroom window, peeled back the curtain just an inch and looked out. First, I didn't see anything, just the faint outline of the trees against the darker sky. Then I caught a glimpse of someone, standing just at the edge of the clearing. A dark shape, almost blending into the trees, completely still. They were watching the cabin, watching me. I dropped the curtain and backed away from the window, heart hammering so loud in my ears it drowned out everything else. For hours, I sat there, knife in hand, flashlight ready, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Eventually, as dawn started to lighten the sky, I dared to peek out again. The figure was gone. When full daylight came, I went outside to check. No sign of anyone, no new footprints, no marks on the cabin. It was like it had never happened. But I knew what I saw. I packed up that morning. I threw all my gear back in the truck in record time. I didn't even stop for breakfast. I just wanted to be gone. Driving back down that dirt road, every shadow between the trees looked like a person. Every shape looked like someone following me. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the road behind me. When I finally hit the highway and got back into town, I pulled into the first gas station I found, sat there in the parking lot, and just breathed for a few minutes, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I never reported it. I didn't see the point. What would I tell the police? That someone stood in the woods and looked at me? That someone walked around the cabin at night? There was no crime, no real evidence, just fear. But I never went back to that cabin. In fact, I never rented another remote place like that again. I still camp sometimes, but always at campgrounds, always with other people around. Because out there, alone in the woods, you're not always alone. And sometimes the things watching you aren't animals. They aren't supernatural either. They're just people, quiet, patient, and hidden, waiting for God knows what. And that's a hell of a lot scarier than any ghost. I needed a break from everything. I had been working for 2 years straight without any real time off, bouncing from job to job, saving as much money as I could. My mind was heavy and foggy all the time. I was tired of the noise, the pressure, the endless city streets that started to all look the same. I decided that what I needed was some time away, somewhere far where there was no Wi-Fi, no crowds, no sounds but the ones I was supposed to hear. The trees, the wind, the creaking of old wood. I booked a cabin deep in the mountains of northern Montana. It was supposed to be isolated, simple, and safe. I drove up from the city one early morning in late September. The air was already getting colder. It was cloudy when I left, but by the time I was halfway there, the clouds had thickened and the sky was heavy and gray. The road twisted through endless forests, winding tighter and tighter the higher I went. The GPS barely worked out there, flickering on and off. I had printed directions just in case. I had packed food, water, a camping stove, a thick sleeping bag, and even a basic first aid kit. I was prepared, or so I thought. The directions told me to turn off the main road onto an old logging trail. The trail was rough, filled with potholes and scattered rocks. The trees pressed in close on both sides, scraping the sides of my truck. I drove for what felt like forever, every bump rattling my teeth, until finally I saw it. A small cabin tucked into a clearing surrounded by dark pine trees. It was made of thick logs, weathered gray over time, with a pitched roof and a single front porch. It looked even smaller in person than in the photos. There was nobody around. No tire tracks, no footprints. Just the cabin and the woods pressing in from every direction. I parked in the clearing and grabbed my duffel bag. The key was supposed to be under a loose stone by the door. I found it easily, brushed the dirt off it, and went inside. It was simple inside. One big room with a small kitchen area, a fireplace, a table, and a narrow bed tucked into the corner. There was no bathroom inside, just a detached outhouse about 50 yards away in the trees. The windows were small and covered with old curtains. Smelled like old wood and dust. I set my bag down and walked through the place slowly, trying to let the peace of it soak into me. I wasn't used to the silence yet. It felt too thick, almost loud in its own way. I unpacked my gear, setting up the little stove and checking the supplies I had brought. The cabin had no electricity, just a few old oil lamps and a box of matches. I felt good, though. I was finally away from everything. The first night passed quietly. I built a small fire in the fireplace, cooked a can of soup on the stove, and sat at the table writing in a journal I had brought. It got dark very fast, the woods swallowing the little bit of light left after sunset. The wind picked up outside, making the trees creak and sway. It was a little unnerving being out there alone, but I told myself it was just because I wasn't used to it yet. I double-checked that the door was locked before going to bed. I slept light that night. Every little noise woke me up. I kept hearing the wind, the creak of branches, the occasional thump of something falling from a tree. Once or twice, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but I told myself it was just animals, maybe deer or raccoons. I stayed under the thick blankets, listening, heart pounding, until I drifted back to sleep. The next day, I explored the woods around the cabin. I didn't go too far, just enough to get a feel for the place. The trees were thick and close together. The ground was covered in a heavy layer of dead leaves and pine needles. It was beautiful but easy to get turned around if you weren't careful. I marked my path with little piles of stones as I walked so I could find my way back. In the afternoon, I chopped some firewood from a small pile of dead branches I found. The work felt good, burning some of my nervous energy away. I wanted to stay ahead of the cold nights. By evening, I was tired but relaxed. I cooked a bigger meal, sat by the fire, and read an old paperback I found on a shelf. It almost felt normal, but later that night something changed. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a noise. It wasn't the wind this time. It was a scraping sound, like something dragging across wood. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I listened carefully, holding my breath. The sound came again. Slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their hand across the outside wall of the cabin. I froze. Every instinct in me screamed to stay still, to stay quiet. The scraping moved around the cabin, slow and steady. I remembered I had locked the door. I forced myself to believe it was an animal. Maybe a bear rubbing against the cabin, or a raccoon looking for food. After what felt like forever, the sound stopped. I stayed awake until the sky started to lighten, staring at the door. In the morning, I checked around outside. There were no tracks, no scratches on the wood, nothing. It didn't make sense, but I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I had dreamed it. Maybe the wind had made something rub against the wall. Still, I kept the hatchet with me the rest of the day, even inside. The third day was colder. The wind picked up even more, and low clouds pressed down on the mountains. I stayed close to the cabin, chopping more wood, boiling water for coffee, trying to keep busy. But I kept feeling like I was being watched. Every time I looked out one of the little windows, I expected to see something standing there. I told myself it was nerves, isolation playing tricks on me. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and chairs. It made me feel a little better. I built a bigger fire and slept with the hatchet by the bed. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of the front door creaking. I shot up, heart hammering so hard it made my ears ring. The table and chairs were still against the door, but the sound was real. A slow, heavy creak, like weight being put against it. Then there was a low, steady thump against the wood, like someone pressing their forehead or a shoulder against it. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I sat there in the dark, staring at the door. The thumping stopped after a few minutes. I heard soft footsteps moving away from the cabin. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The first light, I packed my things. I was done. I didn't care if it made me look crazy. I needed to leave. When I stepped outside, I saw it. There were footprints in the dirt. Bare feet, big, too big to be mine. They circled the cabin, wandered back and forth, and then disappeared into the woods. My stomach dropped. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. I threw my gear into the truck as fast as I could. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and turned the key. Nothing happened. The truck wouldn't start. I tried again and again. Just a sick grinding noise. It was dead. I was stranded. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, shaking. I could hike out, but it was miles back to the main road, through thick woods. No phone signal, and whatever had been out there at night might still be out there. I decided to wait until full daylight, thinking it would be safer. I went back into the cabin, rebarricaded the door, and sat by the fire with the hatchet in my lap. Every sound outside made me flinch. Hours passed. The clouds thickened. By noon, it started to snow, light at first, then harder. The world outside turned white and blurry. The forest disappeared behind a wall of falling snow. Now I was really stuck. I rationed my food and water carefully. I stayed awake most of the night again, listening, waiting. Nothing came that night. But the next morning, I found something new. A bundle of sticks, tied together with what looked like old twine, sitting right outside the door. It hadn't been there the night before. I didn't touch it. I didn't even open the door fully. I just stared at it through a crack. It wasn't an accident. Somebody put it there. Somebody who knew I was here. I spent the day trying to think of a plan. Hiking out was even more dangerous now. The snow was deep and still falling. I could get lost easily. But staying meant waiting for whoever was out there to do something worse. That night, just after sunset, I heard the footsteps again. Slow, careful. They circled the cabin. I could hear them crunching through the snow. Then silence. I sat there, frozen in place, hours passing like molasses. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up just before dawn to a sharp banging sound. Something was hammering on the back wall of the cabin. I grabbed the hatchet and moved toward the sound, heart racing so fast it hurt. I stood there waiting. The banging stopped. I waited another hour before moving. When I finally stepped outside, I saw what they had done. Carved into the wood of the cabin in big, rough letters were the words, "Get out." I didn't wait anymore. I grabbed my pack, stuffed it with what I could, and left the rest behind. I headed into the woods, away from the trail cutting south, the direction I knew the main road was in. The snow started out like any other weekend getaway. I had been working for what felt like forever, caught up in the grind of day-to-day life, and I finally needed a break. The cabin was rented for 2 nights in the middle of nowhere. No cell service, no internet, just woods, wildlife, and silence. I'd been to places like this before, but something about this one felt different. Something about it made me uneasy, even as I drove through the winding back roads to get there. When I first pulled up to the cabin, I thought it looked charming. It was a small, wooden structure with a porch that faced a large, still lake. The trees surrounding it were thick, almost blocking out the sun. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. I grabbed my bags from the back of the car, took a deep breath, and walked up the few steps to the front door. It creaked when I opened it, and the smell of old wood and dust hit me immediately. The cabin was small but cozy, with a stone fireplace, a couple of chairs, and an old-fashioned kitchen. the kind of place where everything looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The air inside was cooler than it was outside, and there was a faint smell of mildew. I figured that was just a side effect of the place being empty for so long. After unpacking my things, I sat on the couch, staring out the window at the lake. The water was so still it looked like glass, reflecting the sky above. I could hear the occasional bird chirping in the distance, and the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. It was peaceful, but something about the stillness made my skin crawl. I couldn't put my finger on it. That night, I decided to explore the area a bit. I grabbed a flashlight and headed out the door, stepping onto the dirt path that led toward the woods. The trees were dense, and the path was narrow, winding between them like it had been carved out over the years. The farther I walked, the darker it got, and the heavier the silence seemed to weigh on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. Every crack of a twig underfoot made me jump. Every rustling of leaves seemed too loud. But I told myself it was just the isolation messing with my mind. I kept walking, reaching a small clearing where a fallen tree blocked the path. I stepped over it and looked around. The moonlight shone down in patches, casting long shadows on the ground. For a moment, I thought I saw something move in the distance, but when I blinked, it was gone. I shrugged it off as a trick of the light and turned back toward the cabin. When I got back, I realized that the air around the cabin had changed. It felt heavier, colder. I chalked it up to the shift in weather. It was supposed to rain the next day after all. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The quiet was suffocating. I spent the evening sitting by the fireplace, reading a book I'd brought along. The sound of the crackling fire was comforting. But even then, the quiet outside was unbroken, making it feel as though the world had stopped moving. I couldn't even hear the wind anymore. At some point, I nodded off, my book slipping from my lap. I woke up later to the sound of something outside. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, closer. A slow, deliberate rustling sound. My heart raced. I stood up and grabbed the flashlight, walking to the door. I couldn't see anything through the window, but the noise was unmistakable. Something or someone was out there. I hesitated, unsure whether I should open the door, but the curiosity got the better of me. I opened it a crack, shining the flashlight into the dark. The beam cut through the night, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. The rustling had stopped. For a moment, I stood there, listening for any other sound, but there was nothing. The silence was back, and it was just as unnerving as before. I closed the door and locked it, my hands trembling slightly. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every time I closed my eyes, I could almost feel someone standing just outside the cabin, watching, waiting. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, but it kept getting worse. I could feel eyes on me, even in the darkness of the room. The next morning, I woke up late, feeling exhausted. The sky outside was overcast, and the air was thick with humidity. I decided to take a walk around the lake to clear my head. Maybe the fresh air would help. The path along the lake was muddy, and the water had a dull, gray sheen to it. I could hear the occasional splash of a fish jumping, but the rest of the world felt distant. I reached a small dock where a rowboat was tied to the wooden posts. It looked old and weathered, but still sturdy. I considered taking it out on the water, but the idea of being alone out there in the middle of nowhere made me uneasy. Instead, I sat on the dock for a while, staring out at the water. The stillness of the lake reflected the emptiness I felt inside. The longer I sat there, the more I became aware of the sounds around me. The creaking of the boat against the dock, the calls of distant birds, the wind moving through the trees. But then, as I looked up, I saw something that froze me in place. There was movement at the edge of the woods. It was quick, just a flash of something dark darting between the trees. I stood up, straining my eyes to see better. There it was again, just a blur of shadow, disappearing behind the trunks. I felt my heart race, a surge of fear washing over me. I knew no one else was around. The nearest neighbor was miles away. It had to be an animal, right? but something in the way it moved, so fast, so deliberate, made me think otherwise. I quickly left the dock and headed back to the cabin, my mind racing. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that it was just an animal. But the feeling that I wasn't alone never left me. That night, I locked all the doors and windows again, just like I had the night before. But this time, I wasn't able to relax. The cabin felt like a prison. The silence pressed in on me from all sides. I kept hearing noises outside, faint footsteps, the sound of something brushing against the walls. But every time I looked, there was nothing. Around midnight, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight and went outside, my hands shaking as I stepped onto the porch. The cold air hit me like a slap in the face, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I walked around the cabin, shining the light into every corner, behind the trees, checking the area. There was nothing. The woods were empty, as they should be, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I went back inside and bolted the door behind me. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I couldn't shake the paranoia, the feeling that something was out there, something I couldn't see, but it was always there. My nerves were frayed, and I couldn't get any rest. The next morning, I packed my things quickly, my hands still trembling. I didn't even bother to check the cabin one last time. I couldn't wait to get out of there. As I was driving away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin was small against the vastness of the woods, but I could have sworn I saw a figure standing on the porch, watching me leave. But when I looked again, it was gone. I've been home for a few days now, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me back. I still hear things at night, things that shouldn't be there. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me or if something truly was out there, but I know one thing for sure. I will never go back to that cabin again. I've always enjoyed the outdoors, the fresh air, the peaceful silence of the woods, the scent of pine trees, and the rustling leaves. It was all therapeutic for me. I used to think nothing could ruin the peace that came with being alone in the wilderness, away from the bustle of daily life. That was before that weekend. It started out as a typical camping trip. I had rented a small, remote cabin in the woods, not too far from a hiking trail that promised amazing views. The cabin itself was old, but it had a certain charm to it. Wooden walls, a stone fireplace, and a small porch where you could sit and listen to the sounds of nature. It was exactly what I needed to get away from the stress of everyday life. I had spent the last few months wrapped up in work, and I was eager to unwind, breathe in some fresh air, and just be alone for a while. The weather was perfect when I arrived. The sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was mild, just cool enough to feel comfortable outside but warm enough that I didn't need a jacket. I unloaded my bags from the car, set up the cabin, and took a short walk around the area to familiarize myself with the surroundings. The closest neighbor was miles away, which meant complete solitude. There was something comforting about that, but at the same time, something a little unsettling. The woods can be quiet, too quiet, and that kind of silence always made me feel like there was something out there watching. As the sun started to dip below the treeline, I went inside to start a fire. The place was equipped with a small stove for cooking, and I had brought a couple of easy meals with me to keep things simple. The cabin was cozy enough, but it was a bit dark inside even with the fire crackling. The windows weren't large, and there was only one overhead light that was dim at best. I sat down to eat, listening to the quiet sounds of the forest outside. The occasional snap of a twig, the hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small animals. These were the kind of sounds I had grown used to. After dinner, I made a cup of tea and sat outside on the porch, looking up at the stars. The sky was clear, and the stars were bright, so clear that it felt like I could reach up and touch them. It was a peaceful night, and for a while, I almost forgot that I was alone. But there was something off about the night. As the hours passed, I started to notice odd sounds that didn't quite fit with the usual nocturnal noises of the woods. The sounds were faint at first, but they grew louder as the night went on. They sounded like footsteps, but not animal footsteps. These were deliberate, slow, almost as if someone was walking just outside the edge of the trees. I tried to brush it off, attributing it to my imagination. The woods were full of sounds, after all, but the noise persisted, and I began to feel uneasy. I listened closely, trying to make sense of it. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. I strained my ears, but I couldn't hear anything moving beyond the stillness. For a while, I sat there, staring out into the dark, trying to see anything that would explain the noises. Nothing. I felt my heart rate quicken, and a sense of dread settled over me. I wasn't scared of the dark. I'd spent enough time in the woods to know how to navigate the night, but something about that silence, followed by those strange footsteps, felt wrong. I decided to go inside. I locked the door behind me, moved the chair in front of it for extra security, and sat down in front of the fire. My mind raced, trying to figure out what could be out there. Part of me wanted to go outside, grab a flashlight, and search the area. But another part of me knew that was foolish. Whatever it was, if it meant harm, I wouldn't stand a chance against it. I couldn't explain why, but I just knew it wasn't a good idea to go poking around. The night seemed to drag on, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The cabin, which had felt so safe earlier, now felt confining, almost suffocating. I sat by the fire, not able to focus on anything, my thoughts swirling with fear. The air inside the cabin was too thick, too heavy, and I had the unsettling feeling that someone was watching me from the outside, just out of sight. Eventually, I fell asleep in my chair, the fire still crackling softly. I don't know how long I had been asleep, but when I woke up, something felt off. The fire had died down to embers, casting long shadows that stretched across the cabin. The silence was absolute. Then I heard it again. The footsteps. They were louder now, unmistakable. Whoever or whatever was out there was circling the cabin, moving slowly, deliberately. My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to call for help, but I had no signal on my phone. Even if I did, it would take hours for anyone to reach me. I was completely alone, with no one to help if things went wrong. The footsteps stopped again. I could hear the faintest rustle of leaves, then a soft tapping sound on the side of the cabin. My stomach twisted. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, but my gut told me it wasn't. This wasn't the usual sounds of the woods. This was something different. I stood up, my legs shaky, and grabbed the flashlight I had left by the door. I crept to the window, shining the light into the dark forest. I couldn't see anything, but the footsteps hadn't stopped. They were still there, still moving around the cabin, getting closer. It was at that moment I realized I had made a grave mistake by coming here alone. I should have stayed somewhere safer, somewhere with other people around. My mind raced, coming up with different scenarios, none of them good. I thought about barricading myself in the cabin and staying inside until morning. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. A knock, a soft, rhythmic tapping on the door. I froze, staring at the door, my breath shallow. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. My heart was hammering in my chest. Whoever was out there was so close now. I could hear them breathing, slow and deliberate, like they were waiting for me to make the first move. I didn't know how long I stood there, listening to that slow, steady breathing. But when I finally moved, it was instinct. I grabbed my things, my bag, my jacket, anything I could take with me, and ran for the back door. I wasn't sure if it was safer to stay inside or to run, but I wasn't about to find out. I didn't even look back as I made my way through the woods. The cold air hit me like a slap in the face as I pushed through the trees, the flashlight bobbing in front of me. The only sound now was the rush of my footsteps, my breath ragged in my chest. Every crack of a twig beneath my feet made me jump. I kept running, not stopping to look around, not even pausing for a second. I ran until I found the main road, where I flagged down a passing car. The driver took one look at me, pale and shaking, and offered to drive me to the nearest town. I didn't ask any questions. I just climbed in, relief flooding over me as we pulled away from the cabin and the dark woods that I would never return to. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the night in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. I never did find out who or what was out there in the woods that night. Maybe it was someone just passing through. Maybe it was someone who meant me harm. Maybe it was something else entirely. But one thing I knew for sure, I would never go back to that cabin. That place was better left forgotten, and the woods, well, the woods weren't meant for people to be alone in. Some silence isn't peaceful. It's the kind of silence that you should run from. I've always been the type of person who enjoys a bit of solitude. The noise of the city, the constant hum of people, the stress of everyday life, it all gets to be too much. So when I got the chance to spend a weekend in a cabin up in the woods, I jumped on it. No phones, no emails, just me, nature, and a couple of days to get away from everything. It was supposed to be peaceful. It was supposed to be perfect. But of course, nothing ever works out the way it's supposed to. I arrived at the cabin around noon, after a long, winding drive through back roads and small, forgotten towns. The place was isolated, tucked away between tall trees that barely let any sunlight through. It was the kind of place where the world felt miles away, a spot that most people probably wouldn't even think to visit. I hadn't seen another car on the road for over an hour by the time I turned onto the narrow, gravel driveway leading up to the cabin. The cabin itself was old, but sturdy. A small two-story structure made of dark wood with a slanted roof and a small porch with 2 rocking chairs. It looked like it belonged in a painting of a rural paradise, the kind of place people put on postcards. The porch creaked a little when I stepped onto it, but that didn't bother me. It only added to the charm. After unloading my bags, I took a quick tour of the interior. The main room had a stone fireplace, a worn-out couch, and a couple of mismatched chairs. The kitchen was small but well-equipped, and the upstairs had a single bedroom with a large, old bed covered in a patchwork quilt. The cabin wasn't luxurious by any means, but it had character, and that was enough for me. It felt like the perfect place to unwind and disconnect from everything. The first few hours were calm. I unpacked, made some coffee, and sat out on the porch, enjoying the silence. The trees around me were still, and the only sounds I could hear were the distant calls of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was peaceful, but as the afternoon wore on, I began to feel uneasy. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on exactly, just a creeping sense of discomfort, like something wasn't quite right. I tried to shake it off. I told myself it was just the isolation. I hadn't been this far away from civilization in a long time, and it was only natural to feel a bit on edge. But the feeling didn't go away. It lingered, like a shadow at the corner of my mind. As night fell, I lit the fireplace and settled in with a book. The cabin was warm and cozy, but the longer I sat there, the more I noticed how strange the silence was. It wasn't like the peaceful silence I had experienced earlier. Now it felt suffocating, like the air itself was thick with something unspoken. I tried to focus on my book, but my eyes kept darting around the room, as if I was expecting something to move. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper than they should be, and every crack of the wood seemed louder than before. I decided to get up and stretch my legs. I walked around the cabin, checking the windows and the door, just to make sure everything was secure. The last thing I wanted was to feel paranoid, but I couldn't help myself. Something was off. I went back to the couch, trying to calm myself down. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire, but then I heard it. A faint noise, almost like a scraping sound, coming from somewhere outside. I froze. I listened harder. It was definitely there. A scraping, like something was dragging along the ground. I stood up slowly, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. The noise seemed to be coming from the side of the cabin, just beyond the row of trees. I walked over to the window, parting the curtains slightly. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. The trees were still, and there was nothing but the dim light from the fire casting long shadows outside. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or something else moving around in the underbrush, but I wasn't entirely convinced. The sound had been too deliberate, too purposeful, as if someone or something was trying to be quiet. I didn't want to go outside. The thought of stepping out into the dark woods alone made my stomach tighten. But I also didn't want to stay inside and just wait. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped out onto the porch, scanning the yard. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and the ground, but there was no sign of anything. I walked around the cabin, checking the perimeter, but found nothing. No tracks, no disturbances, just the cold, still night. I felt foolish, standing there with the flashlight in my hand, looking for something that wasn't there. Maybe I had just imagined it, after all. Maybe it was just the wind or an animal like I had first thought. But when I turned to go back inside, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the distance, just at the edge of the trees, I saw a figure, a silhouette standing motionless in the dark. It was too far away for me to make out any details, but I could tell it was a person. A tall figure, almost unnaturally still, just standing there and watching. I froze. My heart started pounding in my chest. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the figure. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the figure stepped back into the trees, disappearing from sight. I didn't waste any time. I bolted back inside the cabin, locking the door behind me. I felt like I was going to be sick. My mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Had someone been watching me? Had I imagined the figure entirely? I didn't know what to believe. All I knew was that I was terrified, and the cabin, which had seemed so peaceful just hours ago, now felt like a prison. I spent the rest of the night pacing, staring out the windows, checking every sound I heard. But there was nothing more. No movement, no scraping noises, no figures in the dark. The night passed in uneasy silence, and by morning, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept a wink. The next day, I packed my things and left the cabin as quickly as I could. I drove back down the narrow road, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror. I don't know what I saw that night, or if I even saw anything at all, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with that cabin, with those woods. I never went back. I had never been much of a fan of cabins in the woods. It wasn't that I was scared of the woods themselves. I'd been hiking, camping, and even backpacking in them many times before. But there was something about being confined in a small, isolated cabin, especially one that seemed too old, too worn down. The kind of cabin where the wooden beams creak under the pressure of the wind, and the silence feels almost too thick, like it could swallow you up. But there I was, alone, in a cabin miles away from the nearest neighbor or any other sign of civilization. It had started as a spontaneous decision. I had been burnt out from work. Long hours, stressful deadlines, too many calls, and too little sleep. A friend had mentioned this old cabin in the middle of nowhere, a place to disconnect, recharge. It sounded like the perfect idea. A weekend away from everything, just me, nature, and peace. I found the place on a map, an hour's drive from the nearest town. The cabin was a bit run down, but that added to its charm. I figured it'd be the kind of place where I could just sit back, read a book, or maybe do some writing, completely removed from the noise of the modern world. I packed light, just some food, a few books, and enough clothing to last me the weekend. The drive was long, but peaceful. I passed through forests, across wide fields, and finally, down a gravel road that seemed to go on forever. The cabin appeared out of nowhere, sitting at the edge of a small, overgrown clearing. It was small, single-story, with a chimney sticking out the top, and a porch that had seen better days. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. The kind of quiet that's so thick, it feels like the air itself is holding its breath. No birds, no wind rustling the leaves, nothing. I grabbed my bag and stepped out of the car. The gravel crunched under my boots as I made my way to the porch. The air was cool, a little crisp, nothing too alarming, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I opened the door, and the hinges groaned in protest, revealing the interior. It was small and cramped, but the layout was cozy. A fireplace sat at one end of the room, a few old chairs were scattered about, and the walls were covered with faded wood paneling. The furniture was sparse, but there was a small kitchen area tucked into the back with a stove, refrigerator, and a sink. The cabin had an almost nostalgic feel to it, like it belonged to a different time. I decided to settle in for the night. It wasn't dark yet, but the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I set my things down and went about getting a fire started in the fireplace. The logs were dry enough to catch quickly, and soon, the cabin was bathed in the warm glow of a crackling fire. For the first few hours, everything was peaceful. I read a book, made myself a simple dinner, and enjoyed the solitude. But as the evening wore on, the silence started to feel heavier. It wasn't the peaceful kind of silence anymore, the kind that lets you think. It was more like the silence you hear right before something happens, like the calm before a storm. The wind picked up outside, rattling the windows and causing the trees to sway. The fire crackled in the fireplace, but the warmth it provided did little to ease the growing unease in my chest. I told myself it was just the isolation, too much time alone with my thoughts. But there was something about the cabin, something unsettling. The air felt thick, as if it were holding something just out of reach. I tried to push the thought aside and went to bed. I laid down under the covers, my body tired from the drive. But sleep didn't come easy. The wind howled outside, and every now and then, I heard a soft thud coming from somewhere in the cabin. It wasn't loud enough to be footsteps, but it was enough to make me sit up, listening, straining my ears in the dark. At first, I figured it was just the house settling, the sounds of an old structure in the wind. But the thudding continued, faint but constant, like a soft knocking. The noise came from the walls. I listened harder. It was too rhythmic, too purposeful to be random. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and walked around the cabin, shining the light across the walls. Nothing. I checked the windows, but they were all closed tightly. The noise seemed to come from nowhere, from every direction. My heartbeat quickened. I went back to bed, pulling the covers tightly around me. I turned off the flashlight and tried to relax, but every creak, every whisper of the wind outside, felt like it was closing in on me. Sleep finally came, but it wasn't peaceful. It was broken, fragmented. I would drift off, only to wake up suddenly, heart pounding, unsure if I had heard something or if it had been a dream. It was a restless night, to say the least. When morning finally arrived, I felt drained, exhausted. I tried to brush off the strange feeling from the night before. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. After all, I was alone in a remote cabin. Any little noise can set you on edge when you're isolated. I decided to take a walk in the woods to clear my head. The forest around the cabin was dense, filled with tall trees and thick underbrush. I followed a small trail that led away from the cabin, hoping to distract myself from the unease that still clung to me. The further I walked, the more I noticed how still the woods were. No animals, no sounds, just the crunch of my boots on the forest floor. The trees seemed to close in around me, the canopy blocking out most of the light, casting everything in a dull, grayish hue. I came across a small stream, its water barely moving, stagnant almost. I knelt down to take a drink, but before I could, I heard something in the distance, a twig snapping. I froze. My mind raced. It was too quiet out here, too still. I stood up, scanning the trees around me, but there was nothing. The feeling of being watched came over me again, stronger now. I looked over my shoulder, but the path behind me was empty. Still, the feeling didn't fade. It lingered in the pit of my stomach. I decided it was time to head back to the cabin. The unease was growing, and I didn't want to be out here any longer than necessary. As I turned to retrace my steps, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the dirt. Fresh. They weren't mine. My heart skipped a beat. I crouched down, examining them more closely. They were heavy prints, wide, with deep impressions in the mud. The soles looked almost like they had a tread to them. Not the kind of shoes I would expect to find out here. I had seen no one. I was sure of it. I had come up this trail alone. The prints weren't here before. I stood up quickly, my pulse racing. The air felt thick again, the same feeling that had settled in the cabin the night before. I wasn't alone anymore. I hurried back to the cabin, my mind racing with every step. When I got back inside, I locked the door behind me and closed the windows. I felt like I was being hunted, like there was something out there waiting for me to make a mistake. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I tried to focus on the fire, the books, anything to take my mind off the feeling of being watched. But the feeling wouldn't go away. Nightfall came again, and I didn't want to stay in the cabin, but there was nowhere else to go. I tried to sleep again, but it was the same restless night. The noises in the walls were louder now, more insistent. The thudding, the soft scratching. I could hear it right above my head. At some point, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my bag, the flashlight, and bolted out of the cabin. The wind whipped against my face as I stumbled down the path leading back to the stream. My mind was a mess, but I knew I couldn't stay there another minute. I made my way through the woods, running now, not sure if I was being followed or if I was just losing my grip on reality. I didn't know how long I had been running when I finally collapsed, exhausted, at the edge of the woods, just past the clearing where the cabin stood. The night was silent now. No wind, no animals, just the rustling of the leaves beneath me. I stayed there for a long time, not sure what to do, not sure if I was safe. Eventually, I pulled myself together. I had to get back to the car. I had to leave. When I finally drove away from the cabin, I looked in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the clearing, watching me. But there was nothing, just the empty stretch of road behind me. I never went back to that cabin. I don't know what I felt that night, but it was more than just fear. It was something darker. I've thought about it many times since, but I don't think I'll ever understand exactly what happened out there. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me, or if there was something real, something in the woods, watching. All I know is some places should be left alone. I didn't know what I was getting into when I agreed to go to that cabin. Honestly, it seemed like a good idea at first. Get away from the city, have some peace, maybe do some hiking. The cabin was tucked away in the mountains, miles from the nearest town, and it promised everything I thought I needed. Isolation, nature, and quiet. It was just supposed to be a weekend trip. No big deal. I packed light. I didn't need much: clothes, food, a flashlight, and a couple of books. I figured I'd spend the days exploring the woods around the cabin. Maybe sit outside at night, listen to the wind through the trees. The whole idea seemed like the perfect escape. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The roads were narrow, winding through thick woods, with little signs of civilization. I passed a few cars on the way, but nothing that made me feel like I wasn't completely alone out there. There were no gas stations, no houses, just trees and dirt roads. Eventually, I turned onto a smaller path, barely wide enough for my car to pass through. I wasn't sure what to expect when I reached the cabin. The photos online made it look cozy, small, but well kept. It was a log cabin, the kind you'd see in a magazine with a fire pit out front, the kind of place people go to when they want to pretend they're in a wilderness retreat. When I finally arrived, it was nearly dusk. The sky was turning that purple-blue color, and the sun was beginning to set behind the trees. The cabin sat at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by tall pine trees. It looked almost too perfect. No smoke coming from the chimney, no lights in the windows, just the cabin, standing still, like it had been waiting for someone to show up. I grabbed my stuff and made my way inside. The door creaked when I opened it, and a wave of stale air hit me. The inside of the cabin was exactly how I expected. Rustic, with wooden beams, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen area, and a couple of chairs by the fire. There were 2 bedrooms, one on either side of the cabin. The place was simple, but it had everything I needed. I settled in quickly, unpacking and getting the fire started. The heat felt good, especially with the chill in the air outside. I was hungry, so I made myself something to eat and sat at the small wooden table by the window. The wind had picked up, and I could hear it howling outside, pushing the trees back and forth. It was peaceful, in a way too peaceful, a bit too quiet. As the night wore on, I found myself growing uneasy. It was hard to shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe it was the way the trees seemed to crowd in around the cabin, their branches brushing against the walls like they were trying to get in. Whatever it was, the feeling only grew as the hours passed. I decided to go to bed early. I wasn't tired, but I figured I should sleep. I had a long day ahead of me tomorrow. I turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and pulled the covers over me. But sleep didn't come. I tossed and turned, listening to the wind outside, hearing the occasional creak from the cabin itself. It wasn't until well past midnight that I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe an animal. But then I heard it again, louder this time. Definitely footsteps, moving around the cabin. My heart started racing. I wasn't expecting anyone. There was no one around for miles. I grabbed the flashlight and slowly got out of bed, my hands shaking. I crept to the window and peered out. Nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. I scanned the dark clearing, but there was no sign of movement. I felt ridiculous. It had to be the wind playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again. This time it was definitely closer, just outside the door. My breath caught in my throat. Whoever it was, they were right there. I stood frozen, listening, hoping the footsteps would stop, hoping I was imagining things. But they didn't. I heard the unmistakable sound of someone trying the door handle. I backed away from the window, heart pounding. Whoever was out there wasn't just passing by. They were trying to get in. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to grab my phone and call the authorities, but there was no cell signal out here. I thought about running for the car, but I'd never make it in time. I was stuck, alone. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. I could hear them circling the cabin now, the creak of the porch boards under someone's weight. I felt trapped, like I was being hunted. The door was locked, but the cabin wasn't exactly impenetrable. Then, to my surprise, I heard a voice, low and muffled, just barely audible over the wind. It sounded like a man, but the words didn't make sense. I could feel my pulse in my throat, my chest tightening with fear. I tried to steady my breathing. This wasn't happening. There was no one out there. I had to be imagining it. But then I heard the voice again, clearer this time. "Help, please." I felt a cold rush of dread. The voice was full of desperation, as if whoever was out there needed help. But the words didn't match the footsteps. They didn't match the silence that followed. It wasn't the sound of someone desperate to get in. It was something else. My mind raced. Was this some kind of trap? Was someone trying to trick me? Or worse, was someone watching me from the woods, waiting for me to make a mistake? I spent the next few minutes trying to decide what to do. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait until morning. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I didn't know if it was the voice, the footsteps, or just the way the night had turned. But I felt more and more like I was being pulled into something I couldn't escape. Finally, I decided to do something. Slowly, cautiously, I moved toward the door. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingertips. And then the door opened. The room was filled with a rush of cold air. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped into the darkness outside. The wind howled around me, but there was no sign of anyone. No one standing on the porch, no shadowy figures lurking in the trees. It was as if everything had been a figment of my imagination. I stepped further out, scanning the area. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Something about the way the trees seemed to shift in the wind made it feel like they were alive, like they were waiting for something. I didn't know what I was expecting. Person, a sign, but there was nothing. Just the wind, the trees, and the unsettling silence. The night felt endless. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, set me on edge. I stayed up, listening, waiting for something to happen. By morning, the strange feeling hadn't gone away. I packed up quickly, ready to leave. The drive out of the woods felt like the longest one of my life. It was as if the trees had been closing in around me, and I had barely escaped. I made it home safe and sound. But something lingered. Something about that night, the footsteps, the voice, the way everything felt so wrong. And I realized something. I would never go back to that cabin. No matter how much I wanted peace, no matter how much I wanted to escape the world, there are places out there. Places that aren't meant to be visited. As I drove home, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The woods were still there, stretching on for miles, and something told me they were watching me leave. It was late October when I decided I needed a break. I had been working nonstop for almost 10 months straight without any real time off. It felt like the walls were closing in on me in my apartment in the city. Every day was the same. Wake up before the sun, sit in traffic for an hour, grind through endless meetings at work, sit in more traffic on the way home, eat a microwave dinner, and pass out in bed just to do it again. I had gotten to a point where even my dreams were about work. I was tired, stressed, and felt like a shell of a person. I needed to get away. I started looking for cabins online, something isolated where I wouldn't have to deal with crowds or city noise. I found a listing that seemed perfect. A small, off-the-grid cabin about 5 hours north, tucked into the thick woods near a big lake. The ad said there was no electricity except for a small generator and no cell service at all. It sounded exactly like what I needed. I booked it for 5 days without thinking much about it. I left early on a Friday morning. It was chilly and the sky was gray as I packed my truck with a few bags of clothes, some basic food, a cooler, bottled water, a sleeping bag, a heavy jacket, a flashlight, extra batteries, a hunting knife, and a few books. I brought a small camping stove too, just in case. I figured I would spend my time reading, hiking, maybe doing some fishing. I didn't want to talk to a single person for the whole trip. The drive up was peaceful at first. The highways were empty. The trees along the side of the road were in full fall colors. Deep reds, burnt oranges, bright yellows. It was beautiful. I kept the radio off and just listened to the sound of the tires on the road. After about 3 hours, the paved highway turned into a 2-lane country road. I passed small, empty towns with boarded-up gas stations and old diners with flickering signs. Then the road turned to gravel, winding through thick forests. There were no houses, no stores, nothing but trees pressing in from both sides. I followed the GPS directions exactly, turning onto narrower and narrower paths, until finally, after another 30 minutes of bumpy, slow driving, the trees opened up slightly, and I saw the cabin. It was a small 1-story building made of dark, weathered wood, sitting on a slight hill that sloped down toward the lake. The lake itself was huge and still, dark like a mirror under the overcast sky. There was a small dock jutting out into the water, and a metal rowboat tied to it. Behind the cabin, the forest stretched out endlessly in every direction. I parked the truck near the front door and climbed out. It was colder here, and the air smelled damp and earthy. It was so quiet I could hear the wind moving through the trees, the creak of the dock in the water, and nothing else. It was almost too quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the door with the key that had been mailed to me. The inside of the cabin was simple. One big room with a bed in the corner, a small table and 2 chairs, a wood stove for heat, and a tiny kitchenette with a propane burner and a hand pump sink. There was a small bathroom too, just a toilet and a sink. Everything was old but clean. I unpacked a little, set my cooler on the counter, and lit the small propane lantern that hung from a hook in the ceiling. The light it gave off was soft and yellow. I tried the generator just to see if it worked. It was noisy, but it did power one small outlet inside. I decided I wouldn't use it unless I really had to. After getting settled, I decided to explore a little. I walked down to the dock and sat there for a while, just looking out at the lake. Felt strange, sitting there in the silence. I realized how used to noise I was. Cars, sirens, people. Out here, there was none of that. It was peaceful, but it also made me feel a little on edge, like I was too exposed. Still, I told myself that was just city nerves and brushed it off. That first night, I made a simple dinner of soup heated up on the camping stove, read for a while, and went to bed early. I left the lantern burning low on the table. The cabin creaked and groaned as it cooled down, and small noises from outside drifted in. The water lapping against the dock, the wind moving the trees, maybe the distant call of an owl. It took me a long time to fall asleep. Every time I started drifting off, some noise would snap me awake. I kept telling myself it was just the normal sounds of nature, but my mind wouldn't shut up. At some point, I did fall asleep. I woke up once around 3 in the morning needing to pee. I pulled on my boots and jacket, grabbed the flashlight, and stepped outside. It was freezing cold, and the sky was full of stars. I walked a few yards from the cabin and took care of business, feeling very small and very alone under that huge sky. As I was heading back inside, I thought I heard something in the woods. It was a faint cracking sound, like a branch snapping. I froze, listening hard. Nothing. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon and hurried back inside, bolting the door behind me. The next morning, I decided to do some hiking. There were no official trails around, but the owner had left a hand-drawn map on the table with a few landmarks sketched out. An old fire tower about a mile north, some rocky cliffs east of the lake, and a thick patch of pine forest to the west. I packed a small bag with water, a granola bar, my knife, and the flashlight and headed out. The woods were thick and tangled, full of fallen logs and brush. It was slow going, and the deeper I got, the darker it seemed to get, even though the sun was high. The trees were so close together they blocked out a lot of the light. The ground was covered in dead leaves that muffled my footsteps. I kept thinking I heard things moving just out of sight, small rustlings, soft snapping sounds, but every time I stopped to listen, there was nothing. Just the slow drip of water somewhere, or the wind shaking a branch. After a long, tiring walk, I reached the fire tower. It was old and rusty, with a metal ladder leading up to a small platform. I climbed it carefully. From the top, I could see for miles. The forest stretched out in every direction, a sea of dark green and orange and yellow. I could barely even see the glint of the lake far below. It really hit me then how isolated I was. There wasn't a single house, road, or power line in sight. I stayed up there for a while, eating the granola bar and drinking water, trying to enjoy the quiet. But the longer I sat there, the more exposed I felt. It was too quiet, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Finally, I climbed down and started heading back. I tried to follow my footprints in the soft ground, but I quickly realized I had gotten turned around. Everything looked the same. After a few minutes of walking, I was sure I was heading the right way, until I came across a fallen tree I didn't remember passing. I tried not to panic. I had the flashlight and plenty of daylight left. I just needed to stay calm and keep moving. After another hour of walking, I finally saw the glint of the lake through the trees and found my way back to the cabin. I was sweaty, tired, and more than a little rattled. That night, I was more careful. I bolted the door, closed the shutters over the windows, and kept the knife within reach. I made a small fire in the wood stove to keep the cabin warm. As I lay in bed reading, I thought I heard something moving outside. It was a soft, crunching sound, like footsteps on gravel. I turned off the lantern and sat there in the dark, straining to hear. The sound came again, closer. Then it stopped. I waited for a long time, every muscle in my body tense. Finally, after what felt like hours, I heard nothing more. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew it was morning. The next few days followed a similar pattern. I tried to hike and explore during the day, but kept feeling like I was being watched. I found strange things too. A pile of rocks arranged in a neat little pyramid, deep in the woods. Claw marks on a tree that didn't look like any animal I knew of. An old, tattered jacket hanging from a low branch, stained and weather-beaten. At night, the noises got worse. I heard scraping against the walls, soft thudding sounds, and once, what sounded like breathing just outside the window. I stopped sleeping well, staying awake long into the night with the knife in my hand, heart pounding. By the fourth day, I was completely on edge. I decided I couldn't take another night there. I packed up everything hastily, throwing bags into the truck as fast as I could. I had just finished locking the cabin when I heard it again. Footsteps, clear and slow, crunching on the gravel near the dock. I spun around, heart in my throat, but saw nothing. The dock was empty, the lake was still. I told myself it was just my imagination, jumped into the truck, and tore out of there as fast as the gravel road would let me. I didn't relax until I was back on the highway, the city skyline barely visible in the distance. Later that night, safe in my apartment, I sat there thinking about the trip. I knew I hadn't imagined the sounds. I hadn't imagined the strange things in the woods. There was something out there. Not a ghost, not a monster, but something real. Maybe a person living wild in the woods. Maybe just some hunter. It had been a rough few months, and I needed to get away from everything. Work was overwhelming, my apartment felt too cramped, and every day blurred into the next. I decided I needed a real break, not just a weekend of doing laundry and errands. I wanted to be somewhere quiet, somewhere nobody could bother me. I found this old cabin listing online. It was out in a part of the mountains I had never even heard of before. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin surrounded by tall pines, right beside a narrow gravel road that twisted far into the hills. The ad promised total privacy, fresh air, and no cell signal, exactly what I thought I wanted. I packed my car with everything I thought I might need. Canned food, bottled water, a couple changes of clothes, a heavy jacket, hiking boots, a flashlight with extra batteries, a lighter, and a small hatchet just in case. I threw in a thick sleeping bag even though the listing said there was a bed. It felt safer bringing my own things. I even picked up a cheap, disposable prepaid phone just in case of an emergency. The place was remote enough that it made me a little nervous, but I brushed that off. I told myself that was part of the appeal, to be uncomfortable, to be alone for real. The drive out there was long and lonely. Asphalt gave way to gravel pretty fast, and the road wound through trees that grew thicker the deeper I went. I didn't pass another car for hours. Every so often, I would slow down to make sure I was still going the right way. There weren't many signs, and the GPS had lost signal miles back. I relied on the printed directions I had taken from the website. They seemed clear enough, and I double-checked every turn. It was late afternoon by the time I finally reached the cabin. The sun was low, and long shadows stretched between the trees. The cabin looked even smaller in person, a squat little structure of weathered wood, a stone chimney leaning slightly to one side. The windows were dusty but intact, the front door closed with a thick metal latch. There was a small covered porch with a sagging wooden chair. Behind the cabin, the land sloped down into a mess of rocks and pine needles. There were no other cabins, no people, no signs of anyone, just silence. I parked the car to one side, leaving enough room in case I needed to turn around fast. I grabbed my backpack, the hatchet, and the sleeping bag and headed up to the porch. The key was where the owner said it would be, tucked inside a rusted-out lantern hanging from a hook by the door. I turned the key and pushed inside. The air smelled of dust, old wood, and something faintly sour, like wet leaves. The cabin had one main room and a tiny kitchen tucked off to one side. There was a fireplace made of river stones, a narrow bed with a heavy quilt, and a cracked leather couch. A small table stood by the window, its surface scarred and worn. A few cabinets hung crookedly over the sink. Everything was plain, battered, and old, but it looked clean enough. I walked through the whole place, checking the corners, making sure nobody else was there. The back door was bolted shut with a heavy wooden bar. I lit a fire in the fireplace using some split logs stacked neatly by the hearth. The flames caught slowly, warming the air. I set up my sleeping bag on the bed, unpacked some canned soup, and heated it on the small gas burner in the kitchen. I ate standing up, looking out the window at the trees. They pressed in from every side, towering and black against the dying light. That first night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside seemed sharper, closer. Branches tapping against the windows, the wind groaning in the chimney, the occasional snap of something heavy stepping on dry twigs. I told myself it was just deer, maybe a fox or a raccoon, normal forest noises. But every few minutes, I would snap awake, heart pounding, staring into the dark corners of the cabin. Morning came slowly, pale and cold. I got up stiff and sore, made instant coffee on the burner, and decided to take a walk around. I wanted to see how far the road went, get a feel for the area. I left a note on the table just in case. A stupid habit from growing up, but it made me feel better. I slung the hatchet through a loop on my belt and headed out. The road was nothing but a thin ribbon of gravel, winding deeper into the woods. Trees crowded close on both sides, and I didn't see any driveways, any signs of other cabins. Just more and more forest. I walked for about an hour before turning back. I didn't want to get too far and end up lost. On the way back, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A second, smaller path branching off the main road, almost hidden under fallen leaves. It was narrow, barely wide enough for a car. There were old tire tracks, but they looked weathered and broken up by rain. Curiosity got the better of me. I followed the side path for a few hundred yards. It curved sharply and then opened up into a clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a trailer, an old, rusted thing with broken windows and sagging walls. Weeds grew up around its wheels. The door hung open at an angle. It looked abandoned. I stood there for a while, staring at it, feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something about it felt wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. Not just creepy, but wrong, like I had walked into a place I wasn't supposed to find. I turned around and headed back fast, my boots crunching loudly on the gravel. I didn't stop until I reached the cabin. I slammed the door shut behind me, bolted it, and sat on the bed, breathing hard. I told myself it was nothing, probably just an old hunting trailer, forgotten and falling apart. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there recently. The weeds were tall, sure, but not tall enough to completely hide the fresh tire marks I had seen. Someone had been driving up that path not too long ago. That night was worse than the first. I didn't even bother trying to sleep in the bed. I set up a chair facing the door, the hatchet across my lap, and stayed awake most of the night. The fire burned low, sending flickering shadows across the walls. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something outside, a crunch of gravel, a scrape against the porch. But whenever I strained to listen, it would go silent again, as if whatever it was knew I was paying attention. Just after midnight, I heard it clearly. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the porch. The boards creaked under the weight. I froze, every muscle locked in place. The hatchet felt slick in my sweaty hand. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I stared at the door, waiting. The footsteps stopped just on the other side. For a long time, there was nothing. Then the handle rattled, slow and soft. Not like someone fumbling or yanking at it. More like someone testing it, checking if it was locked. I didn't move. After a minute, maybe two, the rattling stopped. The footsteps retreated, slow and measured. I waited another hour before I dared move, creeping to the window and peeking out. I couldn't see anyone. Just trees and darkness. I barely slept the rest of the night. As soon as it was light enough to see, I grabbed my bag and packed up everything important. I didn't even bother trying to eat. I threw the gear into the car, heart hammering in my chest. I didn't care if it made me look crazy. I was getting out of there. The car started on the first try, and I backed it up fast, tires spitting gravel. As I turned onto the main road, I glanced down the side path where the trailer was. For just a second, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees. Too far to see clearly, but definitely a person. Watching. I didn't slow down. I didn't look back again. I drove until I was off the gravel and back onto paved road, and even then I didn't stop until I reached a town almost 2 hours away. At a gas station, I parked and just sat there for a long time, trying to calm down. The clerk gave me a funny look when I went inside to buy coffee, my hands still shaking. I didn't care. I stayed at a cheap motel that night, double-locked the door, and kept the hatchet on the nightstand. The next morning, I called the owner of the cabin using the prepaid phone. I told him I was leaving early and that I had left the key inside. I didn't explain. I didn't ask for a refund. I just wanted it to be over. He sounded confused, maybe a little annoyed, but I didn't care. I threw the phone away in a trash can outside the motel before I drove home. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain it. I keep telling myself it was probably just some local, maybe a hunter or someone who lived off the grid. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they didn't mean any harm. But sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I still hear the sound of slow, careful footsteps crossing the porch and the soft rattle of the door handle. I've thought about it over and over, every detail, every sound, and the truth is, I know deep down that whoever was out there wasn't just curious. They weren't lost. They weren't just passing through. They were there for me, and if I hadn't locked that door, if I had fallen asleep and left it unbolted, I don't think I would have made it out at all. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I don't think I ever will. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend. Just me, my backpack, and the quiet hum of nature, far away from the chaos of everyday life. I had rented a small cabin tucked away in the woods, about 2 hours from the nearest town. No one else would be there, just me and the trees, the birds, the wind, and maybe a few curious animals wandering by. It sounded perfect, and for the most part it was. But something happened that weekend that I can't explain. Something that has stayed with me ever since. The drive to the cabin was beautiful. The route was a winding road that cut through forests and alongside small, glistening lakes. The air felt fresher the further I drove, and the closer I got, the quieter the world became. When I reached the end of the dirt road and saw the cabin in the distance, it looked exactly like the pictures. A small, one-story wooden structure with a porch, sitting on the edge of a clearing surrounded by towering trees. It was a little isolated, which was exactly what I wanted. No neighbors, no traffic, just nature. I unloaded my things, took a quick look around, and entered the cabin. It was rustic but comfortable, with a small stone fireplace, a couple of worn-out armchairs, and a table in the corner. There was a large window in the back that looked out onto the trees. The place felt safe, like nothing could bother me out here. I locked the door behind me, just out of habit, and decided to explore the area a bit before settling in. I grabbed a water bottle and my jacket and headed out the back door. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing. The trees around the cabin were dense, and I could barely see any sign of a trail. I wandered for about an hour, just walking aimlessly through the woods, enjoying the silence. The air had a cool crispness to it, and the leaves rustled gently in the wind. I couldn't remember the last time I felt this at peace. Eventually, I turned back toward the cabin and realized I had wandered farther than I had intended. I was starting to feel the weight of the day's travel, and the solitude was starting to settle in. I had made the right choice, though. There was no need to rush. No obligations, no noise, no people. It felt like the world had slowed down just for me. When I got back to the cabin, the evening had fully taken over. I lit the fireplace to warm up the room, grabbed a book from my bag, and settled into the armchair. The crackling of the fire was the only sound, except for the occasional gust of wind outside. It felt almost perfect, but as the hours passed, I began to notice something. At first, it was just a fleeting feeling, but it grew stronger as the night wore on. The silence was too deep. It felt like the kind of silence you get when you're the last person alive in a forgotten place. An oppressive kind of quiet. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid. After all, I had planned this trip specifically to get away from the noise of the world. But something didn't feel right. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe I was just tired. Either way, I decided to turn in early, hoping that a good night's sleep would clear my mind. The cabin had a small bedroom, just off the living room, with a simple bed, a dresser, and a window facing the woods. I pulled back the covers, turned off the lights, and lay down, trying to relax. But even with my eyes closed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every so often, I would hear a slight creak, like the floorboards shifting under weight. But when I opened my eyes, there was nothing. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe just the house settling. I had read about that kind of thing in old houses before, and I wasn't about to let my imagination run wild. But it didn't stop. The creaking came again, followed by the soft sound of something dragging along the floor. My heart rate picked up. I sat up in bed, staring at the darkness of the room, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. The wind was howling outside now, louder than before, and the windows rattled with each gust. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and shone it around the room. The floor was bare except for the bed and a small rug. There was nothing out of place. I told myself again that it was nothing, just the wind or the old house. But the feeling didn't go away. I felt like something was watching me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that I was just tired, and eventually, I managed to fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of fresh pine and the distant sound of birds. I felt much better after a few hours of sleep. The sun was shining, and the world outside was alive with light. I spent the day exploring more of the woods, keeping my distance from the cabin. It was beautiful with towering trees, moss-covered rocks, and small, crystal-clear streams. I even found a small abandoned cabin a little ways out, hidden behind a thick thicket of brush. It was in poor condition, but the door was open, and I couldn't resist checking it out. Inside, the walls were covered in mold, and the floorboards were rotted through. There was nothing of interest, just a few old, broken chairs and some shattered glass. It didn't feel dangerous, but there was something eerie about it. As I stood there in the gloom, I heard the sound of something moving behind me. I spun around, but the space was empty. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just an animal. After all, the woods were full of life. I didn't think much more of it as I made my way back to the cabin. That night, I lit a fire again, but this time, the feeling of unease never left me. I tried reading, but my eyes kept drifting toward the window, toward the dark woods outside. The wind was picking up again, and every time it howled, the trees seemed to sway and groan. I thought I saw something moving just outside the window, but when I looked again, there was nothing. I tried to ignore it, but the sense of being watched grew stronger. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced that someone, or something, was in the cabin with me. But when I turned around, there was nothing. The silence, the stillness of the cabin, became unbearable. I didn't want to sleep, but I was exhausted. I fell asleep eventually, but it was a restless sleep. I dreamed of shadows lurking outside the cabin, of something watching me through the window, just out of sight. The wind howled, and the trees creaked. Then, I woke with a start, a sharp sound pulling me from the dream. I lay in the dark, my heart pounding, trying to place the noise. There was a scratching sound, coming from the wall, just outside the bedroom. It was slow at first, like something was dragging along the wood. I held my breath, listening. The noise continued, and then it stopped. Dead silence. But it wasn't the silence of nature. It was something else, an unnatural kind of silence. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and crept toward the door. As I stepped into the hallway, I froze. There, just outside the window, standing in the darkness, was a figure. It wasn't clear, just a dark shape against the night, but I could feel its presence. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I had to get out of there. I ran to the front door, unlocked it, and bolted outside. The cold night air hit me, and the wind whipped through the trees, but I didn't stop. I didn't even look back. I ran until I couldn't hear anything but my own breath. Only when I felt the safety of the open road did I slow down. It wasn't until I got to the nearest town that I called the cabin rental agency and explained everything. The person on the other end seemed oddly calm about it, almost like it wasn't the first time someone had complained about strange things happening at that cabin. They offered to send someone out to investigate, but I was done. I wasn't going back there. The rest of the trip was a blur. I stayed in a small motel, and every night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me. I tried to put it out of my mind, but it's hard to forget that feeling of being hunted, of being prey. Eventually, I returned home. I told myself I was just imagining things. It was just the isolation, the darkness, the unfamiliar setting. But every now and then, when the wind picks up or the trees groan, I can still feel that same sense of unease. It hasn't gone away. Maybe it never will. And I'll never forget that night when I ran from the cabin. The fear, the feeling that something was following me, and the certainty that I wasn't alone. I don't know what it was. I never found out, but I never want to find out again. I'll never go back. And as for the cabin, it's still out there, somewhere in the woods, waiting for the next person who thinks they can handle it. had been needing a break for a while. Life in the city was starting to wear me down. The noise, the constant rush, the gray concrete everywhere. It all felt like it was closing in on me. I needed a place where I could breathe again. So when I found a small cabin for rent way up north near a national forest, I booked it without thinking too much about it. It was a little old, nothing fancy, but it was tucked deep in the woods, away from any towns or major roads. It sounded perfect. I packed light. Just some clothes, a few groceries, a flashlight, batteries, a hunting knife I kept around more for peace of mind than anything, and a couple of books. The drive up took longer than I expected. It was about 6 hours, most of it on 2-lane highways that turned into narrow, winding roads as I got closer. By the time I finally turned onto the dirt road leading to the cabin, it was late afternoon and the sky was starting to turn gold. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes and half covered in fallen leaves. My car bounced and jolted the whole way, and I had to slow down to a crawl just to avoid bottoming out. The trees on either side were thick and pressed in close, making it feel like I was driving through a tunnel. Every now and then, I'd catch sight of something darting across the road. A squirrel, a bird, once even what looked like a fox. It was the kind of wild, raw place I had been craving. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt a huge wave of relief. It was exactly like the pictures had shown. A small, weathered wooden building with a slanted roof and a rickety porch. It looked like it had been built decades ago and never really updated. There was a stone chimney on one side and an old metal water pump out front. Behind the cabin, the woods stretched on forever. There were no other cabins, no signs of people, just forest. I got out of the car and stretched, my back cracking from the long drive. The air smelled clean, a mix of pine and damp earth. It was quiet, almost too quiet. No traffic sounds, no voices, just the wind whispering through the trees and the occasional call of a bird. I unlocked the cabin and pushed the door open. Creaked loudly on rusty hinges. Inside, it was simple. One big room with a small kitchen area, a fireplace, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed tucked into the corner. There was an old dresser against one wall and a threadbare rug on the floor. It smelled musty, like wood and dust, but not unpleasant. I spent the next hour unpacking, setting up my groceries in the little fridge that barely ran, and putting fresh sheets on the bed. The sun was dipping low now, the light outside turning deep orange. I decided to sit out on the porch for a bit before it got dark. I grabbed a beer from the cooler, pulled up one of the rickety chairs, and leaned back to watch the sunset. The woods were beautiful in that golden light, but there was something about them that felt heavy, like they were watching me. I shook it off. I was just not used to being so isolated. In the city, you're never really alone. Out here, it was just me and the trees. My mind would need some time to adjust. That night, after eating a quick dinner of canned soup and crackers, I built a fire in the fireplace. It took a while to get going because the wood outside was a little damp, but eventually, I got it roaring. I sat in front of it, reading until my eyes grew heavy. It was about 10 p.m. when I decided to call it a night. The cabin didn't have curtains, just simple wooden shutters. I latched them closed before climbing into bed. The mattress was lumpy, and the springs creaked every time I shifted, but I was too tired to care. I lay there in the dark, listening to the fire crackle and pop, and soon drifted off. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, heart pounding. I didn't know why at first. The fire had died down to embers, and the cabin was freezing. I pulled the blanket tighter around me and listened. That's when I heard it. A soft, crunching sound outside, like footsteps in the leaves. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a few seconds, there was nothing. Then another crunch, closer this time. My mind raced. Could have been an animal. A deer, maybe. Or a bear. I thought about the hunting knife in my bag but stayed still, hoping whatever it was would move on. Minutes dragged by. I heard a few more soft noises, but they faded away after a while. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been nothing serious. I lay awake for a long time before finally falling back asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the shutters. I felt groggy and stiff as I got up. I made coffee on the tiny gas stove and drank it out on the porch. The woods looked calm, peaceful even. There was no sign that anything had been out there during the night. After breakfast, I decided to do some exploring. I laced up my boots, packed a small backpack with water and a snack, and headed into the woods. There wasn't a real trail, just animal paths weaving through the trees, but I didn't mind. The forest was beautiful. Towering pines, thick underbrush, patches of moss covering the ground. The air was cool and fresh. I hiked for a couple of hours, weaving in and out of the trees, climbing over fallen logs, occasionally stopping to take in the quiet. It felt good to move, to stretch my legs after so much time cooped up. Every now and then, I'd find odd things. An old rusty can half buried in the dirt, the remains of a stone fire ring, a broken piece of a fence post. It reminded me that people had been here once, but not for a long time. After a while, I found a little creek and sat down on a rock to eat my snack. As I was sitting there, I got this weird feeling again, like I wasn't alone. I glanced around, but the woods were still. Nothing moved except the water trickling by. Still, the feeling stuck with me, a heavy, prickly sensation on the back of my neck. I didn't stay long after that. I packed up and headed back toward the cabin, keeping a faster pace than before. The woods seemed darker now, the shadows deeper even though it was still early afternoon. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I never saw anything. When I got back to the cabin, I felt better. The open space around it was a relief after the close press of the trees. I spent the rest of the afternoon reading on the porch, trying to shake off the unsettled feeling. That night, after another simple dinner, I built up the fire again. I stayed up a little later, drinking a couple more beers than I should have, trying to convince myself I was just being jumpy. Eventually, I stumbled off to bed. It wasn't long before I woke up again. This time, it wasn't footsteps that woke me. It was the sound of something tapping against the side of the cabin. Light, irregular taps like fingers drumming on the wood. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and turned it on. The weak beam cut through the darkness, but it didn't show anything unusual inside the cabin. The tapping continued for a few more seconds, then stopped. I waited, every muscle in my body tense. Then, from the other side of the cabin, another soft thud, like something bumping against the wall. I got out of bed, the floor freezing under my bare feet, and crept to the window. I unlatched the shutter and cracked it open just enough to peek out. The porch was empty. The woods were silent, just trees and shadows. I closed the shutter and backed away. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. Out by the water pump, where the ground was still soft from the rain a few days earlier, there were footprints. Human footprints, barefoot. They were small, almost child-sized, and they circled the cabin, weaving back and forth. I followed them for a bit into the woods before they disappeared into the underbrush. I stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where the tracks vanished. My mind raced. Maybe it was just some kid from a nearby property messing around. But I hadn't seen a single other house, not for miles. And who would let their kid wander around barefoot in the woods like that? I thought about packing up and leaving, but part of me stubbornly refused to be scared off. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had camped nearby and wandered past in the night. Maybe they were just lost. I stayed close to the cabin that day, keeping my knife within easy reach. Every little sound made me jump. The wind rustling the leaves, a branch snapping somewhere in the forest. I kept checking the windows, making sure the shutters were closed tight. That night, I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I sat up by the fire, knife on the table beside me, listening. Hours passed. The fire burned low. I was just starting to think I had made myself crazy for nothing when I heard it again, the soft tapping on the wall. I froze. The tapping moved slowly around the cabin, like someone dragging their fingers along the wood. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I grabbed the flashlight and the knife and crept toward the door. I didn't know what I was planning to do. Part of me wanted to throw the door open and confront whoever was out there. Another part of me wanted to barricade the door and hide under the bed. I reached for the door latch, but before I could touch it, there was a loud, heavy thud against the door. I stumbled back, almost dropping the flashlight. I needed a break from everything. Work, the city, the noise. My life had started feeling like a wheel that never stopped spinning. Every day was the same. Get up, rush to work, stare at a computer, listen to my boss nag about numbers, rush home, eat something frozen, stare at my phone until I passed out, then do it again. I felt like I was disappearing inside of it. So when a coworker mentioned an old cabin her family owned way up north in the mountains of Vermont, my ears perked up. It wasn't some fancy lodge. No electricity except for a little generator. No Wi-Fi, no cell service. Just trees, a small lake nearby, and silence. She said her family hadn't used it in years, but it was still standing, and if I wanted to get away for a week, I could have it. I jumped at the chance without thinking twice. I packed simple: clothes, a few books, some canned food, a propane stove, flashlight, batteries, sleeping bag, matches. I also grabbed an old hunting knife from my dad's garage. Not because I expected trouble, but because it made me feel better somehow. The drive was long, almost 8 hours. The roads got smaller and rougher the farther north I went. At the end, it was just a gravel road that twisted through endless woods. I finally found the turnoff, barely a trail leading between tall pines. The cabin was a quarter-mile down that trail, hidden deep in the trees. When I first saw it, it looked like something out of an old photograph. It sat in a small clearing, rough wood walls weathered gray, a sagging porch, and a stone chimney leaning just a little too far to one side. The front door was a thick plank of wood with big iron hinges. It looked like it hadn't been touched in a long time. I parked my car off the trail, grabbed my stuff, and made my way inside. The key was right where my coworker said it would be, tucked behind a loose stone on the porch. The lock was stubborn, but it turned with a loud creak, and the door swung open. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust. The place was simple. One big room with a wood stove in one corner, a sagging couch, a battered table, and a narrow staircase leading up to a loft. There was a small kitchen area with an old metal sink, shelves holding some rusted pots and pans, and a cooler that must have been left behind by someone years ago. The windows were small and dirty, but sunlight poured through them, making everything glow a little. I set my stuff down and opened the windows to let the stale air out. The silence out here was overwhelming. No cars, no voices, not even the hum of distant power lines. Just the soft whisper of trees moving in the breeze and the occasional bird call. That first day was peaceful. I unloaded my supplies, lit the stove to knock the chill out of the air, and sat on the porch with a book. I watched the sun sink behind the trees, turning the sky orange and pink. I went inside before it got completely dark and lit a couple of battery-powered lanterns. The generator was ancient and barely coughed to life, so I decided not to rely on it much. That night, lying in my sleeping bag on the old couch, I realized how quiet real silence could be. Every creak of the wood, every pop of the cooling stove, sounded like a gunshot in the dark. I told myself it was just because I wasn't used to it. My brain was still wired to the noise of the city. Eventually, I drifted off into a fitful sleep. The next day, I woke early. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the walls, making strange patterns on the floor. I decided to explore a bit. Behind the cabin, the forest stretched out in every direction, thick and dark. I found a faint trail leading down to a small lake. The water was still like a mirror. I sat by the edge for a while, throwing pebbles and watching the ripples. Later that afternoon, I heard something strange. It started as a low rumble, almost like thunder, but the sky was clear. Then it sounded like something heavy moving through the woods. Trees cracking, branches snapping. I stood on the porch, straining my ears. It stopped as suddenly as it started. Probably just an old tree falling, I thought, or maybe a moose moving through the woods. After all, it was called Moose Hollow. I made dinner, beans heated over the propane stove, and tried to relax. But that night, the feeling that something was off wouldn't leave me. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the endless woods outside. Every now and then, I thought I heard footsteps crunching through the leaves. I told myself it was animals, probably deer. The third day, I decided to check the trail that led back to the road, just to make sure my car was okay and that I still knew the way out if I needed it. The woods felt different that morning, heavier somehow. The air was still, and the birds were quiet. Every step I took sounded too loud. When I got to the car, I felt a jolt of fear. The driver's side door was slightly open. I knew for a fact I had shut it tight. I always double-check stuff like that. I peered inside, half expecting to see a raccoon or something, but it was empty. Nothing looked disturbed. Still, it rattled me. I shut the door firmly, checked the locks, and hurried back to the cabin. That afternoon, the noise came again, louder this time. It was definitely something moving through the woods. Big. I stayed on the porch, gripping my knife, feeling ridiculous. I told myself it was just an animal, but a part of me didn't believe it. The way the noise moved, stopping and starting, circling the clearing, felt wrong. That night was worse. As soon as it got dark, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate steps crunching through the dry leaves. I killed the lanterns and sat in the dark, heart hammering, listening. The steps circled the cabin. Sometimes they stopped right outside the wall, so close I could hear breathing. I sat frozen, clutching the knife, too scared to even move. Hours passed like that. At some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted off into a shallow, panicked sleep. When I woke, it was morning, and everything was still. The woods were alive again, birds singing like nothing had happened. I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe I had drifted in and out of sleep and dreamed it. But when I stepped outside, my blood turned cold. There were footprints all around the cabin. Not animal tracks, human footprints, bare feet, big ones, wider and longer than any normal person's. They circled the cabin again and again, sometimes stopping at the windows. I wanted to leave right then, but the idea of running into whatever had made those tracks out on the trail scared me even more. I told myself I would stay one more night. I would pack everything and leave first thing in the morning. I spent the day with my heart in my throat. I stayed near the cabin, gathering my things, making sure I could leave quickly. I kept the knife on me at all times. I didn't cook anything. I didn't make any noise. As the sun went down, I locked the door and barred it with a heavy chair. That night, the footsteps came back. This time, there was no mistaking it. I sat in the dark, listening, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The steps came right up to the door. I could hear the wood creaking as something pressed against it. I held my breath, gripping the knife so tightly my hand cramped. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as something slammed into the door. The whole cabin shook. Then another bang. I realized, with a sick feeling, that the old wood wasn't going to hold forever. I had to leave. I grabbed my pack and slipped out the back window, landing hard on the ground. I stayed low, listening. The banging continued at the front door. Whatever it was, it hadn't noticed me yet. I crept around the cabin and made for the trail. Every step felt like it took an hour. I was sure every crunch of leaves would give me away. But somehow I made it to the trail without being seen. I didn't run at first. I moved as fast as I could without making too much noise. But after a few minutes, I heard crashing through the woods behind me. Heavy, fast. It was coming after me. I ran. I ran harder than I ever had in my life. Branches whipped my face. Rocks twisted under my feet. I didn't care. I just ran, lungs burning, legs screaming. I didn't dare look back. I burst out onto the gravel road, heart ready to explode. My car was there, thank God. I fumbled the keys, dropped them, scrambled to pick them up. I got the door open, dove inside, and slammed the lock down. For a second, I just sat there, gasping, staring at the trail. The woods were still again, silent. Whatever had been chasing me was gone, or hiding. I started the car and tore down that gravel road without looking back. I didn't stop until I hit the highway miles away. I pulled into a gas station, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. I sat there for a long time just breathing. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That a barefoot giant was prowling around an abandoned cabin? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was crazy. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I never went back to Moose Hollow. I don't know why I agreed to go. Maybe it was the way life had been weighing down on me back then. Work was nonstop, bills kept coming, and I barely slept. I was burning out and I knew it. So when my cousin asked if I wanted to use their family's old hunting cabin deep out in the woods of northern Minnesota, I said yes without even thinking. A whole week alone, no phone service, no meetings, no emails. It sounded like exactly what I needed. The drive up took most of the day. I left early in the morning with the back of my SUV packed full of supplies. Cans of food, bottled water, a first aid kit, extra clothes, a heavy sleeping bag, a sturdy flashlight, a propane heater, and a few books. The farther north I drove, the less I saw of other people. Gas stations became rare. Houses turned into long stretches of empty land. The paved highway gave way to cracked asphalt, then finally a narrow gravel road that wound through thick forests. I pulled up to the cabin just as the sun was starting to slip down behind the trees. It was smaller than I pictured, maybe 20 feet across, made of weathered logs gone silver gray with age. The front door sagged a little on its hinges. The windows were dusty but intact. A rusted metal chimney poked out from the slanted roof. Around it, there was nothing but trees. Pines and birches stood shoulder to shoulder in every direction, their trunks close together, their branches thick. I killed the engine and just sat there for a minute, taking it in. The silence out there was different. In the city, even in the middle of the night, there's always some noise. A car in the distance, sirens, people talking. Out here, there was nothing. Just the occasional sound of wind through the trees, or the dry snap of a twig far off in the woods. I unlocked the cabin with the old iron key my cousin had mailed me. The inside was even smaller than I thought. One main room with a wood stove in the corner, a battered old table with 2 chairs, a sagging couch against one wall, and a tiny kitchen area with a cracked sink and a propane stove. Off to the side was a door that led to a bedroom just big enough for a twin bed and a metal locker for clothes. No bathroom. There was an outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin. I spent the first hour unloading the car and getting settled. I stocked the kitchen shelves, rolled out my sleeping bag on the bed, and fired up the little heater to take the edge off the chill. Night fell fast, and with it came a cold that seeped in through the walls and floor. I sat at the table with a can of soup and a book, but after a while I gave up trying to read. I couldn't concentrate. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside in the woods made me lift my head and listen. I went to bed early that night, hoping to sleep it off. I figured I was just jumpy from the long drive and the total silence around me. It was strange being so completely alone. No neighbors, no traffic, no lights outside except for the stars. The first few days passed quietly. I spent my time chopping wood from a pile of old logs stacked out back, hiking around the cabin. Sitting by the little fire pit, I built just a few feet from the porch. I found a narrow trail that led down to a small lake about a mile away. The water was so clear I could see the pebbles on the bottom, even from the shore. I fished a little, catching mostly small perch, and cooked them up on the fire. By the 3rd day, I started to notice little things that unsettled me. Nothing big at first. I would leave my hat on the table and later find it on the floor. I figured I must have knocked it off without noticing. A couple times I woke up to find the front door standing open a few inches, though I was sure I had locked it before going to bed. I told myself it was the wind. Still, I started double-checking the door before I went to sleep. I'd lock it, then give it a hard tug to make sure it was secure. I propped a chair under the handle one night just to be sure. On the 4th night, something woke me up around 2 a.m. I lay there, heart pounding, listening. It was a sound I couldn't place at first. A slow, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. It seemed to come from outside, near the back of the cabin. I stayed in bed, barely breathing, straining to hear. The dragging stopped, and for a long time there was nothing but the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but something about the sound had seemed wrong. In the morning, I went out back to check. The ground was covered in pine needles and leaves, but near the outhouse, I found a wide, disturbed patch where something had dragged through. No tracks, just a long, broken trail of flattened plants and torn earth leading from the woods to behind the cabin. I tried not to let it get to me. I spent the day chopping wood again, trying to tire myself out so I'd sleep through the night. I avoided looking too long at the trail near the outhouse. I told myself it was probably a fallen branch that had been dragged by the wind. But that night, the dragging sound came back. This time, it was closer. It circled the cabin, slow and steady, like something moving just outside the walls. I sat up in bed, holding the flashlight in one hand and the heavy iron poker from the wood stove in the other. The light from the flashlight swung wildly as I tried to catch sight of whatever it was through the grimy window. I thought about running out to the car, but the keys were still hanging by the door, and I didn't want to move. I didn't want whatever was outside to hear me. After what felt like hours, the sound finally faded away into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed sitting up, gripping the poker, waiting for the first light of dawn. When morning finally came, I packed my things. I was done. Whatever peace and relaxation I had hoped to find out there was gone. I loaded the SUV as fast as I could, barely stopping to eat or drink. I planned to leave right after lunch, but when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine just clicked. I tried again. Nothing. The battery was dead. Panic set in fast. I wasn't a mechanic. I knew how to jump a car, but there was no one around to help me. I popped the hood, checked the cables, they looked fine. It didn't make sense. The car was only a year old. Should have been fine. I went back into the cabin to think. I didn't have cell service, so I couldn't call for help. I had two choices: wait and hope someone happened to come down that lonely gravel road, or start walking. The nearest town was 20 miles away. By noon, I had my pack ready. I stuffed it with water bottles, a few cans of food, my flashlight, extra batteries, and the iron poker. I locked the cabin out of habit, though it seemed pointless now, and started walking down the road. The trees closed in thick around me. The road was more of a rutted trail, overgrown in places, lined with brambles. After an hour of walking, I hadn't seen a single car, a single sign of people. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. Not animals crashing through the underbrush, not the random rustle of leaves. These were slow, deliberate footsteps, keeping pace with me just out of sight. I stopped. They stopped. I walked faster. They matched me. I didn't look back. Couldn't. I just gripped the iron poker tighter and kept moving. My heart hammered so hard I felt sick. I told myself to stay calm, to keep going. The road twisted and turned, and with each bend I hoped to see a farmhouse, a mailbox, anything. But there was nothing, just endless trees and the soft, steady steps behind me. By late afternoon, my legs were shaking. I hadn't eaten. I hadn't rested. The footsteps stayed with me the whole way, never hurrying, never falling behind. As the sun dipped low, I saw a break in the trees ahead, a clearing. I stumbled toward it, hoping for a house or a barn. Instead, it was another cabin, smaller and even more broken down than the one I had stayed in. The windows were shattered. The door hung loose on its hinges. It looked abandoned for decades, but at that moment it was shelter. I ran inside, slamming the broken door behind me. I shoved a fallen table against it and crouched low, trying to quiet my breathing. Outside, the footsteps stopped. I waited, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Minutes dragged by. Then I heard it, the soft creak of the porch boards. I gripped the poker, ready for whatever was coming. But nothing came through the door. Instead, after a long, frozen hour, I heard the footsteps retreat. Slowly, one by one, they faded into the woods. I stayed there all night, too afraid to move. At dawn, stiff and freezing, I forced myself back onto the road. I walked until my feet bled, until every step felt like knives stabbing into my soles. By some miracle, a pickup truck came rattling down the road around mid-morning. I stumbled out into the road, waving both arms like a madman. The driver, an older man with a grizzled beard, looked at me like I was crazy, but let me climb into the bed of the truck without asking questions. He dropped me off at a gas station 20 miles down the road. I called a tow service and later arranged for a friend to drive up and bring me home. I didn't tell anyone the whole story. I just said the car broke down and I got stranded. I never went back for the SUV. I signed the title over to the towing company and told I needed a break from everything. My job had been draining me for months. The city felt like it was squeezing the life out of me, and even the weekends didn't bring any peace anymore. I was tired all the time, and I couldn't even enjoy simple things like a cup of coffee or a movie at night without my mind drifting back to work and bills. I kept telling myself I'd take a break someday, but someday never came. Then one night, sitting alone at my kitchen table staring at my unopened mail, I just decided. I opened my laptop, searched for a cabin rental far enough away from the city, and booked the first one that looked halfway decent. I didn't care if it was fancy. I just needed to breathe. The cabin was about 4 hours north, deep into a section of forest I had never been to. According to the listing, it was on the edge of a small, disused logging road and there weren't any neighbors for miles. It sounded perfect. I packed quickly. Some food, a few changes of clothes, a flashlight, some books I hadn't read yet, and hit the road early the next morning. The drive up felt good at first. The farther I got from the city, the lighter I felt. Buildings gave way to trees, and traffic thinned out until I was the only car on the road. It wasn't until I turned onto the old logging road that things started to feel a little off. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for one vehicle, and it hadn't been maintained in a long time. Branches scraped against my car as I crept along at a crawl, trying to avoid potholes deep enough to snap an axle. The forest on either side of me pressed in close, thick and dark, even though it was only mid-afternoon. I kept telling myself it was just unfamiliarity making me nervous. New places always feel a little strange at first. After what felt like an hour of bouncing along that road, the trees suddenly thinned, and I saw the cabin sitting in a small clearing. It was smaller than it had looked in the pictures, just a plain wooden structure with a sagging front porch and a roof that looked like it had seen better days. But it was isolated, quiet, and somehow still standing, so I parked and got out. The air smelled sharp and cold. Even though it was only early fall, it felt colder up here, like winter was already breathing down from the north. I grabbed my bags from the trunk and carried them up onto the porch. The boards creaked under my weight, but they held. I found the key tucked under a loose stone by the door, just like the owner had said, and let myself in. The inside was basic. One main room with a wood stove, a sagging couch, a rickety table and 2 chairs, and a tiny kitchenette tucked against one wall. A narrow doorway led to a bedroom just big enough for a double bed and a dresser. The place smelled a little musty, but not unbearable. I opened the windows to air it out and started unpacking. By the time I got settled, the sun was already dipping low. The forest around the cabin swallowed the light fast, and I realized I hadn't thought about how dark it would get out here. No streetlights, no porch lights, just whatever light the stars and moon could manage. I dug out my flashlight and set it by the couch just in case. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. I sat on the porch for a while after dinner, wrapped in my jacket, listening. No cars, no dogs barking, no people talking, just the whisper of the wind moving through the trees. It should have been peaceful, but instead, it made me feel exposed, like anything could be standing just beyond the tree line, and I wouldn't know until it was too late. I shook the thought off, locked the door behind me, and went to bed. I woke up sometime around 3 a.m., heart pounding for no reason I could figure out. It was so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I lay there listening to my own breathing, straining my ears for any sound outside. But there was nothing, just that thick, oppressive silence. After a while, my heartbeat slowed, and I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, the uneasiness was still clinging to me, but I blamed it on nerves. City people aren't used to real quiet. I made some coffee on the ancient stove, bundled up, and decided to go for a walk to shake it off. I followed the logging road farther into the woods, my boots crunching over dead leaves and gravel. The trees were so dense that in some places, the sky disappeared completely. About a mile in, I found an old clearing. It looked like it had been used for something long ago. There were rusted-out barrels half buried in the ground and a few scraps of what might have been equipment once. Nothing moved except the trees swaying slightly in the breeze. I stood there for a while, listening, but again, there was that same heavy, unnatural silence. No birds, no squirrels, just the wind and the creaking of old trees. I turned around and made my way back to the cabin. As I walked, I kept feeling like someone was behind me. Every time I turned around, there was nothing there, just endless trees. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. People aren't meant to be alone for too long. Their minds start playing tricks on them. That night, it got worse. I was reading on the couch when I heard something outside, a soft scraping sound, like something dragging across the porch. I froze, heart hammering. I clicked off the lantern and sat in the dark, straining my ears. There it was again, a slow, deliberate scrape right outside the window. I grabbed the flashlight and clicked it on, shining it toward the window. Nothing, just my own reflection staring back at me. I sat there for a long time, flashlight in hand, listening, but the sound didn't come back. Eventually, I convinced myself it had just been a branch scraping in the wind. I went to bed, leaving the flashlight on the nightstand just in case. I woke up a few hours later to a sharp banging sound. 3 loud thumps against the side of the cabin. I sat up, heart pounding out of my chest. I grabbed the flashlight and crept to the window. I shined the light out, sweeping the beam across the clearing. Again, nothing, just empty woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt outside. Big ones, bigger than any animal I could think of. They circled the cabin, coming up onto the porch, stopping just outside the windows. My stomach twisted. These weren't the kind of tracks an animal would make. They looked almost human, but too big, too heavy. I couldn't see where they went after the porch. They just disappeared into the woods. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe they were just old tracks. Maybe a hunter had passed through before I got here. I forced myself to stick to my plan. I made breakfast, took a short walk around the clearing, and tried to read. But every little sound had me jerking my head around, and I kept getting up to check the windows. That night, it started again. The scraping on the porch, the banging against the walls. This time, it was louder, more aggressive. I sat on the couch, clutching the flashlight, trying to steady my breathing. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave right then. But the idea of driving that logging road in the dark felt even worse. I decided to wait until morning. Around 2 a.m., the banging stopped. I stayed awake the rest of the night, ears straining for any sound, heart racing every time the cabin creaked or the wind rattled a branch against the roof. At first light, I threw everything into my bags and got the hell out of there. As I loaded the car, I noticed more tracks, deep ones, leading into the woods across the road. I couldn't help but follow them with my eyes. They went straight into the trees and then vanished like whoever or whatever made them had just disappeared. I didn't stick around to investigate. I climbed into my car, locked the doors, and bounced down the logging road as fast as I dared. Every twist and turn felt like it was taking too long. Every shadow looked like something stepping out onto the road. It wasn't until I saw the highway ahead that I let myself breathe. I didn't stop until I was 2 hours away. I pulled into a gas station, sat in the lot for a while, and just tried to calm down. It wasn't until then that I realized I hadn't heard a single bird or animal the whole time I was up there. Not once. I got home late that night, and even though I was exhausted, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those tracks in my mind, hearing that scraping sound outside the window, wondering what would have happened if I had stayed one more night. I never reported it. What would I even say? I don't think the police would have taken me seriously anyway. Weird noises in the woods isn't exactly high priority. I ended up selling most of my camping gear a few weeks later. I told myself it was because I didn't have time to use it. But the truth was, I didn't want any excuse to go back out into the woods again. Not after what happened. Some nights, though, when it's real quiet, I still think about that cabin. I wonder what was out there. I wonder if it's still there, wandering through the trees, waiting for the next person who thinks they're just getting away for a quiet weekend. I don't think about the cabin much anymore, but every now and then, when the city is dead quiet and the wind is just right, I swear I can hear it again. That slow, deliberate scrape, like something heavy dragging itself across an old wooden porch, waiting to be let in. But I don't go to the woods anymore, and I never will. I had always been someone who loved the idea of escaping into the woods. I worked a boring office job in the city, stuck behind a desk, answering emails, sitting through endless meetings that drained the life out of me. When the chance came up to rent a cheap cabin for the winter up in Timber Hollow, I jumped at it without thinking too hard. I told myself I needed the break, some real time alone, far away from the noise and pressure of everyday life. The cabin was advertised as rustic, which was fine with me. I wasn't expecting luxury. I wanted quiet, and the idea of spending winter days chopping wood, drinking coffee by a fireplace, and hiking snowy trails sounded like exactly what I needed. It was late November when I packed up my SUV with supplies. I stuffed the back full with canned food, bottled water, firewood, and all the basics. I brought a heavy-duty sleeping bag, extra blankets, a generator, and a couple of jerry cans of gas. I even packed a rifle in case something came sniffing around the cabin. I wasn't worried, but it felt smart to be prepared. The drive took about 6 hours north into the mountains. The roads became narrower the further I went, and snow started covering everything. By the time I pulled up to the turnoff for Timber Hollow, the sun was getting low, and the sky had that heavy, cold look it gets just before a snowstorm. The cabin was another 5 miles down a one-lane dirt road. I didn't see a single car once I turned off. It was just trees, thick and dark, pressing in on either side. When I reached the cabin, I almost laughed. Rustic was an understatement. It was small, made of old dark wood that looked almost black against the snow. The porch sagged a little on one side. Smoke curled from a metal chimney poking out of the roof. Someone had left the fireplace going to warm the place up for me, which I appreciated. I sat in the truck for a moment, just looking at it. I felt a tiny flicker of unease, but I brushed it off. I was tired, and the long drive had me on edge. I got out, stretched, and hauled my supplies inside. The cabin was one big room, basically. A small kitchen area on the left with an old propane stove and a metal sink. A table and 2 chairs in the middle. A threadbare couch and the fireplace on the right. In the back corner was a wooden ladder leading up to a sleeping loft. No running water, no indoor bathroom. There was an outhouse about 20 yards out back. By the time I had everything unloaded and a fresh fire going, it was pitch dark outside. I stood on the porch for a few minutes, breathing the cold air, listening to the deep quiet. The forest made little noises, branches cracking, distant thumps as snow fell off trees, but it was peaceful. The kind of quiet you don't realize you miss until you find it again. The first couple of days went by easily. I fell into a simple rhythm. Wake up with the sun, chop wood, cook simple meals, read books by the fire, go for walks through the woods. The snow kept falling, and soon the dirt road was completely buried. I wasn't worried. I had enough supplies to last a month if I rationed carefully, and I had the generator if I needed it for anything major. I didn't bother using my phone much. There was no signal anyway. It wasn't until the end of the first week that little things started to bother me. It was nothing dramatic, just small things. I'd stack firewood neatly on the porch and come back an hour later to find pieces scattered across the steps. At first, I thought it was the wind or maybe a raccoon. Once, I came back from a walk and found the front door slightly open. I blamed myself for not closing it tightly, though I was sure I had. One night, I woke up in the sleeping loft freezing cold. I climbed down to find the fire almost out, which didn't make sense because I'd stocked it heavily before bed. I knelt to add more wood and saw that the ash pile in the fireplace wasn't right. It wasn't just burned down wood. It looked like someone had stirred through it, digging into it with something sharp. There were long, deep gouges in the ashes, as if someone had dragged a stick or a blade through it. I didn't like that. I tried not to panic. I told myself there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe a draft in the chimney stirred the ashes somehow. Maybe a bird or something had gotten in and messed around. Still, after that night, I started keeping the rifle closer to me. I set it leaning against the wall by the sleeping loft ladder, loaded and ready. Days passed slowly. The snow got deeper, piled up around the cabin, making it harder to move around outside. I had to shovel out a path just to reach the outhouse. The cold seeped into everything. Even with the fire roaring, the inside of the cabin felt damp and heavy. I kept noticing things. Footprints in the snow that didn't belong to me. Small ones, leading up to the cabin and circling it, then disappearing into the trees. Once, early in the morning, I woke up to a sound like scratching at the wall. I lay there stiff as a board, heart pounding, listening. It went on for what felt like forever. A slow, steady scratching, as if someone were dragging their nails down the outside wall. I didn't dare move. I just stared at the ceiling, waiting for it to stop. When morning came, I found nothing outside. No marks, no tracks, no sign of anything. I told myself it must have been a branch scraping against the cabin in the wind. That made sense. It had to be that. But the thing was, there hadn't been any wind that night. The trees stood heavy and still under the weight of the snow. About 2 weeks in, things got worse. I went out to the woodshed one morning to get more firewood and found the door hanging open. Snow had drifted inside, covering the floor. The neat stacks of split logs were kicked apart, scattered everywhere like someone had gone through them in a rage. I stood there staring, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I looked around the woods, but the trees just stood there, silent and empty. I closed the shed door, braced it shut with a log, and hurried back to the cabin. After that, I started locking the cabin door with a heavy bolt every night. I stacked furniture in front of it too, just to be sure. One night, a few days later, I was sitting by the fire when I heard it. Footsteps crunching in the snow outside. Slow, steady, circling the cabin. I grabbed the rifle and crept to the window, keeping low. I peered out, but the moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the forest was nothing but black shapes. I couldn't see anything moving, but the footsteps kept coming, soft and deliberate. I stayed there for hours, not moving, not blinking, listening to those slow footsteps circling and circling until finally, sometime before dawn, they stopped. When the sun came up, I found a ring of footprints around the cabin. Small, barefoot footprints like a child's. They were too small to be an adult's, but the thing was, they were deep. Deep enough to suggest weight far heavier than a child's. I stood there in the snow, staring at them until I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. I thought about leaving that day, packing up, trying to drive back down the dirt road. But the snow was too deep, and my SUV wasn't built for that kind of off-roading. I would have gotten stuck halfway down with no way to call for help. I was trapped, and I knew it. I told myself I could stick it out, just a couple more weeks. Then the snow would start to melt, and I could get out of there. I just had to keep my head down and stay alert. I started sleeping downstairs by the fire, with the rifle across my lap. I barely slept at all, jerking awake at every creak of the cabin walls, every gust of wind, every tiny sound. One night, sometime around 2 a.m., I heard the front doorknob rattle. Not just once. A steady, deliberate shaking, like someone trying to turn it. The door was bolted and blocked with furniture, but the sound made my blood run cold. I sat there frozen, staring at the door, waiting to see if it would burst open. Didn't. After a while, the rattling stopped. I stayed awake until morning, staring at the door, heart hammering in my chest. The next day, I found the bolt on the door twisted nearly off its hinges. The screws had been pulled halfway out of the wood like someone or something had been trying to rip it free with brute strength. I knew then that whatever was out there wasn't going to stop. It was getting bolder. It wanted inside. The days after that blurred together in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I barely ate. I barely slept. I kept the fire going day and night, trying to push back the damp cold that seemed to seep into my bones. I thought I saw things sometimes. A shadow moving just out of sight, a glimpse of pale skin slipping between the trees. But I couldn't trust my own eyes anymore. I was so tired I was seeing things. The final night at Timber Hollow was the worst. It was just after midnight when the noise started. First the footsteps again, but louder this time, heavier. I heard them circling the cabin faster and faster, thudding against the walls like fists pounding. The whole cabin shook. Then came the sound of the front door creaking, groaning under pressure. I grabbed the rifle and aimed it at the door, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Suddenly, the window shattered. Glass sprayed across the room. The cold It was early October when I decided to spend a week alone at a cabin deep in the woods of northern Michigan. I had been feeling worn out from work, from the city noise, from the endless cycle of alarms, meetings, traffic, and late nights. I needed silence, real silence, and not the kind you find with your phone still buzzing on the table. I wanted the type of quiet that only trees and cold air could give. I found the cabin listing online. It wasn't some fancy vacation rental. It was an old family hunting cabin from the 1960s. The owner said it hadn't been updated much, but it had running water from a well, a wood-burning stove, and a simple kitchen. It sat on 40 private acres, all pine and oak woods, with no neighbors for miles. The ad said, "Perfect for writers or people who want true solitude." That sounded like exactly what I needed. I packed up my car with supplies. A few days' worth of canned food, bottled water even though there was a well, a battery lantern, flashlights, a first aid kit, warm clothes, my sleeping bag, and a loaded pistol. Not because I expected trouble, but because you never know what you'll run into that far from civilization. Maybe a bear, maybe a crazy person. I wasn't stupid. I also made sure my phone was fully charged and brought a backup charger, though I figured there'd be no service out there anyway. The drive up took most of the day. By the time I turned off onto the dirt road leading to the cabin, the sun was already starting to dip. The road was narrow and twisted through thick trees. Pine needles carpeted the ground, and the road itself was rutted and muddy from old rain. My tires struggled in a few spots, but I made it. When I finally saw the cabin, I felt a huge wave of relief. It was small and made of dark, weathered wood, set back in a little clearing. The roof sagged a bit in the middle and the porch steps were crooked, but it looked solid enough. The front door had a heavy metal latch and a simple padlock. The owner had given me the combination. I grabbed my bags and made a few trips inside. The cabin was even simpler than I expected. One room with a small kitchen area against the back wall. A wood stove sat near the center. An old iron bed frame with a thin mattress stood against the right wall, and a battered wooden table with 2 chairs sat by the one small window. There was a door to a bathroom, but no shower, just a toilet hooked up to the well and a tiny sink. I got a fire going in the stove right away. The air inside the cabin was colder than outside, and the smell of musty wood and dust filled my nose. As I fed the fire, the stove popped and creaked, making the whole cabin feel alive. It wasn't a bad feeling, just different. I unpacked quickly, set up my sleeping bag on the bed, and heated a can of soup for dinner. That first night passed quietly. The only sounds were the popping fire, the wind pushing through the trees outside, and the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. I stayed up late just sitting at the table, drinking cheap instant coffee and staring into the dark woods outside the window. No light pollution, no sirens, no buzzing phones. Just the darkness, deep and endless. It was exactly what I wanted. The second day, I explored the woods a little. There was an old trail leading north from the cabin, barely visible under fallen leaves. I followed it for a while, just walking with no real plan. The air smelled sharp and clean, like pine sap and cold dirt. Squirrels darted through the underbrush, and a couple of deer bolted when they saw me. I found a few old hunting blinds up in trees, rotted and falling apart. I also noticed something else. Something that stuck in my mind even though I tried not to think too hard about it. About half a mile from the cabin, I found a small clearing. Right in the middle was a fire pit made of old rocks, blackened from dozens of fires. Around the pit were 4 large stumps, set like seats. But what bothered me wasn't the pit. It was the feeling that the place had been used recently. The ash in the pit looked fresh. There were no footprints that I could see, but something about it made my skin crawl. Maybe it was just the idea that someone else had been out here recently, even though this land was supposed to be private. I turned around and headed back to the cabin, trying to brush it off. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept telling myself I was just being paranoid, but the feeling stayed. I sat by the window again, this time with the pistol sitting right next to me on the table. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little sound outside made my heart jump. The crack of a branch, the rustle of something moving through dry leaves. The third day was cold and gray. Clouds hung low in the sky, and the wind had a bite to it. I chopped some firewood from a pile of dead logs behind the cabin. As I worked, I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing, just trees and wind. I decided to stay close to the cabin that day. I read an old book I had brought, played solitaire at the table, and kept the fire fed. When night came, the feeling of being watched came back stronger. I kept checking the window, looking out into the black woods, but I never saw anything. I forced myself to go to bed around midnight. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening, heart racing. At some point deep into the night, I woke up. I didn't know why at first. The cabin was dead silent except for the ticking sound of the cooling stove. Then I heard it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate, like someone trying to move quietly but stepping on dry leaves. I sat up, grabbed the pistol, and held my breath. My heart hammered against my ribs. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, crunching through the leaves, pausing sometimes. I waited, sweating, listening to every tiny noise. After what felt like forever, the footsteps stopped. I sat there, gripping the pistol so tight my hand cramped, waiting for them to start again. But they didn't. Eventually, the exhaustion caught up with me, and sometime before dawn, I must have dozed off sitting up. The next morning, I went outside carefully, pistol in hand. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed faint impressions in the leaves and dirt around the cabin. Not clear footprints, but scuffs and marks, like someone had been walking around. Maybe it was a deer or some animal, I tried to tell myself, but deep down I didn't believe it. The fourth day was windy and colder. I decided to pack up and leave a day early. I didn't like the idea of being out there if someone was sneaking around at night. I started gathering my things, moving quickly. That's when I heard it. A loud crash in the woods, maybe 100 yards away. I froze. It sounded like someone knocking down a small tree or snapping a big branch. My first instinct was to grab the pistol again. I stood there for a minute, holding it, trying to listen. Nothing but the wind. I told myself it was probably just the wind knocking over a dead tree. That happens sometimes. I forced myself to keep packing. About an hour later, when I was loading the last of my things into the car, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. On the front door of the cabin, scratched into the wood, were 4 long gouges, deep and fresh. Not like animal scratches. These were deliberate, straight lines close together, about the height of a man's hand. Someone had been right there at the door, clawing at it. I didn't even bother locking the cabin back up. I got into the car and left as fast as I could without getting stuck in the mud. I didn't feel safe until I was back on the main highway, with cars passing by and gas stations popping up along the road. When I got home, I emailed the owner to let him know I left early. I didn't go into detail. I just said there had been signs of someone trespassing. He replied a few days later, saying he was sorry, that sometimes hunters from neighboring lands strayed too close, even though they weren't supposed to. I didn't believe him. Weeks later, I was still having nightmares about the footsteps, about sitting there in the dark with nothing but a thin wooden wall between me and whoever or whatever was out there. I started locking all my doors and windows at night, even double-checking them before bed. The smallest noises made me jump. Eventually, the nightmares faded. Life went back to normal. I got busy with work again. City noise swallowed up the memories. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I think about that cabin. I wonder who was out there, walking slow circles around my cabin in the dark. I wonder what would have happened if I had fallen asleep with the door unlocked, or if I had made a sound. Mostly, I'm just glad I left when I did. I haven't been back to the woods since, and I don't think I ever will. I had been needing a break for a while. My job had me working late nights and weekends, and I was beginning to feel like a machine. So when my cousin mentioned an old hunting cabin he knew about deep in the woods of northern Michigan, I decided to take a week off and head up there alone. It wasn't anything fancy, he warned me. No running water, no electricity, and barely any cell service. That was exactly what I needed. Total quiet. No phones, no emails, no people. Just trees, wind, and maybe some deer if I was lucky. The drive up took most of the day. By the time I left the last little town behind, the roads turned to dirt and gravel, and the GPS on my phone gave up trying to track me. I had printed out directions, and I had an old handheld GPS just in case, but it still felt strange not knowing exactly where I was. The trees grew taller and closer together the deeper I drove, and after about an hour, I turned onto a narrow path that barely counted as a road. It was lined with tire ruts and potholes deep enough to swallow my tires if I wasn't careful. I drove slow, the truck bumping and rocking as I made my way through the woods. The sky was starting to turn that deep orange color that means sunset's not far off. I found the clearing easily enough. It wasn't very big, just a flat patch of dirt surrounded by thick trees on all sides. In the middle sat the cabin, looking exactly how I imagined it would. Small, weather-beaten, and dark against the trees. It was made of rough timber, probably built 50 or 60 years ago, with a sagging front porch and a crooked chimney sticking up from the roof. The windows were dusty, and the door hung a little sideways on its hinges. I parked near the porch and turned off the engine. The sudden silence was almost deafening. No car noise, no voices, no planes overhead. Just wind moving through the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin as it settled in the cooling air. I sat there for a few minutes, soaking it in. It had been years since I felt this isolated. It made me a little nervous, but mostly it felt good. Free. I grabbed my backpack and my cooler and made a few trips to carry everything inside. The cabin smelled like dust and old wood. There was one main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen area with an old propane stove, and a door that led to a tiny bedroom. The bed had a sagging mattress on it, but it was dry and didn't smell too bad. I set up my sleeping bag on top just to be safe. Outside, the light was fading fast. I went back out to collect some firewood, making sure to stay close to the clearing. I didn't want to get lost on my first night. By the time I got a decent pile together, the woods around me had gone dark. Not just dim, but full-on pitch black between the trees. I hadn't seen that kind of darkness in a long time. It swallowed everything, even the shape of the trees just a few feet away. I hurried back inside, lit a few candles I had brought, and started a fire in the old stone fireplace. The warmth and the light made the cabin feel a little less like a haunted house and a little more like a hideout. I made myself a simple dinner, canned soup heated on the stove, and sat by the fire eating straight from the pot. Afterward, I set up a small battery-powered radio, but there were no stations out here, just static. I turned it off and sat listening to the fire crackle. By 10 o'clock, I was dead tired. The long drive, the fresh air, and the fire's heat had all combined to make my eyelids heavy. I climbed into my sleeping bag and lay listening to the sounds of the woods. Every little snap or rustle outside caught my attention. A few times, I heard what sounded like footsteps crunching on the leaves. I told myself it was just deer or maybe a raccoon. Still, it took a long time to fall asleep. When I finally did drift off, it didn't last long. I woke with a start sometime after midnight. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the cabin was dark except for the faint orange glow. I didn't know why I had woken up at first. I just lay there, heart beating fast, ears straining in the silence. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound coming from outside, near the front porch. Slow and steady, like something being dragged across the wooden boards. I froze. Every instinct told me to stay quiet. I didn't move a muscle. I barely breathed. The scraping sound continued for a few minutes, then stopped. For a long time, there was only silence. I thought about getting up, peeking through the window, but the windows were grimy, and it was so dark outside, I wouldn't have seen anything anyway. Plus, if there really was someone or something out there, I wasn't sure I wanted them to see me. Eventually, the silence stretched on long enough that I convinced myself it had been a tree branch or an animal. Maybe the wind had blown something across the porch. I rolled over and forced myself to go back to sleep. When I woke again, it was just after dawn. Pale gray light filtered through the dirty windows. The woods outside were quiet. I got up, stretched, and went to the front door. I pushed it open slowly, the hinges squealing loud enough to make me wince. The porch looked normal. No scratches, no dragged branches. Nothing. I walked around the cabin, kicking at the dirt, looking for footprints. But if anyone had been here, they were long gone. The rest of the day passed quietly. I hiked a little, chopped more wood, read a book I had brought. I stayed busy enough not to think about the night before. When evening came, I made another fire, cooked some food, and tried to settle in. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woods felt heavier somehow, like they were pressing in closer. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound made me sit up, straining to hear. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something tapping against the window, but when I looked, there was nothing there. I was beginning to feel stupid, like my mind was playing tricks on me. The third day, things got worse. I spent most of the afternoon hiking along a narrow trail I found behind the cabin. It wound through the trees, following a little creek. I walked for about an hour, lost in thought, when I noticed something strange. A tree up ahead had deep gouges in its bark. Fresh ones. They were about shoulder height and wide, like someone had dragged a big knife or an axe along the trunk. I stopped, heart hammering. I looked around, suddenly aware of how alone I was. There was no one else out here. No cars, no campers, no hikers. At least there wasn't supposed to be. I turned around and headed back to the cabin, walking faster than before. Every few minutes, I stopped and listened. Sure, I heard something moving in the trees behind me. But when I looked, there was nothing there. By the time I got back, it was almost dark. I locked the door, something I hadn't bothered to do the first 2 nights, and stacked a few pieces of firewood against it just for good measure. I sat by the fire, trying to read, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to the scratches on the tree. That night was the worst yet. It started with a thud against the side of the cabin. Not just a little tap. This was a heavy, solid blow, like something big had slammed into the wall. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag. Every nerve in my body lit up. Another thud followed, this time on the opposite wall. I grabbed the hatchet I had brought for chopping wood and sat there in the dark, holding it in both hands. My breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. The blows continued, moving slowly around the cabin, as if whatever it was circling, testing. Then it stopped. I sat there for what felt like hours, waiting, listening. My muscles ached from staying so tense. Every few minutes, I thought I heard faint footsteps crunching in the leaves, but they were too soft to be sure. Eventually, I must have dozed off from sheer exhaustion because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The front door was still locked. The pile of firewood I had stacked against it hadn't moved. But when I stepped outside, I found more of those deep gouges, this time in the wood of the cabin itself, low down near the ground. It wasn't an animal. I knew that now. These marks were deliberate. Someone was out here, and they didn't want me here. I packed my things as fast as I could. I didn't even bother to clean up. I tossed everything into the truck, heart racing, hands shaking. I didn't feel safe until I was back on the dirt road, bouncing over the potholes, putting as much distance between me and that cabin as possible. I didn't stop until I reached the first real town, a tiny place with a gas station and a diner. I pulled into the lot, got out of the truck, and just stood there for a while, letting the normal sounds of people and cars and life wash over me. Later, back home, I looked up the area online. I found a few mentions of missing hikers, unsolved disappearances from years ago. Nothing recent, nothing official. Just rumors, buried in old forum posts and local legends. Most people brushed it off as accidents, people getting lost, freezing to death, getting hurt and unable to call for help. But I knew better. Someone was out there. Someone who didn't want visitors. Someone who made sure they didn't stay long. I had been lucky. I left before things got worse. Before I became just another rumor. I never went back to Fox Hollow. I decided I needed a break from everything. My job, my bills, the endless noise of the city. It had all started feeling like too much. I needed to get out, even if it was just for a few days. So I went online and found a cabin rental way up north, near the Michigan-Wisconsin border, tucked away deep in the woods. The pictures looked simple, nothing fancy, just a little wooden place with a metal roof, a big front porch, and a wood stove inside. It looked perfect, quiet, empty, exactly what I needed. I packed my old SUV with a few days' worth of food, bottled water, a sleeping bag, some firewood I had left over from last winter, a heavy flashlight, a good kitchen knife, and a small first aid kit. I threw in a few changes of clothes, my hiking boots, and my heavy coat because it was early November, and you never knew when winter might show up early that far north. I didn't want to bring a gun, even though part of me thought maybe I should. I figured I was overthinking things. It was just a cabin in the woods. Nothing to worry about. The drive took about 6 hours. The last 2 hours were on narrow country roads that wound through thick forests and past frozen marshes. It was the kind of place where you could drive for 30 minutes without seeing another house. The leaves had mostly fallen already, so the trees stood naked against the gray sky. Everything looked cold and still. The last stretch of road turned to gravel and then finally dirt. I drove slowly, my tires crunching over fallen twigs and leaves. The GPS kept glitching, but I had printed out directions just in case. Finally, just as the sun was sinking low and throwing long shadows across the woods, I saw the old mailbox at the end of the driveway. No name on it, just a dented red flag sticking up. The driveway was just a pair of muddy ruts leading through the trees. Branches scraped against the sides of my SUV as I drove in, making a screeching sound that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I told myself it was nothing, just a tree branch, just the wind. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines. It was smaller than I had expected, basically a big one-room shack, but it looked sturdy enough. Smoke still clung to the chimney like someone had used it recently. There was a small woodpile next to the porch and an old rusted-out metal chair sitting by the front door. I parked off to the side and climbed out. The cold air hit me hard. It smelled like pine needles, damp earth, and the distant, sharp scent of wood smoke. It was absolutely silent. No cars, no voices, no planes overhead. Just the wind whispering through the trees. Inside, the cabin was simple. Rough wooden walls, a stone fireplace, a small kitchen area with an old gas stove and a hand pump sink, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and a cot in the corner with a thin mattress. There was no bathroom, just an old outhouse about 50 yards into the trees. I checked the cabinets and found a few dusty cans of soup, some instant coffee, and a box of matches. Everything else was up to me. I unpacked quickly, setting my food on the counter and rolling out my sleeping bag on the cot. I started a fire in the stove, using the dry wood stacked beside it. Pretty soon the cabin was filled with the warm, crackling sound of burning wood. The place felt a little less empty with the fire going. By the time I finished, it was full dark outside. The trees pressed in close around the cabin, their shapes huge and strange in the moonlight. I ate a cold sandwich I had packed, drank a bottle of water, and sat by the fire, letting myself unwind for the first time in months. That first night, I didn't sleep well. Every little creak and pop of the cooling cabin woke me up. Once I thought I heard something moving outside, a heavy, slow crunching in the leaves, but when I sat up and listened, it was gone. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon, nothing to worry about. Still, I lay awake for a long time, staring at the shadows dancing on the ceiling. The next morning, I felt a little foolish for being so jumpy. The woods looked beautiful in the pale, frosty light. I made instant coffee on the old stove, then pulled on my boots and coat and decided to explore a little. I hiked around the clearing and into the trees, staying close enough that I could still see the cabin through the trunks. I found an old, half-collapsed deer blind a few hundred yards away. Someone had nailed it up between 3 trees years ago, but the wood was rotten and the ladder had fallen off. The forest floor was thick with dead leaves, and every step I took made a loud crunching noise. There were no signs of people. No garbage, no footprints, nothing. I found a few animal tracks, deer mostly and maybe a coyote, but otherwise it felt like I had the whole world to myself. It was exactly what I had hoped for. I spent most of the day gathering firewood, stacking it by the porch. It felt good to do something with my hands. I even found an old rusty axe leaning against the back wall of the cabin, half buried in leaves. The handle was cracked, but it still worked well enough to split small logs. That night, it got colder. The temperature must have dropped into the 20s. I kept the fire going strong and huddled in my sleeping bag. Again, I thought I heard noises outside. Twigs snapping, footsteps crunching through the leaves. But when I looked out the window, there was nothing there. Just empty trees swaying in the wind. The third day is when things started to feel wrong. It was mid-afternoon. The sun was already low, painting everything in long golden shadows. I was sitting on the porch, drinking coffee and watching the trees, when I noticed something strange across the clearing. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, a dark shape between 2 pines, almost like a shadow that didn't move with the wind. I squinted at it, trying to make sense of it. It was tall and narrow, almost like a person standing very still. I stood up slowly, my heart thudding in my chest. I stared at it for a long time, not daring to move. Finally, I stepped off the porch and walked a few steps toward it. The shape didn't move. It just stayed there, half hidden by the trees. I took another step closer. Suddenly, it was gone. Just like that. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I stood there for a long time, listening, but I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no branches breaking, nothing. I told myself it must have been a shadow. Maybe just a weird stump or a tree trunk catching the light in a strange way. I made myself believe that. I had to. The alternative, that someone had been standing there watching me, was too much to handle. That night, I locked the door. There was no real lock, just a simple latch, but it made me feel a little better. I stacked wood in the fireplace until the cabin was almost too hot, trying to chase away the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of something tapping on the window. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, deliberate, like someone gently knocking with their fingernail. I froze. My mouth went dry. I lay there in my sleeping bag, heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. Tap, 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 came again. I turned my head slowly toward the window. The fire had burned low, so the cabin was dim, but I could see the glass. There was nothing there, just the faint reflection of the dying fire. I stayed like that for hours, too scared to move. Eventually, the tapping stopped. I must have fallen back asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, sunlight was pouring through the window and the fire was out. I told myself it had been a branch, just a branch knocking in the wind. That was all. Still, when I went outside that morning, I checked the window. There were smudges on the glass. Long, thin smudges, like someone had dragged their fingers down the window pane. I stood there staring at them for a long time, my breath misting in the cold air. That was the first time I seriously considered leaving, packing up and getting the hell out of there. But I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it really had been a branch. Maybe the smudges had been there before and I just hadn't noticed. I stayed. The day passed slowly. I chopped more firewood. I walked in circles around the clearing, too nervous to go far into the woods. Every time I thought I saw movement between the trees, my heart jumped into my throat. That evening, as the sun was setting, I found something that finally convinced me it wasn't all in my head. There were footprints, human footprints. They circled the cabin, weaving in and out of the trees. Some were old and faint, but some were fresh, clear in the muddy patches left by the melting frost. They were big, bigger than mine, and they didn't match my boots. Someone had been out there, watching me. I packed my stuff that night. I threw everything into the SUV as fast as I could. I didn't care if I left things behind. I just wanted to get out. The drive down the rutted driveway was terrifying. The trees seemed to close in around me, and every time my headlights caught movement, my heart leapt into my throat. I kept thinking I would see someone standing in the middle of the road, but I didn't. I made it back to the main road and drove south, not stopping until I hit a small gas station about an hour away. I sat in the parking lot under the buzzing I needed a break. Life had been pressing down too hard, and I felt it in my chest every morning before the sun even rose. Between the long work weeks and the noise of the city, I was starting to feel like a balloon stretched too thin, about to pop. When my boss gave me a week off after a big project, I decided I wouldn't spend it at home. I wanted real quiet. I wanted somewhere I could hear myself think. I found the cabin online. It was deep in the mountains of Colorado, at the end of a long dirt road, far enough from any town that the listing warned about limited cell service. A photo showed it sitting alone on a ridge, just a tiny thing with siding darkened by years of weather. Trees packed tight all around except for one side, where the mountain dropped off into a sweeping view of the valley below. It looked perfect. I packed light, just enough food for a few days, some water, a flashlight, a portable charger for emergencies, my sleeping bag, a few changes of clothes, and a small backpack with some basic supplies like a lighter, knife, rope, and a first aid kit. I left early in the morning, taking the highway west, then smaller and smaller roads until finally my tires were crunching over gravel and dirt, bouncing along in deep ruts and potholes. By the time I found the turnoff to the cabin, the sun was starting to sink behind the peaks. There was no sign, just a faded trail marked by a small stack of rocks. I followed it slowly in my SUV, branches scraping the sides, feeling my chest tighten as the trees closed in on both sides. Eventually the forest pulled back a little, and there it was, the cabin. It was even smaller in person. Just one story, a front porch barely holding together, one window on the front and a metal chimney poking out of the roof. No driveway, no lights, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees and the sharp crack of branches creaking. I parked off to the side and killed the engine. Silence poured in. It was the kind of quiet that felt heavy, like something laying across your shoulders. I unloaded quickly, unlocking the door with the key the owner had mailed me. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. There was one main room, a couch sagging in the middle, a small table, a wood stove for heat, and a kitchenette against the far wall. A door led to a tiny bathroom, just a toilet and a sink. No shower, no real luxuries. I tossed my gear onto the couch, opened a window to air the place out, and sat down on the porch to watch the last of the daylight fade. It was beautiful in a lonely kind of way. The sky lit up with pink and orange, and for a moment I felt lighter than I had in months. I watched until the stars started to appear, cold and sharp in the dark sky, and then went inside. I built a fire in the stove, using the stack of wood next to it, and boiled some water for a quick meal. Then I rolled out my sleeping bag on the couch and lay there staring at the ceiling. The fire popped and crackled. The wind brushed against the outside walls. Somewhere far off, I heard the faint scream of an animal, maybe a fox or a coyote. It was wild out here, untamed. I must have drifted off at some point because when I opened my eyes again, the fire was just embers and the room was pitch black. My watch said it was a little after 2 a.m. I lay still, listening. There was a sound, faint but there. A steady creaking, like weight shifting on old wood. I sat up slowly, heart starting to thump against my ribs. The creaking stopped. I listened harder. Nothing but the wind now. I told myself it was just the old cabin settling, maybe cooling from the day's heat. Still, I got up and checked the door, making sure it was locked. I peered out the window but could see nothing but the vague shapes of trees and the shimmer of frost starting to form. I went back to the couch and pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning was cold and bright. Frost coated the ground, sparkling in the early sunlight. I made some coffee on the propane burner in the kitchen and sat outside to drink it. The mountains were blue and white with snow at the peaks, and the valley below was shrouded in mist. It was peaceful again, and I told myself I'd just let my nerves get to me last night. I spent the day hiking a little ways from the cabin, following an old game trail downhill. There was a small stream about a mile away where I filled up my water bottles using a filter. I didn't see anyone else, not even a distant hiker or a plane overhead. It really was empty out here. By the time I made it back to the cabin, my legs were sore and my stomach was growling. I made a can of soup, ate it on the porch, and watched the sun sink again. Same beautiful colors, same heavy silence when the dark came down. I banked the fire high before turning in, determined to sleep better. But around 3 a.m., I woke again. This time it wasn't creaking. It was a tapping, slow, deliberate, tap, tap, tap. It sounded like it was coming from the back wall of the cabin, the wall facing the thickest part of the woods. I lay frozen for a long minute, ears straining. The tapping would come, then stop, then come again. Always 3 taps. I slid out of the sleeping bag as quietly as I could and grabbed the flashlight. I moved to the back window, careful not to make noise. I shined the light out but saw nothing but trees and darkness. No movement, no shapes. I flicked the light back off and stood there, heart hammering. The tapping stopped. I waited another hour before crawling back into the sleeping bag. Not really sleeping, just dozing with one eye open. The next day, I thought about packing up and leaving. It wasn't that I believed someone was out there. It was just a feeling, an unease that crawled up my spine and settled there like a cold hand. But I told myself it was just being isolated, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I wasn't used to this kind of silence. I spent the day chopping some firewood from the pile behind the cabin, just to burn off nervous energy. I double-checked the lock on the door, even rigged up a little alarm system. I tied a few cans together with fishing line and strung them across the porch. If anyone stepped up, they'd rattle like crazy. It made me feel a little better. That night, I kept the fire high and left the flashlight by my head. Sleep came in short bursts. Sometime deep in the night, I woke again. This time it was the cans rattling. Not just a little. They clattered and banged as if something had kicked through them hard. I shot up, grabbing the flashlight and aiming it at the door. The lock still looked bolted. No one trying the handle. But the cans outside were still swinging slightly in the beam of light through the window. I didn't move for a long time. My ears rang with the sudden silence that came after the rattling. No footsteps, no voices, just the wind. Morning felt like salvation when it came. I stepped out onto the porch, body tense, expecting to see something. But there were no footprints in the dirt. No signs of anything disturbed, besides the cans knocked aside. I cleaned them up slowly, my mind spinning. I decided then that I would leave the next day. One more night and I'd be gone. I'd drive down the mountain road first thing, back to civilization, back to the noise and crowds I thought I hated. That afternoon I packed up everything but my sleeping bag and a little food. I kept my boots by the door, ready. When the sun started to dip, I felt real fear for the first time. Fear not just of what was outside, but of the cabin itself. The way it sat there, hunched into the ground like it was trying to hide. The way the trees seemed to press closer every time I looked at them. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch, flashlight in my lap, waiting. Around 1:30 a.m., the tapping started again. 3 slow taps, but this time it moved. Tap, 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 against the back wall, then the side wall, then the front wall, like something circling the cabin, slowly, methodically. I sat frozen, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Then the cans rattled again. Not a hard crash this time, but a slow, deliberate clink, like something brushing past them. I flicked on the flashlight, but when I looked out the window, all I saw was a dark shape dart back into the trees. Too fast to get a good look. Too big to be an animal. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat there until dawn, the fire burning low, the cabin creaking around me. When the first light broke over the mountains, I didn't even eat. I threw the last of my stuff into my bag, locked the door out of habit even though I knew it didn't matter, and got in the SUV. Driving down that dirt road felt like a dream. The trees slid past, the sky got brighter, and with every mile, the tightness in my chest eased a little. By the time I hit the main road, I finally felt like I could breathe. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station near a small town an hour away. I filled up the tank, bought some coffee, and sat there for a long time just staring at the people coming and going. Real people. Later, back at home, I did some digging. I found out that Ridge had a history. Not ghost stories, not legends, just grim facts. In the early 90s, there had been a string of break-ins in isolated cabins around that area. Some people vanished entirely. Others came home to find their cabins ransacked,